Indian Construction Equipment Manufacturers Association, I extend a very warm welcome to all of you. The theme of this year's Human Capital Summit, Shaping the Workforce of Tomorrow for the Evolving CE Industry. We aim to have insightful discussions to explore how should we build a skilled, agile, and future-ready workforce for the construction equipment industry. And throughout the day today, we will have perspectives from industry leaders, HR professionals, policymakers, and young professionals on the evolving world of work and the human capital priorities shaping the future of our industry. We thank you all for joining us today. Now, we'll start with the opening session. The opening session is a special session with CEOs, CE workforce from CEO's lens. The session will help us explore the key organizational priorities for the CE industry, leadership's expectation from HR in driving business transformation, organization agility, and the collaborative efforts required across stakeholders to build a robust, skilled, and future-ready workforce. For the session, may I kindly invite Dr. Nilesh Gupta, partner, Deloitte India, who would be moderating this session. And to join the session, may I kindly request Mr. V. Vivekanand, convener, ICMA Human Capital Panel, and Managing Director, Caterpillar India Private Limited, Mr. Dimitrov Krishnan, convener, ICMA Technology and Sustainability Panel, and Managing Director, Volvo CE India Private Limited, Mr. Deepak Garg, convener, ICMA Financial Ecosystem Panel, and Vice Chairman and Managing Director, SANY Heavy Industry India Private Limited. Sir, please kindly join us at the dais. So now may I request Nilesh to kindly take forward this session. Thank you, Nilesh.
Thank you, Monica. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, delegates. Good morning, DK. Good morning, Vivek. Good morning, Deepak. It's a pleasure to be in the company of friends and also with the expectation to make new ones. So I'm looking forward to talking to you through the day, learn from you, especially the Gen Zs in the room that I see. Really looking forward to learn from them. They are a mystery to a lot of corporate world today. Would be great to see the mystery unfold. And very happy to have you, DK, Vivek, Deepak. Now, what we have today as the first act of the day is where we've got three CEOs sitting here, and we will learn from them from what they see HR as and what they believe some of the things that us as HR should be looking at, which gives value to A, them, B, the business, and three, people at large. Many a times we hear, hey, look, HR is just being HR, right? Now, what does this mean? That's what we want to unfold. HR is being HR, we all do that, right? We are HR, so we try and be HR. But what does the business expect from us? That is what is the first session, carefully curated by ICMA. Now, before we tee off this discussion, what is also important is to address a few interesting things, which I'll spend maybe a couple of minutes on. First is AI, right? There has been a lot of talks on AI. I always, when I stand and talk about AI, I start with a disclaimer. And the disclaimer is that if I am talking about AI, it could also be blind leading the blind. Okay? That's a possibility. I don't say that I'm an expert on AI. What I'm definitely doing is to learn how to make agents. I made first agent of mine a couple of weeks ago with maybe 3 failed attempts. The agent also did not fully work, but at least I succeeded in making one. I'm also trying to learn no-code apps. Right? App making was a very techie work altogether, but with low code and no code, it can also be done by people like us. Now, why is this important? Why am I tom-tomming about me that, oh, I've learned to make agents, I've learned to make app? Any thoughts, any reactions? Anyone? This is the first act of the day, you can start. Okay, no problem, it happens. Now, why am I doing this? Show of hands, people who can make a PowerPoint presentation. Okay. Most of the hands, right? All 3 of you? Important, huh? Okay, Word document. Type on a Word document. Again, no show of hands. Excel sheet. Now, when we were growing up, right, we all learned these 3 things. We did not know how does a Word, what is behind the coding of a Word document, what is behind the coding of a Excel, what is behind the coding of a PowerPoint. But we learned how to use these platforms, that we now call these platforms instead of apps, and we could do our own magic. We could create our own magic in terms of expressing what we want to express, sharing what we want to share. The same, and it, by the way, fundamentally altered the way we work. What you call as slides today, right? PowerPoint has slides, Apple calls it pages. What you call as slides were actual slides which were like transparencies, which were put behind a projector so that it could sort of enlarge and show that we are talking about. The word remained, the format changed. The same, at least I fundamentally believe, is going to happen with AI, with agents. The way we do work, the way we think, the way we act is something that is going to be augmented. Now, till the time we learn this language, and by AI I don't just mean generative AI, we have all used Gemini to a reasonably great extent, we have all used Claude to some decent degree of chatting, conversating, asking questions, getting answers. Intelligence outside human brains is what we have been getting used to. But agents and apps are going to be the new language. Of lately, when some of the reviews that I am a part of, the reviews happen on chat. And when I say chat, as in there is a screen being shown, and the person who is making changes to that screen, like a PowerPoint page or a PowerPoint slide, that person is actually conversating with the AI engine that is behind it, and things are changing live. They call it now live pages as what we are talking about. So, for our HR fraternity, what's going to be, or for that matter, all of us humans, what's going to be extremely important is how do we learn this language? And by language, I don't mean something like a coding language, I mean the way we speak this language. This is one part of the story. Second part of the story is we are dawning into a new age and a new era. And that age and era shall be called as the age of intelligence. Now, what does this mean? We've all heard there used to be a cold age. What was the cold age? Take a wild guess. Why do we call it the cold age? Wild guess, anyone? This time I won't pass without getting an answer, please. Why do we call the cold age the cold age? It was cold. There were sub-zero temperatures, phenomenally low temperatures, difficult to survive. Then came the Stone Age. I'm just passing a few ages. But why is Stone Age called the Stone Age? Did stones not exist before it? Stones were tools, right? Fast forward, there came something which was called as the Industrial Age, or the age of automation. Why was it called the age of industrial revolution and automation, the Industrial Age? Machines were developing. A lot of things. Steam engine is what decades. Then we passed on to what is called as the Information Age. or majority of us are today natives of information age. Now, what is information age? Internet. Anyone? Information age? Information at your fingertips is what classified information age. Now, today if I give you any example, right, or if I give you any data point, most of us what we do is we Google it up or we look it up, because information is readily available at our fingertips, majority of it, and therefore it's called the information age. Pre-information age and to a very great extent during the information age, what was intelligence? By the way, intelligence was a proprietary of human beings for the longest time. Right? Our grey matter was proprietary to us. What was intelligence? How did we classify it? Knowledge. If you are knowledgeable, you would be considered intelligent. If you were to go back to your old days, people who are in their 40s, 50s that I am talking about, there would be a go-to person. This person knows most of the things. This person knows everything. And that is what we would classify as intelligence. This person has an answer to everything is what we would classify as intelligence age, right, as intelligence. Now, with the recent developments that we have been seeing, I do not know what to call it yet, because there is a good school of thoughts who are calling AI a bubble. I do not believe it is, but with the recent, let me call it recent developments, intelligence as a proprietary of humans has come outside the human brain. Now, when you type something on generative, because that is what all of us have used the most, what do you get? An answer. You get an answer. What did we value thus far? Knowledge, which is someone who has the answer. Now, the answer is readily available. The answer is easily available. So, in the intelligence age, if answers are available at your fingertips, what is going to be valuable? Ability to use the tools. What did you say, sir? Say it, sorry. Human skills. Very HR answer, like it. You, sir, say it loudly. Questions. So, the currency of information age is an acronym called COMITA. Questions are more important than answers. See, as a consultant, it is my job to also give some jargons. So, therefore, I bring some on the table. But that is what is the currency, COMITA. Because answers are readily available. So, therefore, my request to all of you is today, when you have these three phenomenal CEOs sitting on the dais, COMITA, questions, ask questions. With this, should we get on, leaders? Super. Now, the context is set, AI is in. One more thing that I would request is, Gen Z is in the room. You should be the first ones to be asking questions, okay? Very important. I was in a workshop a few days back, which was specifically focused on youth of automotive. And that is when I learned that the straightforwardness of Gen Zs is A, appreciable, B, phenomenal. The clarity of thought is out of the charts. The ability to shoot straight like an arrow without fear is amazing. So, please do live up to your reputation that at least I have learned from other youths. Super.
Making us nervous by that.
Okay. Now, let's hit DK first. He is sitting very close to me. By the way, on the dais today, we have two people whose name starts with D, and one who has two V's. So, double D's and double V's is what the name of the panel today is. Oh, then it will be 3D. Okay. Now, since DK is sitting closest to me, I'm going to fire to DK first. DK, as a CEO, what is your most important expectation from HR? What do you think is the most important thing that you want from HR, and not specifically Shweta, but from HR as a community that you want?
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to this nice Human Capital Summit. It's good to see a full room as we get started. And thanks for that, initial few words that is making me. I was thinking that what questions you're asking, nobody's able to answer here. What is going to come to us now? But I hope we have a great discussion today and the whole day and get some good takeaways. Coming to your question. I would say that, I've been in leadership roles for about close to 20 years now. And if I look at, in my own mind, how, when we started careers 30 years ago and how human resource as a department was positioned, it was not even human resource, it was human resource and administration. HR and admin was considered the way it is. And over the last 30 years, it has changed dramatically in the way, how things are done. And for me, when I look at it, firstly, the perception that HR is a support function, or people and culture, as we call it in Volvo, is support function is passé. It's no longer true, People and culture is a business driving function, is what I first and foremost believe. And it is a function that enables business to succeed, right? And that is possible only when the PNC community is involved in the business, is able to understand what makes the business happen, and what are the ways to use the workforce in an extremely fast-changing, uncertain world, and to prepare the organization in that direction. So in that sense, I would say the PNC leaders in the room here are the closest advisors that business leaders need to have. So the role is going beyond making the people processes work towards being a leadership advisor, to being, looking for the changes that's coming into the organization that needs to be dealt with people, and preparing the organization for the oncoming changes. While PNC has been, or HR has been seen as an industry agnostic function, I think there's a lot of value for those who are part of a specific industry and have a deeper understanding of the business. They become much more effective. I wouldn't say that there is no cross-pollination required. There is, but I think understanding the business and how, let's say, how a construction equipment industry works compared to, say, an automotive, which might be very close to us, but there's differences, is an important element there. So I think the key expectation is that, PNC leaders get under the skin of the business, get involved with the business, understand what makes the business happen, and how can, organizations keep up with the times, especially, as you mentioned, in times of where the workforce is very multi-generational and the challenges are pretty much a lot. The language is not understood. We don't even understand what the Gen Z is talking to us.
Yeah.
So there is a huge enabling activity that needs to be done by PNC. Of course, there are things like attracting talent, and industries like us. I'm sure you'll come to it later, but.
Yeah.
It's a big challenge for us to maintain the attractiveness of employer brands and things like that. So I would say, to summarize, that people and culture leaders in today's world need to collaborate with business leaders to involve the workforce in the core purpose of the organization. I think that is the most critical human element, and every business is first and foremost a people business. And I think that is where the primary role is. for PNC leaders. Thank you.
Very, very interesting. So DK said one thing that made my day. HR as a support function is passé. A CEO saying that means a lot. So big round of applause. Thank you, DK, for emphasizing it. But in the same breath, he said that HR still needs to learn the language of the business to get into the skin of the business, which means the CEO's expectation today is that you're still playing on the paraphernalia, you're not getting into the skin of the business. So if you catch DK up there, understand what is the language of the business, because I'm surely going to do, to understand what is the language of the business and how can us as HR learn that language. Then he talked about nicheness of CEs. He also got into the multi-generational workforce, which by the way Gen Zs have a very different lingo altogether, and now we have a 3D 2V panel coming up. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Deepak Shetty onto the dais. And lastly, he said collaborate for purpose, right? And for all of you who believe that we script these discussions, I have not had a chance to have a chat with Deepak till now. You just saw him walking. So it's going to be completely unscripted is what I can definitely promise you with evidence. Anyhow, so put together, when he touched upon the part where talent attractiveness for CE is a challenge, we'll get there. And we'll also get into what is it that CEOs expect HR to do, or is there someone else who should do this? But I'll quickly jump on to Vivek. And I'm going to ask a question to Vivek that has been in our hearts and minds for the longest time, right? Our HR fraternity has had a long-standing dream. What is that long-standing dream? To have a seat at the table, right? This discussion has been going on in conferences like these for, I think, 2 decades I have seen, could be more as well, and 2 decades is a long dream, so to speak of. There has been some sporadic success, but not widespread success, Vivek. Now, to do that, I believe HR leaders need to position themselves as strategic value drivers and not just operational leaders. What do you think our HR fraternity here or HR leaders need to learn to differentiate themselves as strategic partners and not just operational leaders?
Thanks, Nilesh. First of all, a very good morning to all of you, and it's my pleasure to be actually part of this session, because ICMA always takes pride in providing the products which actually shape nations tomorrow, and who are actually behind that is the people. So to that extent, human capital panel is definitely something which is close to each and every one of us. And HR fraternity is definitely the backbone of the people who are the key drivers of innovation on our product. So with that said, I will just tie back to what DK said, because DK talked about a little bit of what HR fraternity should do, and I would actually just say this is more of an extension of what DK said, to the extent of how things should be done differently, to the point of actually just making a value creation or a tangible impact much better than what it is. So before I go down that path, I would say that, as DK indicated, there is already a significant amount of transformation that is underway. So it's not that anything should stop to the point of actually just we need to stop doing something to the point of start doing something else. But it's all about how do we actually accelerate the transformation is what I would typically say. And if you were to really just look at the HR side of it, in simple parlance, it has already started drifting from being a mere transactional function to a transformational function. And what I mean by that is, if you were to really just look at recruiting an employee, right? It's not just about recruiting an employee. It's typically a transactional role of a HR to the point of a talent lifecycle management. I think as a HR fraternity, you know better than me on what that talent lifecycle management is all about, just like how a product lifecycle management from the creation to the entry to the exit, right? As simple as that. And I think that's typically is a big transformation, which is actually a big part of the HR's role as against what it used to happen in the past. Second is, if I were to talk about it, I know business is all about people, and people do have emotions. And most of the times we talk in the language of how do we manage the employee relations to labor relations in the language of HR. But we typically have already started shifting towards the point of saying that what will it take to really just enhance employee experience? It's not about managing relation, that's transactional, but it's about how do we really get to the point of transitioning to the employee experience, because we all definitely believe as leaders that if we have the best experience given to the employees, they will eventually just engage themselves, not just rationally, but also emotionally to give the best customer experience, which is the very purpose of the business. So I think transitioning from just managing relations to actually just enhancing the employee experience so that we actually get to differentiate us to the extent what the customers like to actually get from us. And definitely one more important aspect of it, I would typically say is every one of us want to differentiate on the product and solutions what we offer to the customers, and so do the case with the people. So to that extent, what is the right way to really just set standards on how we measure performance and then differentiate people, because it's important that HR has a much bigger role to play in terms of actually not just setting the standards and also really helping the business to really just differentiate performance. And I would say these are three things, which is more of a how, which will tie back to what DK said about what we would want HR to do, which will actually just help in actually transforming how that HR function evolves over a time to actually enable the business and then increase the value creation. I'm not meaning to say it's not done, it's already done, but it's all about how much more we do in a lesser span of time than how much we took to move from where we used to be.
Very interesting point, VK. So this is the second time it has been emphasized that it was personnel management at one point in time, it became HRM as we learned in our schools, and now Vivek takes it to EX being the pivot that we are talking about. And to us as the HR fraternity, I hear Vivek's advice is that how do you differentiate your organization, whether you call it the way you manage product life cycles, the way you manage employee life cycles, but net, how do you differentiate, right Vivek? That's what you put it across as. Very interesting. Picking up on that, and I'll go to Deepak with whose name ends with G, and come to you, Mr. Shetty, at the last. But Deepak, picking up on what transactional to transformational pivot to EX point that Vivek just made, what are the characteristics from your perspective that you think organizations that consistently outperform their competitors from a people perspective? And if you can also overlay it with CE is what the request would be. Now, that's a curved ball that is out of script.
Yeah. Okay, so I think, whenever organizations grow rapidly, and like you said, in a growing organization, the demand for talent, the demand for skill, and in today's terminology, demand for AI talent is growing very fast. Now, for an organization to grow like this, you definitely end up having people joining you from diverse cultures. So you will have people coming in from some organizations, some other industries, some different, like you said, even HR. Not necessarily that we look at HR from our own industry perspective. People would like to bring in HR teams from other industries also. So we, when the organizations grow, first thing we find is a big challenge is on the leadership alignment. Leadership comes from different cultures, diverse cultures into a rapidly growing organization. And you can see this in CE industry, many organizations. We have cases here, right? Post-COVID, we had a dormant phase for 2 years, but then post-COVID, there has been a rapid growth in many organizations. Many organizations have gone beyond borders of India, expanding their footprint in terms of outsourcing parts from India to other countries. So this has actually demanded a lot of leadership change. Now, when this leadership comes in, the first challenge is the leadership alignment. So I think what we work on today as a rapidly growing organization of CE is the alignment of all the leadership that comes to the company. They need to be aligned. What are the goals of the company? What is that we are trying to achieve as a company? Goals are made clear. Second is learning and development, which is a very, very important pillar, because when The industry grows very fast. Even you can see our end use segments of our industry. In our governing council, we always discuss. So somebody would say, oh, this sector is not so good. But yes, this sector is flourishing. Say, DK would always say, yeah, mining is still okay. Okay means DK is okay is like it's growing fast, right? So we would talk like that. But then that demands talent. That demands a lot of skill. And that's where learning and development becomes a second key pillar for us. We need to have continuous learning and development. And this learning and development, as you rightly said, when you were setting the context, that it is no more a kind of you can say a theoretical class. Yeah. It has to be a proper experience for all the, employees or all the skilled people who are talking about, whom we are talking about, to work in this environment in the industries. And third, and most important, is the employee connect. So that's one thing which is very important in today's organizations. You take any organization, we are talking about, government has given us this NAPS scheme.
NAPS.
Many schemes government has given. And some of the state governments have also floated schemes.
Yeah.
Now when you bring in these talent, right, they also need attention.
Yeah.
They need attention, they need mentoring, and they need a continuous connect with the organization.
Yeah.
So that becomes very important, that you build up an employee connect for these Gen Zs, like you said. Now, I keep on analyzing this. We get requests, normally you have a request that, okay, I need this kind of talent in the ages should be permitted 40 to 45. I always chop it down by 30%.
Wow.
Right?
Wow.
That's the biggest conflict between CEO and HR and the head of the department. I'm telling you very honestly, I have this open conflict within my team. I chop it down by 30%.
Very cool.
Not that we disrespect experience, it's not that. You bring in Gen Z, then the challenge also starts. If I bring in an experienced guy, it's good. But when you bring in Gen Z's youngsters, expectations are also different. They want AI. We have 75% plus is millennials in our company.
Wow.
When I look at that, 76% is roughly the ratio.
Very cool.
Now with that, the challenge of expectations of these Gen Zs, or you can say millennials, Gen Zs, Gen X, this is totally different. They want to work fast. 3 days back, a new joined maybe in my office, you can say. She comes to me, she sits in front of me and she says that, sir, what is your expectation from me until September? And then what is your expectation from me until December? Now it was like a googly to me suddenly. She came for an introduction and it is a googly to me. So I said, okay, you start working like, no sir, I just want to know what you expect from me as my performance end of September, end of December. Right? So I think what we are looking at today is we have to deal with this kind of young talent in a different way. Our traditional ways of dealing with them don't work. We need to be performance oriented, technology oriented, to provide them a culture or an environment of high-end technologies built into the work environment of any organization. And CE is no different. CE is no different. So I think overall, as a rapidly growing organization, we will face this challenge of dealing with Gen Zs going forward. And I think when we say that we are, CEO, all these CEOs are 30 years plus in the industry, 35 years plus in the industry, probably that will be the biggest challenge for us, how to deal with these millennials and Gen Z.
Beautifully put. Now, Deepak, what I've noted down is 5 points. Number one, cross-pollination of talent from a diversity perspective, focus on L&D, and this is what differentiates organizations from a skilling perspective. If you're able to do it well, how do you build that whole concept of which Vivek also mentioned on employee experience and culture? And lastly, employee connects. When you talked about NAPS, one very important point that I want to make, if I was to imagine you, our leaders on the dais and our HR fraternity, to imagine what is a Gen Z today, imagine, picture a Gen Z, right? Many a times, one, of course, we see a young person. Second, we see from a corporate lens, this person is an MBA graduate, this person is a new engineering graduate, that's how we imagine it. But when the moment you mentioned NAPS, right, the 18-year-old who's coming to us as a blue-collar workforce or a grey-collar workforce is also a Gen Z. We are not imagining that enough. We're putting together a perspective, that person is likely to have similar mindset, mind share as an MBA graduate, as a technical engineering graduate that we're talking about sitting here in this room. To imagine that and see how does Employee Connect that Deepak mentioned applies to that set of individual who has the same mindset as what we are talking about. Now Deepak, I'll go to you. Being a market leader in the country, in the space that we talk about, Deepak, and this will be a segue to the question that I asked the other Deepak as well. What is it that you do differently? And this is specifically for you, this is not a generic message. What is it that you do differently to attract talent, and how do you ensure that your brand stays relevant? Because the problem that we have in our industry is people don't want to join us. They don't find this job as something that they see appealing, right? So what is it that you do differently?
So before I specifically give you an answer, I'd first like to apologize. I was late, came from Faridabad. And as you do, when you're late in college, what do? You sheepishly come and sit at the back. I wanted to do that, but we work in a very democratic way in our GC. So I was overruled by the DG and also my dear colleagues here. So they said, you have to. I spoke to Dimitrov just before, he said, Aap aa jao. So the second point I wanted to mention is very heartening to see the full audience. I was scanning the audience, I don't see anybody nodding off. So probably what is being discussed makes some sense. So, so for that I want to compliment Nilesh.
Thank you.
You talked about market leader. I think all of us are leaders in the various spaces we operate. All of us have different strengths. And most importantly, I think all of us are proud that we support the third largest construction equipment market in the world. And that is a pride I think all of us jointly carry. And I think Vivek said it very, very eloquently. He sometimes comes up with some very nice nuggets. He said that like we differentiate on products, we differentiate on people also. I think that is a very good thought. And, you know, as always, when you sit in these meetings, you pick up, you learn from your colleagues. If I talk about JCB in particular, last few years, we have done certain things very differently. I still remember around 5 years back, I was having a discussion with our chairman, and he made a point saying that, you know, today the demographic dividend that India has to offer. He said, what are you doing within the organization? And one of the things he those days told us that why can't you look at hiring 80% internally? Because I had just taken over, I was just looking at my organization structure, so I was having a discussion with him and the chairman. And today we have reached such a place that other than one particular individual, all my direct reportees have worked with JCB. And that is how we have moved people. The second point I wanted to mention, again, Deepak very eloquently spoke about Gen Z, and I want to dwell upon a bit. You made also a very important point, that when we talk about Gen Z, sometimes we look at people with a nice accent coming from a good business school or from engineering. But actually, when we started our facility in Vadodara, before that in Jaipur we had 34% diversity on the shop floor. When we started our facility in Vadodara, we wanted to recruit people locally, but we also set a challenge that 50% plus should be ladies. And I really want to compliment my HR head, Umesh is here. He really led that particular initiative. Today we have got 52% people on the shop floor who are ladies. So first of all, I think it's very important that if you want to encourage Gen Z, you cannot focus on one segment. That bringing diversity is important. But the biggest challenge was this factory was an export-oriented unit. That means that any fabrication which goes from here, goes to 11 factories in UK or to Brazil or to America, directly on the line. So the quality has to be good. So we thought that we can't go through the normal grind of 6 months of training, etc., etc. So to attract the Gen Z and to train them quickly, we started thinking about using AR, VR technology. And I'm so pleased that very recently we have crossed 100,000 tons of fabrication exported from that facility. When I look at these people, they come from the tribal belt of Gujarat. They are from ITIs. But if you look at the quality, I may sometimes get complaints from my colleagues around the world on the quality from some of my established factory. But very rarely I have heard something from this. So with Gen Z, it is not only, you cannot, one is attracting. Second is you cannot take them through the normal grind of 1 year training and 2 years training. I think probably all of us are like GETs or apprentice for two years. We have drastically cut down those times. That is one end of the segment. Again, Umesh and team last few years have targeted that whenever we recruit GETs, we also look from the diversity point of view. Our new batch is just about to join and I'm told that we have 38% again diversity with the graduate trainees. There again, what we have done is we have drastically cut down the long period because they are impatient. You can't expect them to sort of stay with you and be called GTs and moved around department to department. They want to quickly start contributing. They want to be impactful, and probably that is what the young lady was asking Deepak. That how much should I contribute by end of three months? What is your expectation? So I think we will have to change our mindset. And if I want to talk about the biggest differentiator, I'm very happy that today we are in a particular situation that if at all somebody at a middle level or a senior level, so N-1, N-2, we have gone right up to N-3 of mapping. And this has been a meticulous program last 5 years through focused programs on people. We run 3 programs, Lead, Leap and Rise. Rise is for people maybe below 30. Leap is for people maybe around in their 40s or late 30s. And Lead is for the senior people. Today I have got a list on my table where if anybody puts in a paper, recently it happened, somebody resigned, and by 4 o'clock in the afternoon, we were able to announce the replacement. And I think that is the level where we have to go. That is one challenge. The second challenge I have is we are investing $1 billion in a new factory in America. I'm so proud that our Chief Operating Officer of America, few years back, was Vice President in Jaipur. But the person who is masterminding that whole facility is also from our Vadodara facility. So we are now contributing to the group. I got almost 50 plus people working in UK, working in US, working in Brazil. So today, JCB India is not only supplying machines, 1 out of 2 machines that JCB will sell in 155 countries is going to be produced in India.
Phenomenal.
More than 1 lakh tons of steel fabrications are going to go from India. But I am more proud that I am also, our team is putting together a plan to ensure that more talent goes from India. And this also is very important because today Gen Z is not thinking about only working in India, limiting to the factories. In fact, last week, Deepshika, my colleague again here, we were in our Singapore office and we were discussing about how we move more talent from India. We have decided that we'll move some people there, and it works both ways. We'll also get some people from there to come and work here. So I think identifying talent at a young age, creating a process for their growth, and breaking. You very nicely mentioned that when you recruit much younger. So today we are breaking. I'll give an example. I don't want to say the exact role, but recently there was a role where I had a disagreement with a group level person who is looking after that role. And finally we went to our group CEO and he said that if you trust this person, you go ahead. And we were able to, rather than hiring somebody in their 50s to join the executive team, somebody in early 40s joined the team. How strong message that gives across the organization. I think that is what differentiates us. And this fountainhead of talent, once you create, then you are not worried about somebody moving on or somebody doing that. You have enough.
It's spoken like a market leader. So what I'm hearing you say is one, demographic dividend. Now, when I walked in, I used to hear this term a lot. India's demographic dividend, India's demographic dividend. I could never fully understand it, and I thought when I got into HR, I said this I need to learn, right? What is India's demographic dividend? In very simple terms, we've got how many people in the country, citizens? 1.4 billion, 144 crores. The new census perhaps may make it a little up or down, mostly up that we are talking about. The median age of our country is 28.5 years. It's one of the youngest in the world. 144 crore people, of which 100 crore are in the working age. This is why it is called a demographic dividend. If you have 100 crore people, now what does 100 crore people mean? If you add the entire population of America and Europe put together, it is less than 100 crore. Somewhere around 90 million is what we are talking about. This is what is India's demographic dividend, which I learned and which is what Deepak mentioned. But things that he said differentiates in terms of talent, and Umesh is smiling over there, is diversity. Focus on diversity. So the message is, how do you focus on it? Take this 100 crore people in the working age between 16 to 60, of which 50% roughly, 50 crore are females, with a 34% participation rate as compared to roughly about 70% in men. You have got 35 crore women who are not in the workforce. This is why India diversity is equal to gender diversity, right? That is what is the focus that we are hearing the market leaders speak. Focus on technology, AR, VR to train their people. Grind of Gen Zs, when he talked about, we recently studied and we said, Deepak, that Gen Zs measure their careers in time to CXO. And the time to CXO, when you would have joined the workforce, you would have said, 50-55 tak CXO ban gaya, acha rahega, right? They say single digits. That is what we are hearing. Now, as HR, are we providing pathways? I don't know. As a consultant, am I working on enough fast-track career programs? I don't think so, is what I can speak of, right? Then he also talked about the 3 programs, LEAD, LEAP and RISE, for different segments of workforce that are there, to be able to find a replacement for someone who chooses to leave. Very interesting point. And being not just being the factory to the world in terms of machines, being also the talent factory to the world. Very interesting. Seema is looking at me with intent eyes, which means the time is short. Now, leaders, what I'm going to do is, and DK is intently looking at his phone on question number 2. DK will skip that and we'll go jump to rapid fire. Rapid fire is going to be very interesting. Now, you'll have a split second to answer, okay? Whatever comes to your mind, I'll request sincerely with my hands folded that you answer exactly what comes to your mind.
You need to replace us with Gen Zs for that.
By the way, they shoot straight like an arrow. That doesn't mean they are impatient, is what I learned. Their impatience appears to us because that is what our perspective is. They're very clear. When Vivek said that they are the ones who ask question, or when Deepak said that reduce 30%, or his office asking, tell me exactly what do you want by September which will make me successful. That is what I think are the new EVPs, employee value proposition, that we need to put beyond salary, benefits, etc., which is the job content itself. Leaders, mic in the hands, please. And then we'll get ready. And I'll go random, okay? So there's no set pattern that you can be prepared that, okay, now it's DK, then it will come Deepak, then it will come Vivek, then it will come Deepak. Okay. So I'll jump straight to Vivek then. Vivek, in a word, right, or in a sentence perhaps, tell us what should HR stop doing?
I think it's about being a watchdog.
Okay, HR should stop being a watchdog. I'll come to Deepak then. One capability every HR leader should build.
I think empathy.
Empathy. DK, one quality you seek in future leaders. Time's up. Go for it, Deepak.
Compassion.
Compassion. Deepak, One workforce prediction for 2030.
Well, all automated.
All automated. AI or automation?
Automation, I would say. For India, it's still automation.
Okay, I took 2 questions to Deepak. Coming back to Deepak. What will the future CHRO look like? Time's
I think
up. Taking-
the future CHRO, I don't see a change in the role. The CHRO has to be the sounding box, has to be a patient listener, has to be connected, because a robot will not be able to do what a good CHRO can do.
Okay, very interesting. Vivek, one leadership behavior that drives performance.
Sorry?
One leadership behavior that drives performance.
I think how you respond to the crisis.
Crisis
We have been
response.
actually just seeing a lot of unknown. We always are tuned to deal with known factors. But I think what is going to be important moving forward is how prepared are we for the unknowns.
How prepared are we is what drives performance. Interesting. DK, one quality that you seek in future leaders. Deepak answered for HR, now for future leaders.
I think ability to connect with all kinds of people, I mean, multi-generational aspect is one, but I would also say as much tech savviness as, as is possible.
Tech.
So technologically savvy, but able to relate to all kinds of people.
Deepak ji.
I think the second part has not changed a lot though.
Deepak ji, one word for Gen Zs.
Imagination beyond today.
Imagination beyond today. Deepak S, one word for Gen Zs.
Passion and dreams.
Passion and dreams. Vivek, one word for AI.
I think it's all about how we can really just drive efficiency and effectiveness and decision making.
AI is efficiency and effectiveness. DK, one word for AI.
A tool that everyone needs to learn.
Tool that everyone needs to know. None of you listened to my question. I said one word. You all gave me statements.
I will give one word.
Yes.
The one word I'll say 3 times. It is disruption, disruption, disruption.
Disruption. Okay. Wonderful. Now, since we're running out of time and I had lots of questions that we had thought to answer, we'll just open it up for a couple of questions to the floor if there are any, so that you can ask your questions to your leaders on what you think matters. If you'll not ask, then I have a laundry list of questions that I can keep going on. Go for it.
When you were talking about moving talents from one country to another country, what are the challenges that you faced and how you were really successful in moving talents from India to other parts of the world? Because that's one of the biggest challenges we see across the globe, right?
I have got one benefit when I talk about talent. Twice in my life, I almost worked 11 years of my life outside the country. So before JCB, when I worked for Larsen & Toubro, I lived in America for 5 years. And with JCB also, I worked in UK for almost 4.5 years. So one thing is, when you are the guinea pig, you know the challenges. So whenever we discuss about people mobility, etc., my personal experience, my personal struggles, etc., are first of all, that helps sort of soften the blow, because it's a huge change. And it's a huge change for an individual from the professional point of view, but if you're taking your family along, it's also a huge change from the family point of view. I still remember when we were transitioning to UK, my daughter was in 9th. And I took a challenge. Today, sometimes I worry when my colleague says, from Jaipur to Pune, they can't move because the child is in 10th. You know, I changed continents. I still remember first week in school, my daughter comes back and she's almost in tears. And she says that, Daddy, in history, I was learning about the Mughals. Here I'm learning about the Tudors. So I don't know who they are. And my teacher is Scottish. So anyway, I don't understand what she's saying. But the beautiful part is, in 6 months' time, she and her brother were joking with each other. They're talking Scottish. They even do that. They talk in that accent. So I think, first of all, you have to give this vision to the team members, that is not only your personal professional growth, but it is also growth for the family.
Beautiful.
The second is identifying the right people. So there again, these programs that we run throws up sort of a group of leaders, and then we evaluate them and how they will sort of fit, what is the talent they are bringing. But the most important point is not only about sending people, but also connecting back. So even today, whenever I go to UK for the group review or all, once in a year at least I make it a point to connect with all the people who are working there, to still understand, so that whenever people talk about going outside, they only talk about problems. They also talk about the growth opportunities, etc. So I think this connect, and again, my HR team also closely connects with them, has been very important. And it's probably become now more or less seamless, that people move, people work there, people come back. And last bit, I want to also say that sometimes organizations keep their systems and processes vague and fluid. If a person, before he goes or she goes there, exactly knows what they are going to get, what are the boundaries of that particular thing, but more importantly, how is their journey when they come back? Will they fit back? What is the growth path? If you have a discussion around this, then people are very motivated. We recently did a survey of people who went outside the country and came back. Normal thinking is people will get some badges and they will try to go for greener pastures. In fact, we had more than 90% people staying back. So it is about that experience, but how you sort of gainfully employ when they come back and move them on. So all these things become important. Hope I have answered you.
Super. Any last other question from the audience? Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. My question is again to Deepak. As you mentioned, you define Deepak Shetty. as you defined AI as disruption, and we have to act as enablers to support that. How do you see HR as an organization? There are two concepts nowadays. One is the business partnering, and the other one is center of excellence. So what do you see best or a model structure to support these kind of disruptions in the industry?
I think HR plays a big role. In fact, in the past, we used to say that every manager is an HR manager. I actually want to turn it around, that HR manager should try to become every manager. So HR should be sensitive about the challenges of a sales organization. HR should be sensitive about challenges of an operational organization. Then they can become the right business partners. And I talked about AI, which is going to disrupt. It is going to disrupt. It is already disrupting. And today I can tell you from JCB, every of my department, whether it is HR, whether it is legal, there are some programs going on AI. I've started, now it is becoming customary for me to go to the shop floor and to see even our associates, our friends who are working on the shop floor, they are coming up with AI-related innovations. So, and that is true for HR also. HR again has a treasure trove of data on talent, on behavior, on feedbacks, and how do we apply AI to further improve. So I think HR has a very big role to play as we move forward. But I think the primary role that HR plays, I look at it from 2 points. One is a business partner. And second, which is very important for me, is the conscious keeper of the organization. I think that role of HR is relevant today, and it will be relevant tomorrow also. Because keeping that conscience, and when conscious I talk about all the things, governance, culture, the ethos, the legacy, the pride, and that is why I think later on my team will share with you why we have coined the 5 JCB values, something which was there, but we have brought more focus. Because that is how you create the organization culture.
Thank you very much.
Super. Since everybody asked question to Deepak S, I'm going to ask a question to the other 3. DK, I'll shoot with you. And very brief, crisp, DK is what, because Seema is now getting angrier and angrier. But what do you think DK HR should do to make CE industry more attractive to talent? Because this is a question that we have been asking or trying to understand from the longest time. And the same question I'll come to you, Vivek, and the same question I'll come to you, Deepak Ji.
So first and foremost, I don't think it's just a people and culture role. It is the role of the industry, and I think leaders, business leaders have a bigger role to play than even people and culture. because as you said, it's the intelligence age and the information age to intelligence age. The trend of talent would be in the latest and greatest that is happening in that space, whereas we are, you can say, coming from the industrial age, though we use a lot of the information age technologies and the intelligence technologies, but we still do a lot of work in spaces which are more the core or the base, sectors, core sectors of the industry, like infrastructure, power, and all of that. The getting the talent available in a good flow and maintaining attractiveness of our industry is the task. And that is not easily understood by people who are outside our industry. And I think one of the important roles, and I think that's why I would say this Human Capital Summit or the Human Capital Panel that we have in Industry Association is a very critical need going forward. We started it 3 years ago when we started working on that in somewhere in 23, 24. I think it will become even more relevant going forward. We have to probably have a structure of engagement with the talent pools that exist, both in polytechnics, engineering colleges, maybe even masters and PhD scholar level, to make sure that in every type of talent pool there's a path into our industry. And that path is actually still going to keep them connected to the latest technological trends that happen, because all the latest technology trends are also happening in our industry. But that's not common knowledge. That's not an easy, path to for a layman of our industry to understand. So I think one of the important tasks for us to keep communicating this. As you said, we have as an industry, as a country, the demographic dividend that we need to harness. But the fact is that a lot of the early talent that we do get are not fully ready for our industry, and how can we partner with academic institutions to prepare that path is something that we need to do. IESC is there, which is working in this, but I think ICMA has to play an even bigger role in having a structured long-term program for talent, to be moving into our industry for the long term. Thank you.
Makes sense, DK. Vivek?
Yeah, I would actually just add upon to what DK said, and tying back to what Deepak Shetty also said, right? Because we don't know, I know every one of the leaders are actually HR managers, but Deepak talked about turning the table. So I think in that context, as much as we really look at the sales team as actually the brand ambassadors for the product, I think HR should be the brand ambassadors for the people. So they would ideally need to be the brand ambassadors who would actually be able to attract the right people to the organization, who will drive the right differentiation. That's number one. The second important thing, which we always talk in our human capital panel with Umesh and Shweta, is all about the sectoral branding. We are definitely not known for what we are supposed to be, and we are not actually creating the right identity. So, I know one of the questions which you asked Deepak about what do you want to be known for in 2030. By 2030, we should actually be the most sought sector for all the talents that comes out of the college or comes out of the industry.
Iconic.
And it should be the most sought industry to work for. And I think that's typically what we need to eventually get to. And we probably know what will it take to get there, but we need to move forward in that direction.
Iconic by 2030. Deepak ji.
Okay, first of all, when we want to attract talent, I think we need to understand the difference between CE industry and some other industries, who probably are more preferred by some talent. So we are B2B, right? When you look at auto, part of it becomes B2C, right?
Yes,
two-wheelers, cars, they become B2C.
Yeah.
So I think that also brings a lot of difference so it's more challenging for us to really attract talent, right? So B2B has its own set of challenge that we have. So I think two areas which we need to really work on is, it's connected to the macro. I won't talk about micro, it's a macro, that anybody who looks at any industry for his career looks at the growth prospect of the industry per se. Right?
Interesting.
Now, today we are talking that, okay, CE industry is so many $1 billion, by 2030 we'll reach $25 billion from India. Are we going to realize that is what we need to really communicate and show that this is possible. So the talent today in the industry, or you go to any college, they also analyze this these days, that how this industry is performing, and then comes the
Yep,
company,
yep,
obviously.
completely.
That, okay, whether it is JCB, Volvo, Sany, whatever, how that company will perform in that overall macro, how the industry will grow. People look at this. So I think as an industry, we need to position that as a growing industry with a substantial brand of the industry. That's very, very important. You name, say, IT today or auto today, yes, there's a definite attractiveness. So it's competition. It's not, I won't say it is so, it can be complementary, but it is still a competition, I would say. So I think that's one very important, that we need to look at the size of the industry. We need to realize that size that we talked about. Second, and the very important fact is that how the industry treats this talent. There are different ways of treating, right? So how the industry treats this talent, is there cross mobility allowed or easy within the
of talent.
So I think people look at that if not this, can I move across and still make my career if something goes wrong? So I think we need to get talent first by the size of the industry. So the aspirations that we talk about, 20, 30, $25 billion, I think if ICMA or the industry as a whole, if we reach that, I think that will be the first thing that will really give us good branding in the. One very important thing, though it is a very macro level, how many listed companies are there in CE industry in India?
It's MNC dominant.
What are the valuations we talk about? That brings a lot to the table.
Yeah.
A company from Korea, when it lists its Indian entity, it gets a valuation more than the parent entity,
Yeah.
right? So that brings a lot of branding to the sector. So I think this is something which is at a higher level. Yes, not one individual can do it, but as an industry, there has to be more branding by way of size, by way of stock market attractiveness. I think that brings a lot of branding to the industry as a whole.
Very interesting perspectives, Deepak. So iconic industry, iconic companies, iconic careers. Very interesting. That brings us to the close of it. What I want to end with is a very simple point. This is the third ICMA HR summit that we're doing. The third one, and DK talked about it. We conceptualized, we had the good fortune of partnering to conceptualize this under DK's aegis to put together what is called as the human capital panel. When we did it for the first time, it was jittery. Will it work? Will it not work? Will there be people? Not there be people? So first time we did it. Second time when this was done, it was more of sustenance. Let's do it for the second time. But third time, I think it's endurance. When you do it for the third time, Seema, DK, Deepak, Vivek, Deepak, thank you so very much for putting this together, because now I think this ideally should become a self-sustaining machine. Thank you so very much, leaders, for your inspiring thoughts. Thank you so very much, audience, for being an engaging audience. A big round of applause for. Yes.
We are going to now start the next session, which is a very interesting session. And the session's title is Young Voices, Big Ideas, Shaping the Future of Work in the CE Industry. For this session, we have young professionals from the CE industry. And moderating the session is our co-conveners of the Human Capital Panel, Mr. Umesh Hota. He is the co-convener of ICIMA Human Capital Panel and Executive Vice President, Human Resources, JCB India Private Limited. Ms. Sweta Singh, co-convener, ICIMA Human Capital Panel and Head of Human Resource, Volvo CE India Private Limited. With us, we have young professionals today. Mr. Vishant Kumar. He is the senior engineer working with the manufacturing space in Action Construction Equipment Limited. Kindly, please come on the stage, please. Mr. Sonil Nawani. He is Deputy Manager, Strategic Sourcing, Case New Holland CE India Private Limited. Ms. Parki Verma, Assistant Manager, Parts and Product Support, JCB India Limited. Ms. Lavanya Kannairam, Senior Manager, Human Resources, Caterpillar India Private Limited. And Ms. Shweta Tiwari, HR Business Partner, Escorts Kubota Limited. May I request everybody to kindly, come on the front for a group photo, please? Thank you. Thank you. So I would now request Mr. Hota and Shweta to kindly take forward this session. Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning to the panelists on the dais.
Good morning.
Good morning. It's a pleasure to be amongst young and budding talent. All of us listen to the CEOs. That's the peak. And now we are at the base camp. The future CEOs, future CXOs of construction equipment industry. Mr. Nilesh mentioned in the first session that you people are a bit of confusion to the industry and still a black box. I don't know whether you are or you are not, but we'll try to demystify in this session. When you talk about a classical industry or a manufacturing management process, we were taught during our college days that there are 4 resources: man, machine, material, and man, machine, material, and money. So when we talk about the 3 resources, money, you put it in bank. Material and machine, you guard them very carefully within a boundary, right? And there are a set of security guards. They guard those. But these are the elements or resources which are not mobile, but we still protect them. And the resource which is mobile is men. We let them go every evening. And we expect and we hope that tomorrow morning they will return. This is the only resource which can think, feel, and decide, right? Earlier days we used to say that this is the only resource which can think, but today we have got machine which thinks. But the difference between machine and man is that the machine acts against a prompt. Control C, Control V, it does not have a choice but to copy and paste. But this is a resource which decides, which accepts or which rejects, which resists. You can talk about all kinds of skills, technology, AI, etc., etc. But this is one resource which can make use of these resources and can produce a result. They can also decide whether to use, whether not to use. So this is the most critical resource. In the first session, we also understood from the CEOs, they spoke about Gen Z, and they have their own interpretation of Gen Z. How do they think? How do they feel? How should we manage them? Are they right We do not know. We'll listen to them and then we'll understand from them. With this, I'll request Shweta to please take over and initiate the conversation.
And thanks, Umesh. And as you said, we heard from our CEOs, and there are different perspective about how they have experienced Gen Z. And I would also say that some mentioned as very performance driven, some mentioned high on flexibility, demanding flexibility, more face time they need from their managers, extremely demanding on their managers. Some said purpose-driven, some said impatient for growth. And it will be very important to hear from all of them sitting here that what has been your reality. We are here to listen into your true stories, to put some perspective into more real stories that can give insight to all of us. So here we have all our Gen Zs from different organizations in the CE industry representing various functions. So we have tried to bring that cross-functional perspective on the table to hear their thoughts on. So maybe, let's come to listening into the reality. And I would like to probably put one question to all of you and maybe hear all of your perspective. And that is, what attracted you to the construction equipment industry? And how has your experience different from your initial expectations? So maybe I can start with you.
Okay, thanks. Thanks to all. Myself, Vishant Kumar from ACE Construction Equipments. In CE industry, attracted with directly developed to the infrastructure of India in buildings and bridge and manufacturing industries. So we are used such a technology, automation and robotics and automatic material handling systems like and robotic weldings. So automation started with the critical challenges, including the welding solutions and material handling systems. So the major challenges in robotic weldings, high cycle time and inconsistent quality and safety factors and rework and rejection is very high. After that, we introduce the automation systems and got the benefits is reduce the cycle times and automatic material handling system with the help of RGV and AMRs and reduce the cycle time and reduce the safety factors. The most importantly, one step goes to in Industry 4.0 manufacturing. Thanks.
What has been your experience versus the expectation?
Yes. So, first of all, I would like to thank ICIMA to host this and to set a tone of how my answers are going to be. My name is Sonil Namani. I work as a commodity buyer at Case New Holland Construction Equipments. And my role is to develop right parts with right quality, at right time, desired timeline, and of course at the right cost. So all of my answers are going to come probably from that perspective because I've been into this role. So what attracted me to this industry is it links to my childhood. There was a show in National Geographic called Mega Factories. I got fascinated with how the factories around the world are and how they work. And I don't know if people know, there was also a show called Bob the Builder. It was the very first introduction for the construction equipment machines for a child like me back then. And then, of course, we at any point of time must have seen construction activities going on the road, and it is something fascinating about it. You always see a group of people gathering around it and looking at the activity. They forget they have to head somewhere. You would see. So, coming to this industry, and basically joining this with building the nation, this attracts me to this industry. And coming to the second part of the question is how I thought this industry would be and how it actually is. I would say I thought it to be a very traditional manufacturing-based industry, very vanilla kind of industry. But then when I got into the role with the industry 4.0 kick in, and with the industry now, I think heading towards the 5.0, it is not vanilla, I can say. So this was what I thought was it would be, and now how it is actually.
That's great to listen that our industry is attractive and does some great work which attracts youngsters.
It is. I
Thanks.
feel so. At least.
Thanks for that. How about you?
Hello, myself Parke Verma from JCB India Limited. I firstly want to thank all of you to have this session to share our viewpoints in front of top level leaders. I want to say that what attracted to me to this industry was while we actually I'm sorry. As we grow in India and we see this brand, so I value this brand a lot, as when we are kids, we see any construction equipment, machinery working at any construction site. I call it as a JCB instead of calling it by any other brand name. So I value the brand name, and I see that if I work in this industry as an engineer from my perspective point of view of graduate, then I found that it will lead to enhancement of my career a lot. So it attracted me a lot here, and as a mechanical engineer, it was a very big opportunity for me to grab and work as in this iconic brand. So another fact, as a young professional, I had the perspective that I would work with only machinery and construction equipment and maintenance related things. But now my journey has grown so much that I work with automation, digital innovations, and improving processes. And I also have exposure of export products, etc. So it has led to a great career strength. Thank you so
hear,
much.
Paki,
I
that
think
you-
I am able to express my viewpoint here.
Thanks for that. And I hear you saying that is a lot of the brand that has made you come to this industry, but also the kind of work and exposure that is making you much more valuable and much more meaningful in the way you contribute. Thanks for that.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay. So thank you, Aisima, for first of all for this opportunity for bringing us on the panel, because this is incredible. You listening to us is a much more new initiative rather than we are listening to, because we have heard a lot on YouTube channels and on the platforms, our leaders. So very good question, Shweta. My answer divides in two parts, and my thing is that this industry is working incredibly in the direction of innovation. However, the sad part is we are not that popular in younger generation, and this is the reality. Younger generation is behind cars. Wherever that attracts them on the roads, they are behind that. But nobody is talking about the bigger machineries which are actually contributing in the market for India's growth. So I think that's one point we all should start looking at, that how can we brand it in front of younger generations, where they can get a boost that yes, this is something I should contribute towards. So that's my one answer, because honestly, when I was joining Escorts Kubota Limited, I literally read it on pages, and then I got to understand about the competition. Okay, this is also an industry, and people are working behind it. There are functions like marketing, sales, HR, R&D, everything is working behind that. So that back end I was unaware. But yes, front end I have seen the machines working on roads and everywhere. So that's one thought. And the second thought is that reality, yes, what I studied in the books, that reality is upside down. Because in colleges, we are told that this is going to come, this is what you need to implement. The examinations are in that form only. However, when I went there in the meeting rooms, I sat with business leaders, the thought process is completely different. They are looking for the forward-looking approach. They wanted that what you want to implement. How are we ahead of the market? What is the new that you are bringing to my table, and how it is beneficial for the business? So there are a lot of things which is going upside down. So that's a second approach. But of course, college made me that person that I was able to comprehend what business leaders was saying. However, that implementation part came after I joined the organization.
Yeah.
So that's
And thanks for that. What point you're making is giving us also a lot of insights about, probably we are doing a lot of good work, but how is this good work being visible to the generations out here, and what is our role as OEMs to make that more visible, more aware, so that we can have more and more good people joining us. But of course, a lot of work needs to also happen in the academia and OEM collaboration space to make it more practical and meaningful, and thanks for that. Yes.
Yeah, thank you everyone over here. Good morning, and I'm Dr. Lavanya from Caterpillar. Typically, charity begins at home, right? I've seen my dad working in the automobile industry. He gets call in the midnight asking for where's the parts, and he was production planning and control. He was heading that. I was truly inspired by him. And he asked me, like, I just told, I also want to get into the industries. And he said, you do not want to be an engineer. How are you going to get into the industry? I said, so what? I will build the engineers. I will build the ecosystem. I will build the platform. So I am from HR. And what I am today doing is quite exciting, quite interesting, because we truly believe in your career is individual owned and leaders enabled. And that's happening. And from HR, we are enabling that individual-owned career aspirations that I'm doing, and I'm quite excited about that.
Thanks a lot for that, to say that, we all can find a space in this beautiful industry.
Yeah.
Good. So let's get on to some specific questions that I will put up. And thanks really for sharing different perspective of what attracted you here and how has been your expectations and experiences. So maybe my first question to you, Vishant, and it is, as a manufacturing engineer, what has been the most significant change you have observed in the workplace since you started your career?
First of all, as a manufacturer engineer, I have seen the major changes in last 5 years in my careers. Firstly, we are productivity with the all manual process, but we are shift the new technologies, smart technologies, the modern technologies like automation and robotic and material handling systems. So now we are the major changing in my careers. We learn the new skills in robotic and PLC, like PLC and adaptability of the, and we should.
But maybe what I'm hearing you say that is a lot of you have seen a lot of change in technology advancements and the use of robotics in this area, and that has probably also enriched your job in many, many different ways. So great. So maybe my next question is to you, Sonal, and it's on the supply chain, and that has seen a lot of disruptions in the last 5 years, especially after COVID. And the question is, supply chain today are far more strategic and technology enabled than before. How has your role evolved compared to what you expected when you joined this industry?
Okay, so I have seen my role evolving from a lot of reactive-based and purely transactional-based role. By transactional, I would mean that simply float the RFQ, get the lowest quotations, negotiate the cost, and just wait for the deliveries to come, and that is how you would run. So this role has evolved from reactive and transactional based to a lot of strategic based. By strategic based, I would mean that now there is a concept called total cost of ownership. Rather than choosing the lowest unit cost for a particular part, now there needs to be some factors needs to be taken in, which includes the quality of the parts, like how many times it has failed in the past, how many times it has failed in the deliveries. Otherwise, you would not make a machine per se. So the total cost of ownership, or the warranty, how many times the warranty claims have come. So the total cost of ownership is a new concept. I would say this is strategic. Apart from this, a lot of negotiations with the suppliers. We just don't go and ask for the discounts. Rather, we read the data and we go out in the market, see how the supplier is supplying the parts to other peers and at what cost. And then with the data-backed details, we come back and try to negotiate. I would say that is also strategic. And with this, with the COVID incoming, the supply chain disruptions, and now with this war-like situations in the Middle East, it is very nice to preempt what kind of supply chain disruptions are going to come and make your supply chain resilient to those changes. So I would say it is not only transactional and reactive, but a proactive approach and a strategic one.
And so much value adding, because you use a lot of data in simulating what it looks like from the past, and then make choices and decisions that is much more productive and beneficial for the company. And thanks for really sharing that. My next question is to you, Paki, and this is about what is one common misconception young professionals have about careers in the construction equipment industry? And when you really look back at your journey so far, what has helped you transition most effectively from a new entrant to a confident professional that you are today?
Thank you for this question. I think this question highlights the perception gap that young professionals have right now or in the past. So I think that I also had this perception earlier that this industry, construction equipment industry, has it does things about just machinery and construction equipment. It is all about that greasy maintenance things and all. But right now, I have found out that it is also about cutting edge technology hub, and it creates opportunity for us to see innovation, greener energy, and also digital ecosystem innovations. So I find a lot of opportunities here, and I think the young generation also should see it as a technology era opportunity. And second question was about?
I mean, it's more about what has helped you transition more effectively from a new entrant to what you are today.
I want to insist upon the fact that I have grown a lot in this industry because of the support, guidance, and constant they always encourage me to do new innovations and take challenges. The industry always support me to take challenges because I think that talent grows where opportunities meets trust. So there should be trust among the young, there should be trust among the industry people for the young generation that they can do a lot better and a lot of things after guidance from the leadership team. If the leadership team guides us a better way, and we will also support in new innovations going with parallelly with AI, because we are good at the technology as we have entered it in the technology era. So we want the trust that when we take challenges, we get the opportunity.
And very interesting, I think, we discussed this point last time, that how much it is important to showcase what we do. There's so much work happening in sustainability space, in the digital space you talked about. But what the misconception we carry is all the traditional vanilla job, which you were mentioning about what is more known in the industry and how we shift this perception, or let's say, even the knowledge of what's happening. It's a lot to do in that area. And of course, today companies have a lot of role to play in terms of how we are creating the ecosystem which is nurturing the talent like all of yours, giving the space to try and test and fail and learn from it and try it again. So thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, all three of you, for sharing different perspective related to the job that you do. And maybe, Umesh, over to you for, evaluating and exploring with them some more areas of work.
Thank you, Shweta. Very interesting and engaging conversation. One unique thing that I see here is the gender representation. Good to be overpowered on this stage. And I wish that this becomes the norm in every company, in every meeting you do, and someday we see similar representation on the board. And this itself is futuristic. We are talking about future in construction equipment industry. I also thank each of you for choosing construction equipment industry for your career. And I wish all of you become brand ambassador. And as I was listening, I also felt like being in a leadership meeting, talking about AI, strategic initiative, strategic intent. And one interesting point that I learned is that giving more responsibility to young talent is also an expression of trust. You trust me, so you give me more responsibility. The more you trust me, more I deliver. Now let's move on from what is today, what you are doing today in your workplace, to what is in store for future. And Vishant, the question that I have for you is, with so much of automation and digitalization happening in manufacturing, and you spoke about it, there is a current situation and there is a skill requirement. What you studied in your engineering college, some of it you used, some of it you learned. But how is shop floor going to look like in future, and what kind of skills engineers like you would be expected to possess in future to be effective?
Yes, increasing the automation and digitalizations in industries, key skills requirements in shop floors related to PLC programming and skills with robotic programmings and adaptability, new modern technologies and innovations, and continuously improving skills with modern technologies, with the training sessions, with the programming trainings at all.
Thank you. I think good foresight you have that the skill that we possess today possibly will not be sufficient and relevant, and we need to have different skills and evolved level of programming. Now I switch over to Lavanya, and the question is that when we hire people, we look at a skill set and we hire. Now, how the priorities are changing when we are selecting people from a HR perspective, we are responsible to skill the organization enough so that it functions today and it functions in future. So what are the futuristic skills that we look for in a candidate when we hire candidates today?
Yeah, that's a great question. Thank you. Today, somebody was talking about what is something you will, in the panel, we're telling what is something you see as AI. He said disruption, disruptive, right? So when we say that, can you believe like it's already been 5 years we saw COVID, and there was a pole shift in the way we look into the talent. And especially when it comes to the CE industries, it's not just the manufacturing, but we also have the technology-enabled solutions. We need to hire for various functions, right? It all comes with your experience and your mentoring and all the stuff. But from HR, what we typically, as we expect would be the AI literacy, because this generation is not fearing that they'll be not able to use the AI, but they believe that what if I become irrelevant if I'm not able to use an AI tool the way the business is looking for it? That is AI literacy. The second thing that we would literally look in for the learning agility, because everything is changing just like that in a very rapidly growing environment. It's changing, so learning agility. And the third thing that we would expect would be the human skills. Because you can learn anything and everything outside the world, but then human skills, you need to practice every single day. You need to build that human muscles in yourself so that the way you connect with a team, the way you provide the platform, the way you ask questions with empathy, even if you're not nice, calling a spade. So that's something we really looking for the talent, like, learning agility, AI literacy, and human skills. So that is built on the platform of adaptability, right? It was, those days it was saying like the survival of fittest. Now it's moving towards survival of someone who is quick in adapting to the changes.
Thank you. I think great response. Learning agility is something which is becoming more and more relevant. The world is changing. New skill sets are expected to be possessed. Now, if you are agile, you will pick up those skills. You are not stuck to your current skill and become rigid about it. AI literacy, lovely. Shweta, the question for you is, the jobs continue to evolve. The expectations are changing from the human resources that we have in the organization. What the organization should do to ensure that the employees stay relevant? The employee has a role to play in learning new things, as Lavanya said, they should be agile. But the organization also has a role to play. And what do you expect the organization to do so that the employees are relevant?
So thank you for the question. I think this question has been asked in a lot of meetings by the leaders, or maybe in a lot of panels. My perspective is, we need to accept that acceptance should be there, that there are 3 generations working all together. Until and unless that acceptance in that particular meeting room is not there, that learning methodology will not come. I personally feel when we talk a lot about AI, our younger generation are tech savvy and they are looking forward to it. Just give it to them, give them a tool and they'll learn it and they'll deliver it the next day. They'll make mistakes, but are we ready to accept those mistakes? So we also need to unlearn first that it's okay to make mistakes. That unlearning part, I think my Gen X and my Gen Y generations, I request them, if we are leaving this room today, we need to first unlearn first that, okay, there might be a valuable input coming in from the table, and I need to listen first, because I think my generation or the Gen Z generation is looking forward, just just listen to me. Listen to me first, what idea I have and what purpose I want to build in. Because we want a purpose-driven job. We want to counter that what my customer expects and what I am delivering, how my work is contributing to my customers. So from learning perspective, I think that derivative should come into picture. And then the reverse mentorship. I think I have heard this term somewhere and I loved it. Reverse mentoring, where seniors are keen to learn from juniors. Okay, you did this. How you did this? They don't want to look at numbers. They mentioned, like recently I was having an interaction with my division head and he said that, how you did this? You tell me the process. I'm okay with the results. This is great. Teach me. So that is where you will build that trust. And eventually the Gen Z, we are not curious. We are not the confusion or in the industry or in the organization. We are actually trying to bring something new. Yes, we have a lot of energy, but we expect this, that please channelize my energy into right place where I will feel valuable. No, I'm not running behind the hierarchical position. I also understand how organizations run, but I'm running behind the results. I want to know that, like sir mentioned in one of the discussion, that girl asked him for the clarity part. That is her learning. She wants to learn from you that what are you expecting from me? How I can build myself to fulfill your expectations, maybe for the next 3 months, maybe for the next 6 months, so that after an year, I can say myself that I have these skills which I have implemented, learned, and groomed myself into. So that skill part will eventually come from reverse mentoring, where we will accept that there are generations sitting in my room and I need to accept there are certain things I don't know. I need to learn and grow with them. So that's my perspective.
Thank you. Very nice way to put the mystery that we think they are, how the mystery gets demystified. Purpose-driven organization, purpose-driven work, and I have some capability which you do not have, my boss. Are you open to learn? If you learn, you value me, I bring value to the table. Great response. Sunil, specifically a question related to supply chain. Lot of new tools and analytics are seeping into our work, and supply chain is no exception. We all recognize supply chain adds a lot of value. It's very critical for business success. What are the new capabilities which are becoming important in sourcing and supply chain functions?
Okay, so we all accept that the construction equipment industry is at the cusp of a change and towards electrification and autonomous machines. So I would say, it would be data analytics, lot of homework on the data, and maybe predictive analytics to see from where the new disruption would come from to build a supply chain resilience. I would say market intelligence is a non-negotiable capability. You should know what is going on in the market and how the other competitions are facing the same challenge and how they are operating into that same challenge. Apart from this, of what I can think of is cross-functional teamwork. It is again a non-negotiable skill or capability that would be required to be developed, and a bit of efforts towards the sustainability or sustainable sourcing. So you would not want to choose a business partner who would go out of business just because they're not sustainable. So it would again bring on a risk. So I would say that these are the points, capabilities.
Great. I think sustainability is an important factor to consider while you select a vendor, right?
Yes.
We speak about green skills, and that's very, very relevant today. Now I'll go over to all of you or any of you. Please choose whosoever wants to answer. This is a question for all of you. We spoke about functional capability, technical expertise, digital fluency, and AI literacy. If you're not AI literate, I'll not hire you, right? So good. And we also spoke about agility, which in a way is adopting new things, unlearning and learning new things. What will be more important? All of these are important, but according to each of you, please spell it out. What will be more important for future success? Is it the expertise that you possess, the functional expertise? Is it the digital fluency or AI capability, etc., that we speak about? Or is it the way you adopt, your ability to learn new things, ability to adopt new things? Which one is more important? And please don't say everything is important.
No.
We know everything is important, but according to you, which one is more important than others?
For me, it's adaptability. I can take my own example. I started from business partnering, moved into trainer, moved into the talent acquisition. I was heading talent acquisition. Again, I'm going back to the business partnering role. I'll be supporting the broader functions, right? So adaptability and, predict what you want to do. When we do predictive analysis, not just the machines, but also for the human beings, right? Very clearly said by the leaders in the forum, like have the clarity, have the consistency. So for me, to have the clarity, to have the consistency, to have the commitment, it's the adaptability that will allow you to take different roles, different shapes, and then be successful when you look into the, 3 years from now. I again go back to the COVID thing. Like, did we even imagine that the workforce is going to operate from home? The workforce is going to operate from, remotely. And again, they are called back to the industry because when the Gen Z flushed into the organization, they started their career receiving their laptops at home. They didn't even see who their faces, who their managers are going to be. Now they are pulled back to the organization. Some of them are saying, no, why should I come? Then you're not going to grow in the organization because human connections is really important. For that, you need to be really adaptable.
Good. Just a follow-up question on that, Lavanya. Being within the function and moving around one function or one specialized area to another specialized area is one, being within HR. How many of you are open to move out of your function and pick up another function, and why?
So, just to give a brief about my background, I am an engineer. My graduation is in engineering. Post that, I pursued my career in human resource professional. And initially, I worked in the talent management piece where I was looking after policy processes and everything. Then I went to learning and development, and now I am business partnering. So one thing is very clear, that the more you move around across the roles, the more you learn, and everything will make sense. So the engineering which I did, it made sense when I went to my master's degree. And it still made sense because I'm dealing with a lot of engineers around my industry. So when they speak to me, I can actually comprehend, I can actually understand from where they are coming from. And the other part is, of course, working across different functions give you liberty to understand what the other person is going on, what that other department is thinking, what are their deliverables, and how are they contributing to the entire business. So that relevance comes into picture, and that learning part comes into picture. Sorry, Paki, you wanted to contribute, please.
Yeah, please, Paki, please go ahead.
Thank you. I want to say that that we should have exposure of overall business. So working in different roles provide us more clarity about everything and give more flexibility towards improving our processes and our quality, I think. Thank you.
Good. Any other response?
Yeah, I would agree. It gives a different perspective when you're in others' shoes. So yes, I would agree that in case if you change roles, it gives you a better idea how to run the business when you're looking at the business from a bird's eye perspective or from top to bottom.
But coming back to the original question, which is more important? You
I
want
would say adaptability.
adaptability.
Because the skills which we see, for example, if a person is a specialist in some domain or department, for example, if he's a specialist in the IC engines, and now we see the engines getting out of the business probably in some years or so. So I would say the ability to unlearn and relearn faster and to adapt would be the most important going
I think
forward.
there's one point which I would like to add. What he mentioned is, like you said, technical expertise. It will be there. However, they will change with time. Digital expertise, tools, they will again change with time. Are we ready to adapt that? That comes into a bigger picture. We human beings, do we see that, can I learn this as well? This is a new tool. AI was nowhere. Like during COVID, I have never heard AI. But in the last 3 years, it is like everywhere. Everybody is discussing around it. Are we ready? I am adaptable enough. Yes, I am. I can learn it too. So I think adaptability will play a good role.
I would like to add over here, one of my leaders was telling, like, if you see the ladder, if you see the talent that's there around, not even 25% is going up in the ladder. And the predominant character is adaptability, because perception is different from each of the leaders without losing your identity, but getting into the adaptability is is a game that we need to learn in the industry.
So I want to insist on a point that the technical expertise is important in terms of my perspective, because as an engineer, I work and I think that the why factor in technology gives the answer to the most of the problems. So I insist on the technical expertise as the most important factor.
So we should have technical expertise, and of course, construction equipment industry is an industry which thrives on technical capability. Yes. I agree with you. Vishant, will you like to make a response to this question?
For adaptabilities, we can for adaptability, I want to share. We are shift the modern technology, so we also prepare and learning for with the trainings, and we can adapt every situation in modern technologies. Thank you.
Good. I think makes a lot of sense. Adaptability.
Umesh here. Yeah. I had one question to the Gen Z before you close, because
we'll open it for question. Yeah. So I'm reminded of time, but then we will open it for question. Great points. I think the world is changing. Who survives is who is adaptable, right? Things will change. Nothing remains constant. If your expectation and your skill set remains constant, then you will be out of place. The world will move on. So I felt like being in the middle of very evolved leaders, giving Gyan, the kind of training sessions we conduct and advice we give to the employees, be open to change, unlearn, learn new things, adaptability. If you are not AI literate, you are not relevant today. So great sense it made. Shweta, the time is up, so shall we open it for question to the audience?
We open it for question, because it was really interesting to hear all of them that they are not preparing for one role. They are actually wanting us to help them build the mindset and the capabilities that they can, have a horizon to grow. And thanks really for that. So maybe with that, we open the questions.
DK, yeah, please.
I have a question to the four Gen Zs here, very specifically. If you were part of the governing council of ICIMA, that you are running ICIMA as leaders, what is one thing that you suggest you will do to attract more of your kind youngsters to our industry? So you have to think like a leader as to what, and I would like you to be a little bit easy with the language, if you are uncomfortable with English, just go with Hindi. अगर आपको बोला गया कि आप ICIMA के governing council के member हो, और आप एक चीज़ क्या करेंगे जिससे कि आप अपने जैसे और यंगस्टर्स को हमारी इंडस्ट्री में लेके आओगे? सो जस्ट गो विथ व्हाट वुड यू लाइक टू डू?
I want to add point that we can give opportunity to the young generation to solve the real-time challenges and give exposure of this industry to them, that they can really change it by the technology they already know and they want to know.
So do you mean that while the students are in the educational institution, they should be given exposure of construction equipment industry? Are you meaning that?
Yes, they can be some sessions or like competition things in which they can be asked about the real-time problem solving situations, like it is being done in most of the computer science field area. So we can also do it in our field to attract young generations here.
Great. Yeah.
Adding to that, I would say Gen Zs are on social media everywhere. So, as the co-panelist said, that awareness needs to be spread regarding the construction equipment industry. Not many of the students who are in the colleges right now know about this industry. So, somehow, if we are able to, like while arranging for the internships she mentioned, if we can post it on social media and can spread awareness somehow regarding this industry and the perks which are given in this industry or something of that sort, to make it a bit more attractive to the Gen Z.
One request I'll make on this, that we are doing some brand building initiatives, some podcasts are happening. The third one is now recorded. So my request will be, all of you please watch that and spread it among your friends and link it to your college.
Sure.
You know, the students community, I'm sure, would have some platform. So if you can do that service, it will be great.
Sure.
So my point regarding this is, of course, I would have done two major things, which would work wonders for both of them, because as Gen Zs we want to know what are you bringing for me on the table. So first you sell yourself to me, then I'll sell myself to you. So that's a clear picture. So two things. One is the talk show which you mentioned, of course. Talk show clearing out the doubts that there are functions in construction equipment industry where you can work and utilize your thought process, your mindset, and we are ready to take you. That should be there. And across colleges, let students come at one place. Let them fight for functions. Let them get the clarity of the area they want to grow themselves as a professional. Because if you will go in the market, if you will go for campus hiring, they don't know. If you will ask a MTech engineer okay, which area would you like to work? Is he clear? He will be clear. I want to work for manufacturing. R&D is also a scope. उसको वो clarity ही नहीं है. तो can we run some marathons for colleges countering real-time challenges of our industry? They can bring something on the table. They can create something. They can showcase their skills. This will be a value addition for them to work on the innovation side of the technical industry that we are in. And two, we will also get something new on the table. Okay, this is the generation that they are bringing this idea and how it is working for them and how can we make it relevant for us. So it's a two-way process.
Sure.
I think it's interesting answers. I would like to just suggest to the human capital panel convener and co-convener then that, she mentioned that we need to connect, but there is no platform, right? If you have to go to each individual institution. So the suggestion is that let's do an ICMA Youth Fest, which has hackathons, and let these guys be the ones who are running it.
Sure.
That's a great idea, sir.
Yes.
Yes, please. Mr. Deepak Shetty.
First of all, I want to congratulate you. Each of you expressed very well. And you are carrying a big responsibility. You are representing the complete Gen X. So, the Gen Zs Yeah, can you hear me? I was very curious. All the four of you, can you tell us, where do you see yourself in next 10 years? What are your aspirations? And you have to be expressive because the CEOs are sitting here. So you are putting pressure on them. It's a good way to communicate.
And don't restrain yourself because your CEO is here.
Maybe that might be a golden opportunity.
So if I may answer to this question, I think hierarchy for me is a secondary, or I would say last in my list. After 10 years, I see myself so much into my skills that I am able to train my younger generation well and able to learn from that. So that is one thing I think in down the line layers, if somebody will ask me something, I have answers for across all the domains in my organization, and I'm able to sell that why it is important. So that why part I will be able to answer after 10 years. So I think that's my answer.
Yes, to add, I would see myself as a cross-functional leader who is adaptable to the newer technologies which are coming. So that is what I would see myself.
I want to say that I want to lead a great part of business and to do it in a very innovative, with aligning with the new technology and a great business management mindset. Thank you.
Yeah.
Just one more thing which I would like to add in my. So I think I heard this today in the panel, so that's why I'm highlighting this. I'm so sorry to barge in between. So I think Nilesh mentioned that asking right questions should be the expectation in today's world. And that's why that answer came across that today, if we are asking hundreds of questions, that means, and they can be irrelevant to you in a lot of platforms, that what are they asking, how it can be possible. But for us, it is an answer. We are ourselves an AI, and we are building ourselves, our mindset towards that part that we can comprehend when we ask the AI that this is the answer we got. Do you think this is what I also assume? So that interaction comes into picture, and that is what I want to become in my down the line career, that I can answer those questions well, which I have today in my bucket list.
Vishant, will you like to respond to that? What you wish to be in 10 years from now?
I answer in Hindi.
Please.
अब से 10 साल तक जो भी टेक्नोलॉजी आएंगी, मॉडर्न टेक्नोलॉजी हो, ऑटोमेशन के रिगार्डिंग हो, न्यू मशीन्स हो, उनकी जो नॉलेज हम कलेक्ट करेंगे, और आने वाली जो हमारी यंग जनरेशन है, मैं चाहूँगा कि उनको गाइड कैसे करूँ, कैसे उनको प्रॉब्लम सॉल्विंग करनी है, कैसे डिसीजंस को लेना है, प्रॉब्लम को कैसे सॉल्व करके उस पर कैसे हम डिसीजन ले सकते हैं, तो मैं उनको ये चीज़ें शेयर करना चाहूँगा.
I think this answer makes us feel that if they are representative of the young generation employees in construction equipment industry, then our future is secured.
And
we are
Umesh,
future ready.
Yeah, and Umesh, we really, with one question that keeps struggling us is, what is my next career path, you know? But listening to them, it is so inspirational to say that, you know, they are in the driver's seat. And they probably are just telling us that, trust us, give us the platform, and we will figure out what we want to do, and that is what we want in the future leaders.
Yeah, so there's one more question from another CEOs, and it's a privilege to get the questions from
first
CEOs.
First of all, you know, thanks to each one of you for sharing so many views, and, you know, it's also a lot of insight for us when you, all of you talked. I have a question to four of you. You can answer one by one. What is that one change you want us CEOs to change our mindset to meet the expectations of this generation over the next 5 years? What is one change in mindset you expect from CEOs like us?
So, in place of asking how or why it will happen, you should ask why not it will happen to us. So, a lot of times if we are on the table suggesting something, so the question is why. So, we want you to ask why not. Why not you asked this question before? Why not you answered this before? We would have done this before. So, go ahead, implement your idea, bring results on my table, and tell me if I am making mistake. We want you to be like, it's okay to make mistakes. We'll do it next better time. So that's what.
Be accepting to mistakes. Yes. Will you like to respond?
Yeah, as rightly said by Shweta, I saw as I follow Indra Nooyi as well. She said when her daughter came home and said, you know what, today one of my colleagues was interrupting when I was talking. The father, husband of Indra Nooyi said, I feel like punching him on his nose. So when you're working, when the leaders, as leaders, when you're sitting inside, you understand, okay, somebody from your home is there working in different industry. So acceptability, when I say adaptability, it is also comes with acceptability. Accepting the changes is going to make a world of difference with the current generation.
Anyone else would, yeah, please.
If I may. So, see, we are all there to justify our roles or support for any function or any kind of task which is assigned to us. So, I think rather than just expecting that the organizations work on hierarchies, I understand that, rather than just expecting that just because a senior has said so, you have to do it. In case if it is told the purpose behind the task which is being done, it would be done in a better manner, I would say.
What and why? If you are asking me to do something, explain me why should I do it?
Why is what I would say.
The relevance of that instruction.
So typically the vision and purpose, it's not just a statement. It's like on everyday's life, yeah.
Great. Can we have one last question from non-CEO audience?
Yeah, we have it.
Hello. It was exciting hearing you and your views. I've got a question for Zenzi. That what is that X factor for you when you look at a construction equipment sector? Apart from the different sectors, somebody spoke about the automobile, somebody spoke about some different industries. What is that X factor for you which you feel is a motivation for you for the C and you feel it's exciting for a Zenzi to join?
Yes.
I want to say that this industry is about giving business to other people, and I see it as a great opportunity to explore a lot of applications, and it will require a lot of technology, and we can also inbuild a lot of AI thing, and I think that we have a lot of possibility in this field, and it also helps our nation to grow. It leads to rural as well as urban development. So we have a lot of possibilities and a lot of opportunities. Thank you.
If I may. I would say we take a lot of pride in saying that we build the nation.
So, adding to what Vishant Somil has shared, yes, the end result matters to me. Give me the purpose that how I am contributing to the end result of this, which is actually building my nation. You give me that purpose, I'll give you the work which you are asking for. That's the passion which I'll drive.
Great. I think in the interest of time, Shweta, may I request you to please give your concluding remark and wrap it up, please.
No, I would only say that, hearing them was really amazing. There were a lot of good insights that came up. They have put up a lot of challenging questions back to us in terms of thinking about how differently we need to think and act. And the question is not really about are they ready for the future, it's more about they are there and they are here to guide and define what the future will be for the rest of us, which is going to be there and leading the way. So thanks a lot and thank you for really, really amazing insights.
Thank you very much for participating in the conversation, and I was intrigued with the attention that it received from the audience. Many a times you see panel discussions where the audience is not as attentive, as engaged with they were in this panel. So thanks to all of you, and I'm sure all of us learned, and we will implement some or all of it that we are taking home. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That was a really insightful and very interesting. So I would request Mr. Hota to kindly felicitate our young professionals. So that is Lavanya, yes. Parkhi Verma from JCB. Shweta Tiwari from Scots, Kubota. Mr. Vishant Kumar from ACE. And Mr. Sonil. Sonil Navani from Case New Holland. Congratulations and thank you for joining us and sharing your thoughts and views with us. So we would now participants will share the best case practices that have been followed in the HR space in the respective organizations. So for that, I would request, though as you all of know that we are running behind schedule, but we'll try and quickly, as much as possible, quickly wrap up this session. So I would request Mr. Hota to kindly join us and be the anchor for this session as well. And our presenters for today, the first presenter is Ms. Gunjan Bajjatia from Case New Holland. Kindly join us. Can I request Ms. Dipshika Vande from JCB, AVP Human Capital Development, JCB India. Mr. Bhaskar Babu, Senior Vice President, Swing Stater. Please join us. Mr. Puneet Vajpayee, HR Head from Sani Heavy Industry India Private Limited. Ms. Shweta Kalaganad, Senior Manager, Terex India Private Limited. And Mr. Saiwal Chaudhary, People and Culture Lead, Volvo CE India. Thank you for joining. Now I would request, may I request you, all of you, to kindly join for a group photo. Thank you. To every presenter, I would just like to mention that after 6 minutes are over, a buzzer will be, will start. Just to give you a lead. The first presentation, as I mentioned, is from Ms. Gunjan. Her theme is strengthening the CE talent ecosystem, skill development, employability, and industry readiness. Yeah, Gunjan, please share your presentation.
Yeah. Thank you. We had a choice of breaking for lunch or continuing with our session, and we felt that hunger for knowledge is overpowering than hunger for food. So that's how we are continuing with all the speakers. My request is to stick to the time so that we give some time to the audience to ask questions. I know all of you are very possessive about the outstanding pieces of work that you have done in your company and the willingness to share. That's why all of you are here. But please stick to the time so that we enjoy and we also get time to ask questions. And to the audience, my request is note your questions. We will open for Q&A at the end and not at the end of every presentation. Show some enthusiasm by clapping. I see some conjusi in that. Over to you, Gunjan.
Thank you, Mr. Maybe I'll take up the mic there. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Am I audible? Okay. So that's how the Gen Z brings the pressure of the time to us, here. When I was hearing to the group, you take me back to the lane from where we also somewhere started. Very interesting. And now, my name is Gunjan Barjatia. I am responsible for HR, APAC, and India case construction. And here I am responsible for the people, who are behind the machines. So now I will be talking about how do we take care of these people, their development, and transforming in the CE workforce altogether. Okay, so my screen is visible here. Now, as we are being called as the brand ambassadors, it's important to just give an overview about the brand to, as this is also important step of awareness when which was been asked by the generation before. So, Case Construction has been established in 1842. And it's one of the trusted name across the globe, I'm talking. And it's been 180 years of proud association in the market. We are the key market leaders across the globe. Altogether, we have 42 manufacturing plants and 30 R&D centers, which includes all the brands with CNH. We are also known for our innovation, sustainable, and customer-centric approach. About India presence, it's been 13 years here now. We have 3 brand presence. One is New Holland, which is for the agriculture based in Greater Noida. We have the Case Construction, which is at Pithampur, the manufacturing plant, and then we have Case IH, where the plant is at Pune. Altogether, talking about Pithampur, which is about the case construction manufacturing, it is one of the global known plants for CE, and it is exporting to 120 plus countries, which is very proud moment for all of us, and it's very important plant for us. We are known for our aftermarket approach for the customers, and also getting a lot of innovation on board, talking about telematics here. Now moving to the workforce journey of Case, I tried creating an ecosystem where we also talk about the white collar fronts, the regular employees like you all are sitting, and a very important factor on the blue collar, when we have the contractual and the hourly people at the plant. So I've just taken a case study here to make you understand easily. So when we talk about a new joiner, for example, here is Arav Sharma, there is in different sets of offerings of development with CNH here. So first is about the power skills you see. When we talk about the basic soft skills and behavioral skills of an individual, and there is more parameters which I'll talk in the coming slide. Then there is a very good platforms globally on digital learning, where we talk about a self-paced learning programs. We have a LinkedIn Learning subscription given to all our employees, and we do have our own learning platform, where we get all the trainings boarded. Then there is a special series of programs for leading at CNH. When I talk about leading, it's not only the leaders at the top. I'm talking about each and every people leaders here. And then to have them more of a human-centric approach, because they are the people who are driving the culture and the organization. As we say now that every manager is an HR manager, that's how they play the role. Then there is obviously a part of the technical and the industry knowledge building, which is very important for the group, and that becomes a part of the journey for the white collar growth lane. Coming to the blue collar skill lane here, we have a defined 7-day Praram onboarding program, which talks about the onboarding on the HR front, policy understanding. Then there is a safety mandate trainings, followed by the product overview and a shop floor, practices about 5S and 5T. So that's the first step for the blue collar lane. Then there is a very good facility we have at Pithampur, where we have given all the equipments for them to be trained hands-on on the machines, the processes, and the parts. Followed by a structured assembly line learning program for the supervisors, which altogether brings an impact to an individual. Like how we're preparing these people for tomorrow. So this is the two lanes I have described together, that what are the initiatives we are taking, and then I'll take you quickly, not in a deep dive because we don't have much time, and that how it becomes a strong ownership to an individual, which helps them, to pace up with the requirements, with the development and the growth of this industry. Moving to the white collar initiatives in detail, when I talk about leading at CNH, we all, as said, that every people leader has their unique strengths to take care of their teams and to, promote the organizational goals. So we have total 6 sets of learnings here, if you see on the screen. Starting from the left-hand side, the leading self. This is very dedicated to the individual contributors, preparing them for tomorrow. So there is a whole programs which is designed for them as a first step of leadership. Moving to the second part of this is leader fundamentals. This is specifically for the new managers in the group. We talk about people's successes, we talk them to move to the next positions, but are we really developing them for that? So this particular programs of leader fundamentals in CNH is for the new managers, and then followed by leader plus are the people who are already in the people manager roles, and there is specifically taking up the topics on their development front, so they keep growing in the pace of the people manager. Now there, as we were talking about the mentor-mentee program and the reverse mentorship, we do have a defined program called coverage, which is more of a one-on-one mentorship, and the mentors are from cross functions across globe. We try to appoint obviously to the high potential talents, and that's give them the opportunity altogether to understand the workings and to get a personal counselings around the coverage program. Then we have leader labs and leading forward, which is more towards the people who will be ready for the future leader roles. When we talk about somebody who can be tomorrow, and managing director could be a CEO in the lane. So these programs are dedicated to them. It's a 6 months journey when they went to different classrooms. They also work on a case study, and they get an opportunity to present to the company CEO as well, and the GLT group, which we call as the Global Leadership Group. So this is the lane of leading at CNH, different programs for different levels to prepare them in the future roles. Talking about the power skills here, power skills are the human qualities and traits which is really cannot be replaced by the machine. It is an essential skills, so which I spoke in the previous slides. The number of skills are mentioned here, which is a global calendar. People, what they fill in their development needs in the PMP form can go through it. So there is, all are written here. I'm not going in detail. For example, communication, agility, problem solving, decision making are few examples out of 13. It's a global, calendar on the essentials people skills. Then learn about the product and industry knowledge and all the role-specific skills, which the department also partner with us in detail to take care of people, technical skills development as per the roles. Here is the details of the blue collar initiative, which I spoke about the 7-day program. I'm not going in detail because I just shared in the previous slide that how this each step, starting from HR to safety to classroom trainings to the assembly and on-job training is important for a contractual, for a hourly, for an apprentice trainee also, where we have this defined program, and you can see some glimpse from the Pithampur plant here. And this is the facility where, we have tried having all together all the components, essential classrooms, facility for our employees. We also call our dealer, principals, our technicians, our people, operators who are running our machines are not our employees for the right set of trainings required to them at the training center. Altogether, here's the impact. I just take a minute more to complete my speech. Is about we believe in a continuous learning culture in CNH. And I don't differ myself with any of the other organizations other than CE Space, because we believe that we have one of the good practices already existing. And everything is very autonomous, global in nature, and it is on the tips of the employees where they can go and have their development. It is creating a very strong talent pipeline. Out of 10, 1 is an internal job moving towards the career growth, and also globally, global mobility is I at CNH. Altogether, the transition from blue to white and white to bright is all I want to talk about here to make my workforce ready for tomorrow, growing construction lane. Here is a thank you from my side, and thanks to ICIMA for recognizing the third human capital again as a summit, which is necessary and contributing towards the HR community. We recognize and value each person at CNH who invest in our shared growth. So that's from my side, and thanks to be a lovely audience. Gunjan here.
Thank you very much, Gunjan. Very, very systematic development plan. I don't think many organization, let alone construction equipment industry, will have such development plan. One thing that intrigued me the most is leading self. I think when we talk about leadership training, we talk about leading others, and we assume that there is a set of followers and I am the leader. So I'm trained as to how do I lead others, but there is a program as to how do you lead yourself. That's very insightful, Gunjan. Thank you very much. Now I invite Deepshikha Vande to speak about holistic well-being. She is Assistant Vice President, Human Capital Development of JCB India. My request to Deepshikha and all the remaining speakers is that please avoid speaking about your organization, because this industry is not a very large industry and we know each other very well. So if you can straight come to the subject and the outstanding piece of work that you want to share, that will be beneficial.
Sure, sir. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Deepshikha, and I take this opportunity to represent JCB India on this ICIMA forum. Before I start, I would just like to share why we chose holistic well-being as as our topic today. So in the first summit, we spoke at length about various development intervention that we take. And in the morning in the session of our CEO and MD, Mr. Deepak Shetty, he said that when somebody puts in the paper at the leadership level, within 4 hours, we have a replacement available from within the organization. But what is it that keeps the entire HR process strong and successful is our holistic well-being interventions. And it is the foundation on which we build all our HR processes. We talked earlier about values of the organization. So these are the 5 values by which as JCB, in which we believe as JCB. And our holistic well-being is dependent on, or is driven, sorry for the technical glitch, it's not moving. Yeah. People at the heart is our value basis which we drive our holistic well-being. This is the foundation on which we build all our well-being interventions. So just to tell you the kind of interventions or the humongous effort that we make at JCB for holistic well-being of employees, it's very difficult, or rather I would do injustice if I would like to sum up everything in next 5 minutes. So I'll be focusing only on the key highlights that we do at JCB. While we have 8 dimensions of holistic well-being, these are the 4 that we will be focusing on today: physical, mental, emotional, and social. As you can see, this is the glimpse of all the physical well-being interventions that we undertake in the organization, starting with preventive healthcare, where we ensure holistic and comprehensive health checkup for our employees and spouse every year. In fact, I will share snippets of the discussions that we had. There were cases wherein people got to know about their ailment when they undertook these annual health checkup. Regular Zumba and yoga is a way of life. So every year, I'm so sorry. So every year and every month, we make it a priority to introduce our employees to different kinds of yoga, which they can do at their workplace. There's something I'm very sure quite a number of you would be knowing as chair yoga. So people learn how to do chair yoga. Stretching is something that they can do even on the shop floor. So these are the various exercises or yogas that we introduce to our people, and then they make it and follow it in their life. Balanced nutrition is another, I would say, intervention which we have undertaken, and we ensure that the menu in the canteen is guided by the nutritionist that we have at each location. And you would be amazed to know that at all our locations, we have different menu, which caters to the employee demographic of that particular location. So in one of our locations, our workforce come from tribal areas. So hemoglobin is a concern for these people or these employees. So we ensure that iron-rich food is provided to all of them in the canteen. In another of the area, we saw that the consumption of potato is very high, and thus the carbohydrate content is high. So it was conscious efforts were made to ensure that the consumption of potato is reduced, and it has reduced by almost 40%. So these are the various thought-through initiatives that we take in our organization. There are also various awareness sessions on different kind of lifestyle diseases, and also flyers that are circulated amongst the employees, especially before the onset of summer or rainy season, to ensure people do not suffer because of the climatic changes. Taking you through various snippets and various flyers that we share in the organization. A glimpse of yoga and Zumba that we do in the organization to train people, and then after a week of training, they take it up and make it a way of their life. We also assess how effective we are in driving our intervention, and this is our success barometer. So we have seen a constant if you say, an upside trend in health checkup compliance. And if you see the BMI level, that has improved with normal BMI moving from 64% to 79% across 4 years. The blood pressure of employees have improved from 94 to 97%. That is also monitored, and so is the sugar levels. The normal sugar level is what we are showing here in this. So this is closely monitored by the organization while keeping the anonymity of the employees. This is all tracked by the doctors in the organization, and the names are not shared. The next is mental well-being, which many of you must be knowing as intellectual well-being as well. So here we talk about stress management. Now stress is a very vast topic, and we focus only on the time management, because that is something which puts a lot of pressure on the employees when they are not able to plan well. So this is one area, time management, which we focus upon. Apart from that, positive thinking and mindfulness, there are multiple sessions that are conducted across the year for people, again, across the strata and demographics in the organization. When I say mindfulness, it's not a jargon or a gyan. We talk about mindful eating. We talk about mindful listening. So we are very specific when we provide training to the employees, looking at the need and, again, the demographics of the location. Lifelong learning actually adds a lot of fuel to your cognitive ability, and that is something that we ensure in the organization. No matter which function you're working in, you always get an opportunity to work in projects of another function, so as to build your bandwidth and your perspective. Emotional well-being. Quite a number of time, we interrelate stress, mental well-being and emotional well-being together. But emotional well-being altogether is a different concept, and here we extend support to our employees by having clinical psychologists on our campus four times in a month. And if for want of anonymity, employees, they request for virtual sessions, we also do that. We have curated session for mid-senior to senior leadership on emotional well-being, where they are taught various, I would say, skills like meditation is one of the training that's provided to the leadership team. Sleep and emotional well-being are very closely related. Good sleep leads to better emotional, I would say, emotional well-being, and because it controls the cortisol level in the body. So we monitor quality sleep in the organization, and as you can see, it has moved from 80% to, it dropped in 2024 to 76%, and then in 2025 we again see 85% people having deep sleep. So quality of sleep is monitored, and people who are not getting quality sleep, they are also reaching out to the clinical psychologist, or they are even provided aid to connect externally in the organization to ensure their anonymity. Emotional first aiders is a concept on which we are currently working. We have started it in a very basic way, wherein we have taught our managers to look at their people and see how frequently they are smiling and how long is their smile, or how wide is their smile, is what they need to focus on. Whenever they see any gap, they definitely reach out, they try to understand what is the concern, and they provide support. Last but not the least is social well-being. And this is important because when we talk about AI, we talk about remote working. The connect with human being is declining. And without realizing, we are actually losing the skill which differentiated human from all other creature, that is communication. Science has shown that the number of words spoken by an individual with every passing year is actually decreasing. So we make mindful decision in the organization to have various social events, like cross-functional teams are there, they connect on a monthly basis, and they understand each other concept, they build a network in the organization. Then we have a community participation for like-minded people to come together and showcase their skill or connect because they have common festival, or also during their annual sports, people come together and share their happiness and skill together. We have a special support system, Lean In Circle, for our women professional. It is an informal setup where they come together and support each other, address each other's problem. And the last one is the buddy system, where buddies are provided to the new joiners in the system so that they assimilate in JCB culture easily. So this is a glimpse of all the social well-being initiatives that we have in the organization. As you can see, there are some indoor sports, there are some external or outdoor sports that we have. Fireless cooking is something we enjoyed while we have shown the pic of a girl. In fact, the number of participation from our male colleague was quite high. It was to the tune of 70%. It's again a glimpse of our sports day. Birthday celebrations across the location, across the hierarchy. These are the driving force that you see here. While we say that holistic well-being is something that we have started addressing for the Gen Z or millennials, but feeling of inclusivity or feeling valued is something which spreads across the generations. It has nothing to do with specific generation. And all these interventions or well-being initiatives are there to drive that ethos across JCB. So that is all from my side. Thank you so much.
Deepshikha, thank you very much. You took more time than budgeted for you. I have no comment to offer, but a point I'd like to mention, since this is from my organization, the goal sheet that I have for the 4th consecutive year this year, holistic well-being is a major part in my goal sheet. And I get appraised, I get assessed on the delivery that I make to the organization on holistic well-being. Over to you, Mr. Bhaskar Babu. I request you to speak about the subject you have chosen, building future-ready talent through industry-academia collaboration. That has been a concern for ICIMA and all the members of ICIMA.
Okay. Good afternoon, and thanks to Monica and Pooja for setting a deadline of 6 minutes or 7 minutes. I'll be highlighting some of the Schwingstatter and industry academia partnership initiative that we have taken in the past 4 or 5 years to highlight. It mainly focuses on talent development, practical exposure to the academy, sustainability and research, and by creating a stronger bond with the industry and the academy. So let me straight away go to what we have been doing. The agenda says about building future-ready talent in partnership with VIT, Vellore Institute of Technology, and then we also do joint training and certification program with Loyola College of Engineering in Chennai. And we also have collaborated with IIT of Madras for research into lean concrete and C&D waste recycling. Apart from that, we usually do the internship with the SRM Easwari Engineering College, 1-year internship. So these are the major activities that we carry out regularly in Schwingstatter, India. Coming to the first one, we offer a BTech course in manufacturing engineering to the diploma holders who are employees of our company. You know that we take diploma holders pan-India who come to our factory, the global manufacturing hub in Chennai. These diploma holders always have an ambition to get a higher education, a formal degree, a BTech degree, but it happens either they take a course as a part-time. But here the difference is that Schwingstatter India has partnered with VIT Vellore under the scheme called, or the model called Learn While You Earn. That means the employees do not leave their work, they don't take a practical break, they continue to work in their present job. But the thing is that we partner with VIT, and VIT faculty comes to the company and they do the theory sessions in the factory itself, 2 days in a week. So this is one initiative that has received tremendous response from the employees. So far we have conducted 3 batches, 81 students are going. It's a 3.5 years of duration, and a formal degree, a formal engineering degree is being awarded at the end of this course. So what we get, Schwingstatter, we can get a talent pipeline, our retention is better, and we also have the manufacturing edge for the Schwingstatter. For the employees, they earn and learn, they have a career uplift within the company, and they continue to learn the real world skills. Then the joint training program and certification with the Loyola College of Engineering in Chennai. This is basically to bridge the gap between academic learning and the practical exposure. And I think all our construction equipment companies, all the machines, the core part is hydraulics, pneumatics, electrical and electronics. So this industrial application and the academic theory knowledge should be their convergence. So what we do is we take the students, go to the college, do a theoretical class over there, and then bring them and give them exposure in the factory. This is a 2-day course for each topic. 2 days for hydraulics, 2 days for pneumatics, and 2 days for electronics. So like that we have done 3 batches. So here we have the solution for this gap, and the venue is in the college and in our factory in IRK. So this is one initiative. The third one, okay, see, these are some of the students undergoing the classroom session and the practical session. Next, coming to the industry-academia collaboration, we have partnered with the IIT Madras. IIT Madras in the subject of recycling of waste concrete. You know that there are somewhere around 700 million tons of C&D waste is being produced in the country. And the major chunk is coming from the metro projects where the pile heads are discarded as the waste. Now this project taken up, we providing the facility for IIT to conduct the research. We have done using one of our crushers, mobile crushers, and we have taken up that this C&D waste can be converted into aggregates and reused. So waste concrete into structural aggregate is the idea behind it, and the paper has been published by IIT that this aggregate has passed the BIS specification and it can be reused. And the main functionaries for this research team is Dr. Surendra Singh from IIT Madras, Professor Getu and Sandanam, and all the students from the IIT. 20 students from the IIT have been continue to do the research in the this C&D waste reuse, recycling, and also in the lean concrete manufacturing. So the outcomes, if you see for Schwingstatter, we have the technology validation, sustainability, contribution to the industry, and academic partnership with the IIT, and replicable framework. See, these are some of the outcomes for Schwing, whereas for the industry, basically it is for the industry. We will be able to really look into the environmental sustainability so that the waste can be reused. You can see the actual facility that we have provided for recycling the C&D waste. One-year internship program. This we have entered a formal agreement with the MOU with the SRM Ishwari Engineering College. It's a internship where it is not just a check mark for the student. They undergo intensive training at our facility that 1 year they become almost like an employee. So this internship is very religiously, very holistically taken up by the company to give them a complete exposure to the industrial environment. So far we have done, offered this internship for 22 students, and we are very selective in taking the candidate also. They go through a certain qualification procedure, and if they pass that, we take them as an intern, and they undergo 1 year of complete internship in the company. So this is the 4 major initiatives that we have taken. So thank you. In fact, this presentation was made by one of the interns, a girl who was in my team, in the corporate communication team. She has been just doing 1 month. I was not there in the company. I was in Jamshedpur. I just called over the phone and told her, you got so much input, I wanted to make this presentation. So it was done and sent to me in Jamshedpur.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Bhaskar Babu. It is very insightful. This also shows that the educational institutes are also open to partner with us, whether we are open to partner and find a way to collaborate. I have a curious question. those interns that you take, do you give them employment?
Yeah, that's the idea behind them, not for everyone. Whoever
Selected
comes
few.
out really good, we offer them employment.
Very good. Thank you very much. Now over to Mr. Puneet Bajpai. HR Head, Semi Heavy Industries India Private Limited. He is going to speak about driving workforce excellence through Kaizen, building a culture of innovation, engagement and productivity.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's been a wonderful session by every participant and all the colleagues who have presented their idea and case study. So, without wasting much of the time, I'll take with some of the interesting slide. What do you think about this slide when we talk about? It's just a Kaizen. But do you think that Kaizen leads to workforce excellence? I think we usually do not seize this opportunity that Kaizen is leading to workforce excellence. Or do we think the Kaizen is just about machine or just about making a small changes or a one-time productivity tool? I think for us, it's been an opportunity and fantastic moment that it acted as a catalyst for workforce excellence. Let me tell you how. At SENI, Kaizen is not just about philosophy. It's actually embedded in the company mission. When something is embedded in a company mission, it actually implicate holistically, whether in terms of people, whether in terms of capability, whether in terms of processes, system, and that is how we have actually built the entire system. Hence, these integrated process actually led us to people practice, productivity and helping to build workforce excellence. Over the period of time with business excellence and our priorities, we have found out that these are the some challenges we faced over the period of time where we found the skill dependency. What do you mean by skill dependency? There's a single model skill we are relying. So all the shop floors, the workers are working, we are relying on single skill. We are not moving to multi-skill workforce model. We want to implement one unified culture so we cannot differentiate contractuals and the permanent workforce, because we need to leverage the synergy of one, which is quality changes the world. And if there is no involvement as a one team, we cannot have engaged employed in the system. And that is true. If we want to engage all of them, there should be a business alignment in terms of quality, productivity and leading the workforce excellence. Now, for counter these challenges, we have actually implemented Kaizen's foundational 3M framework, where we accentuated on people, resources and equipment. And what is our expected outcome? What we want to draw out of this is to have a skilled and productive workforce, zero waste, elimination, zero breakdown, and that is what we have adopted through these 3M. So we have prepared a case study which is a man pillar. What the strategic objective behind that is to have a multi-skill talent pool capable of supporting productivity, quality and operational excellence. Now this is what the key challenge for us. We actually heavily depending on single operator skills. So we do not have a multi-skill operators model. Then if anyone goes absent or there is a high attrition, then the line efficiency goes down. There is a probability of production loss. And then these people are actually doing monotonous jobs. So people motivation is also down. So therefore, we have created one system, one ecosystem where we want to implement a skill matrix framework where the role-based skill matrix is being transcended to multi-skill operating model. This how we have actually achieved it. So we have given a classroom training, simulator training on the job, and we were very practical in approach. We have tagged them from level 1 to level 4, wherein level 1 is the basic skill and you reach to level 4 is your training to other people. How we have given this cross-functional exposure. So our model is not just about changing one operator to one similar line and making them multi-skill, but we have kind of a model where we are giving the cross-functional team, cross-functional exposure to the teams, wherein a production guy can also learn testing, how he can make the multi-system analysis overall. So we have given the certification assessment also. So this is a proficiency based. certification program where we want to validate their skill. And how we have divided, we have tagged them as a super skill, high skill and extraordinary skills. For that, they have actually engaged because they are working on different stations, and because of this, the Kaizen is also being driven in the overall system. This is the case study, the outcome of overall Kaizen approach in multi-skill, where 326 employees appeared in the skill enhancement, and out of them, 82% is the successful rate, 211 employees. So you can see the transition right from, you see the radar graph where all lines are red, is being transformed into green lines, and the overall skill enhancement period right from 7 days to 1 year training program. These are some glimpses of PLC training, and then simulator training, classroom training, followed by the test. The second is related to material pillar, which is driving excellence as source. So what we face the challenges is defects in in-house fabrication, inconsistent vending qualities leading to defects and rework, and the cost of poor quality is increasing day by day. And then we have implemented the driving, this approach quality at source through continuous improvement. We started welding competency framework. We established qualification criteria. We also started refresher course at every level. And then we have done the competency validation through tagging them into different certification level, that is level A, level B and level C, which is advanced, intermediate and basic. How we have actually, mixed with their engagement program also, because we have given the visibility, we have given the pocket certification cards where you feel that you are engaged with the organization. How? Because you are A certified and you are walking through, your compensation is high and you are being tagged as a super skill employee. So the visibility is also there, and that is how we have motivated the entire workforce. And this is the outcome of our initiative in material pillar, where quality is source. So early art defect is improved by 60%, your warranty defects are down by 10%, and your poor quality cost is improved by 47%, and in-house manufacturing costs we saved 14 crore last year. You can see the glimpses of vendor certification, simulator training and parts specific training, and these are the introduction to pocket certification also. The ultraviolet test has also improved from 75% to 96%, and wherein in overall this program we have trained 162 super skill certified operators. Now the third case is related to machine pillar, where building ownership through autonomous maintenance. So what challenges we were facing? The low equipment availability is reducing the or actually it is making production loss, frequent machine breakdowns and limited operator ownership. Again, we have approached same Kaizen pillar approach, building equipment ownership through continuous improvement. What we have done? We have autonomous maintenance framework, wherein we have introduced CLETA. CLETA is one of the pillar under TPM certification. So that is cleaning, lubricating, inspecting, tightening and standardizing the everything. And abnormality control, we have made at every line a tree, which is any of your machine goes down, then you can put the yellow tag on that, so immediately the visibility is there that machine is actually running downtime. Then we have introduced accountability as well. So individual has to do the self audit, and operator line in charge has also do the self audit. And then Jisho Huzin, which is one of the pillar under the TPM, he also do the self audit program. And that has bring a cultural shift in overall attitudinal transformation shift from I operate to you fix to I operate to I maintain. So this is how it is, the outcome of this entire pillar, where you can see the continuous improvement module, how we have implemented, then autonomous maintenance and change in ownership and accountability from you fix to I maintain. And this is the equipment availability improvement, where equipment have improved by 30 percentage points. Your mean time between failure has been improved from 98 days. MTTR, mean time to restore the machine is decreased by 60 days, and breakdown frequency has also improved by 49 months to 9 months. So this is how the overall implementation is. These successive continuous improvement has led to Kaizen workforce excellence model for us, where you can see the capability excellence is there, where we have trained 211 multi-skilled employees, 162 certified welders are there, cultural excellence, as I said, you fix to I maintain, then quality excellence, and this is all being supported by the pillars of implementation of 11,000 Kaizens in last 3 years. There is no reportable accident in last 7 years. There is 50 lakhs we have distributed in terms of high skill awards. We have implemented 500 reward and recognition program over the period of last 3 years. We are the #1 construction equipment. We are the first construction equipment company to certify TPM. We have, in terms of cost saving, we have saved cost almost 5 CR. And then, which is very important, safety is always our priority, where you can see the first aid cases has been decreased by 60%, near miss reported has been increased by 95%, and last year we have won 50th National Kaizen Award winner for SENI India. Now, this is what about the last and most important slide is keep improving, where a small improvement today create a workforce excellence tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bajpai. Lovely presentation. 1990s were the time when TQM was thriving. Total Quality Management and Kaizen used to thrive alongside TQM movement. Over a period of time, I think the industry has not given the due focus to Kaizen, and this is a brilliant example that we see. Kaizen getting linked to everything the organization do. Quality improvement, maintenance improvement, waste reduction, learning and development, and every aspect of operating an industry. Thank you very much. I'm sure we'll take this learning and implement or revive Kaizen if we had this movement in our organization earlier. With this, may I request Ms. Shweta Kalaganan to talk about nurturing talent at workplace excellence, leadership, inclusion, and employee experience. She is Senior Manager of Terex India Private Limited. Over to you, please. And one request, be mindful of the buzzer.
Good afternoon, everyone. So let's walk through the nurturing talent and workplace excellence, covering the concepts of leadership, inclusion, and employee experience. So before we begin, I have a small question to ask. When you join your organization, did you have a clear picture in your mind what's going to be there for you for the next 5 years? Did you join your organization with a clear picture of 5-year plan in your head? As far as I am concerned, I just had 2 things in my hand. One was my offer letter, and the other was n number of confusion in my head, as in what I'm going to do, how I'm going to gel in with the organization, and so on. How is my team? How is my manager? Will I fit in? So what I want to say here is, for organization today, it's not just important that we work on our product technology, it's also important for us to work on the talent. The competition is with respect to the culture we create and also the environment which we create for the employees or the new joiners who join our organization. So I want you to meet Arjun, who has recently joined and is his first day in the job. And like many of us, he comes across into the organization with a lot of excitement, curiosity, and within 30 minutes of his joining, he's bombarded with too many documents. Do you remember your first day? Yeah? So he also meets n number of people, and he is in a chaos, as because I for myself, I would say I did not remember all of them whom I met on my first day, right? So that's when we introduced something called onboarding tab on the laptops of our new joinees, where they know what is expected out of them. They have messages from our global leaders, from our regional leaders, and they also have proper listed to-do things for the next 30 days, 60 days, 90 days, and the contact person's list. So they are not confused, they know where to go, what to do, and there's always a contact person they can reach out to. And the next magical thing happened for Arjun is he met his buddy. That's a work buddy which we allocated for each of the new joinees, who is going to orient him for the next 3 months on what he's supposed to do in his department, what are the processes, what are the systems they follow, and so on and so forth. So now Arjun is settling down, he's all settled up, and as like many of us, we come across a stage where we think about, are we going to do the same thing for every day, or is there something new which is going to happen? So it is this, he was in this stage when the manager calls him in, and he was expecting the same questions as in every manager asks. Did you do this job? Is it finished? How much days it's going to take? But now Arjun was given a different question altogether, so Arjun was baffled thinking, what did I hear? So the manager asked him, Arjun, so what do you want to become? So have you come across this in your career? So here Arjun is thinking about, oh, I don't know what I'm currently doing, so my boss is asking me what I want to become. So now he knows that he's an investment to the organization, because now the manager gives him an overview of what is an IDP, Individual Development Plan. Arjun comes across job rotations, internal transfers, higher education, succession planning which was happening in the organization, success programs, mentoring, coaching. So now Arjun is finally relaxed that he is an investment in the organization, and also he decides that he is not going to update his LinkedIn post as open to work. Right? So he's going to stay with us. So now all these initiatives we have put in 4 pillars: building leadership, growth and opportunities, engagement and inclusion, wellness and recognition. And there we had a result. I would not say we reached our results, but still we are working on it though. So let's go one by one on each pillar. And I would run through, so sorry for the speed which I'm going to go through, but just giving an overview of what we have done in each pillar. So in the leadership and capability, we have success programs based on the roles which the employees play. For the directors or the HODs, we have leaders for success program for the managers, MFS, SFS for the supervisors or line managers, and AFS for the individual contributors. We have separate coaching session for the identified employees, mentoring, which is a global driven platform where anybody can join in irrespective of whatever level of experience you hold in the organization. The very first day we introduce employees to all these new platforms. Yearly leadership meeting to give an overview of where the company stands today, where we are planning to go in the next couple of years, what are the challenges we're facing in the market, and what are the expectations which the management has from its employees. The Great Managers to Work certification is a recent adventure we went into, and I'm glad to say that out of 81 managers, we have 19 who've got the certificates right now, and 3 have been nominated for being the top 100 great managers to work for. And today they'll be published online, so a proud moment for all of us. LinkedIn Learning Week, we did give a platform to all the employees to have access to the LinkedIn Learning, but that was not enough. Employees weren't using, and they just needed a little bit push. So what we did is we celebrated something called LinkedIn Learning Week, where if you go to LinkedIn and check for TEDx employees, you can see many employees have come up with posting their LinkedIn posts saying they've completed certain courses, because we had a 1 week given to them with certain list of trainings which is specific to the TEDx, and we said, let's see who finishes how many. So here we have other development growth opportunities like individual development plan, higher education policy, job enrichment. So in job enrichment and internal careers, I would say like 47% of our roles openings were filled in by internally by our employees itself. And driving engagement, Appreciation Day, every first Wednesday of the month we celebrate Appreciation Day for recognizing the special work, the good work which the employees have done for the last 1 month. And also sometimes we also call the employees' families as well. We have something called virtual engagement activity for our employees who are at the site, who are in the sales and service department. And event calendar, Crowning Achievement, again, is a global platform where anybody can nominate anyone for the good work they have done, out of the box, of course. Town hall, all hands meetings, skip level meetings are the leaders' meetings which is done to open up and speak to the leaders, get the overview, WhatsApp groups, book reviews to encourage the projects. So these are other well-being experiences which we gave, like affinity groups, the health, Ignite Change, Embrace Health, and EAP is for the mental health awareness program where the employees have given a forum to open up for their mental well-being. And the key outcomes were, we could see that psychological safety has gone up to 92.5%, attrition has come down by 6%, and we had positive responses in our exit interviews. And as I said, a lot of openings were internally filled, around 47% of our openings were internally filled. And the key learnings, what we learned was, communication was a major factor, and the second thing was to make the managers understand why we are doing this initiative, because that's where from the managers the information cascades down to the team members. And the key challenges were, one more initiative. So what is going to happen? So that's what we had to face. First thing, when we introduced something new, but eventually the approach changed when we started showing them the after effect, what is the result of the initiative which we have put in. And again, another challenge was to sustain these initiatives, and the most important was to ensure that the operation is not getting affected because of these initiatives. So these were the key challenges, and these are the different future plans which we have ahead of us. We are planning to go ahead, and I would thank ICMA for giving me this opportunity to share the case studies and the different initiatives which we have done in Terex, and looking forward to connect with all of you to know more about what you have done in your industry, in your company, and probably merge together to do much better than what we have done right now. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much, Shweta.
Sorry, I took a little bit more time.
Brilliant outcomes, a lot of initiatives. See, we speak about love at first sight, right? It can also be confusion at first sight, or maybe hatred at first sight. So they're taking care of the first sight, the first day, first minute, first hour of an employee when he or she joins. And that's very, very important. We see many a times when an employee comes, he is mostly unattended. And there are companies who will say, ki yaar, subah subah mat aao, 10 baje aana. There will be no one to attend you in the morning. From there, making a perfect joining experience is brilliant. Over to you, Mr. Sawal Chaudhary, Head People and Culture, Volvo CE India. He is going to speak about building inclusive talent pipelines, developing the next generation of skilled CE professionals. Over to you.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. I am the last presenter, so standing in front of you and the lunch over there, so I'm going to speed this up a bit so that we all can enjoy lunch together. I'm going to take you through in terms of next generation skills and developing new skills, what we are doing here in Volvo CE. So we start with people and competence at Volvo CE. This is something very important for all of us, and we have a flagship methodology over here in Volvo CE, which we call as People and Competence Plan. Now, all of you might be aware about workforce planning, which is the traditional way of doing it, and most of the organizations does follow that through. But here in Volvo CE, we have moved ahead of time little bit in terms of that, and we call it as the People and Competence Plan. What happens over here is the business is at the center. We always start with the business first, and then we decide what kind of strategy, what kind of competence and skills that we have today, and what we would be requiring in the future in terms of our plan and strategy. And there is a specific way to approach this, and this is how the approach looks like. As you can see, we always start from the business strategy first, the largest strategy of the organization, which is then broken down to business objectives of all the functions. And once we do that, we come to the people, and we start tagging the competences based on the business objectives of all the functions. Once that is done, we get into the analysis phase of it, in terms of understanding what is the present strength that we have, in terms of delivering the present set of objectives, and for the future business plan that we have, do we really have it in-house or we need to go for an upskilling or buy it from outside? And finally, laying down the consolidation of milestones and executing them as per the plan. This is an yearly activity and it depends on the maturity stage. We might do it yearly or we might not do it yearly. So we did it last year in 2025 and it gave us great results. We had a clear-cut people and competence plan for all of our functions leading to Volvo CE India strategy and the global strategy. And some of the flagship programs that we were able to do were Ascent, Odyssey and Prism, which categorically addressed the competency bucket of entrepreneurial mindset. Now within this there were specific skill sets that were attended, and the beauty of this is, if you see Ascent and Odyssey, we had split the organization into different functions because we understood that what could be working in operations and technology may not be applicable in sales. And what you see in Prism is one of the most flagship thing that we did in the IW space, the industrial worker space, for the union leadership team over there. So as a result, what we see now is people and competence is no longer a learning initiative anymore, but it's business imperative to run the business successfully along with its people. Now, coming specifically to a subset of people and competence plan, we have something called as engineering career path. This is something which we only do for the engineers because the business sector that we are in, majority of our folks are engineers. So what we did is we come across with a specific way of competency assessment which we call as engineering career path, and we have added a flavor of martial arts to it. If anyone has done martial arts or practices martial arts, you know the belts. So we have also associated belts with the competency stages or the career stages, and this is how the entire journey looks like. Now the beauty of it is it starts with a red belt exactly in martial arts, that is an entry point in the sector, and then it ends with a black belt. Now anyone who is joining us as an engineer trainee or a campus graduate, they start from a red belt, and it can happen that someone with a 10 years of relevant experience can join at a yellow belt or a green belt. This belt assessment gives us a clear-cut understanding of the development plan, and with the development plan addressing and with the next stage of career stage which is required and the roles opening, they can progress to next belt. Coming to the understanding of it, all of us are knowing the Y-shaped career map. So this is specifically for the subject matter experts to grow in their career in the engineering profession. If anyone wants to switch to the governance and the people management, they typically move out of this competency assessment. Now there is a way to assess this. There are 6 dimensions as we call it over here, and this does not only addresses your technical skills but also the attributes and the values and the capabilities and the cultural aspects, and these are the 6 dimensions based on which the folks are assessed. And in line with that, what is the impact that we are getting today is a yearly assessment of the competency levels. We have real-time visibility of the skill set maturity correlated with the people and competence plan which I just talked about. We have individual development plans with current and future state of assessment, and eventually we are looking at non-engineering functions to imbibe this engineering career path with a new terminology. I would sign off with the purpose that we belong to beyond our values and vision and mission. This is something we always live by, building the world we want to live in, and people and competence plan gives us one of the foundations for the world that we want to build for ourselves. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for finishing it before the buzzer rings. I think great learning from each of you. I thank each of the panelists for doing a brilliant job in presenting the case on behalf of their organization. We have discussed this in some of our meeting in Human Capital panel, that the learning need not wait for this one day. So any of you who is interested in learning from another organization, please invite. Like these presentations that you saw were only the glimpse of what each of us are doing. Now, if you wish to learn little more about it, then please invite, and I'm sure all the speakers will be very happy to speak for an hour about what they are doing, and a larger audience in your organization can learn about it. Over to you all for any question. You can guide the question to a specific speaker or make a generic question. Yes, please. Can we have the mic?
Hello. Well, I must say lots of, takeaway for me. I heard from, all the panelists about AI, robotics, telematics, automation, digitalization, and new HR initiative. And an organization perspective, when I see that while technology implementation is important.
Can you please ask the question?
Yeah, so I'm coming to that.
Yeah.
So very quick. So the bigger challenge, often, people adaptability. So my question is, what are the barrier you have experienced in change management initiative? And second question is, what strategy have been most effective? And I would like to ask Deepsika, lean in circle. So I would like to understand how to drive this initiative.
Thank you for that question. Lean in Circle is or originates from Lean In, a book by Sheryl Sandberg, wherein it talks about how women can come forward and support each other. So if you have women professionals in the organization and you are feeling that they are unable to assimilate to the culture or they do not have enough support, then all the women colleagues, they can come to each other and support them. So it starts with having an informal connect amongst all the women professionals that you have in the organization, and then they build rapport with each other. So if you have 10 women professionals, it's not necessary that one person reaches out to all the 10. They will find those one or two they will be most comfortable with, and they will start interacting with them. So it can be as simple as I'm unable to speak in front of the audience. It can be a simple pat on the back. Okay, if my women colleague is finding it very difficult to express or to take up a challenging role or has taken up a challenging role but is feeling a little jittery, I can just hug her, I can put a hand around her shoulder and give her that comfort. So Lean In Circle is all about having a shoulder to lean upon, and majorly it, as on date, majorly it refers to women colleagues coming out to each other and shouting out for each other and supporting each other. I hope I was able to answer your question. Thank you.
So good afternoon. My question is for Mr. Bhaskar Babu. So thank you very much. You explained various models of industry academia collaboration. And I would like to have some clarification about one particular model wherein you talked about the diploma holders, they attain engineering degree as a higher education. And you were able to cover 81 of them. That's a good number. So what I would like to understand is there any change in the job role post they acquire the engineering degree, and as an organization, how do you meet their career aspirations in terms of growth?
Change in the?
Sorry? Change in the job role, the job what they used to do. Yeah.
Of course, see, this, the main thing is that we try to nurture the internal talent pipeline. That is, all diploma holders have an ambition to become graduates and then have a career growth. So we, in fact, we take care of the whole complete curriculum, their financials, everything is taken care by the company itself, and with the notion that these people who are selected to undergo this 81 candidates who are already diploma holders and employees of the company, once they complete and successfully complete the course, they will be immediately given a career advancement as per the engineering degree. So they become management candidates. So this is how it goes. But the thing again, the selection process itself is bit, what to do, it is a combination of the company's requirement and as well as VIT's requirement. They have to undergo that process, come out the pre-qualification and then join as a candidate. It's not that anyone who wants to join the course will not be entertained. I think the concern is coming from 81. So one is you make a diploma engineer, a graduate engineer, and give them a band or job title.
Yeah.
The question he is asking is, are you also able to give them a role change in terms of the content of the work they do?
Yeah, in fact, the role change itself is there already in different departments. So even if they are not getting a degree, there will be a role change every 2 or 3 years, even if they don't get the degree.
Okay, okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so looks like there's no more question from the audience. Thank you very much for being very, very patient in spite of the fact that we delayed the lunch by an hour. That shows that the HR fraternity is very keen to learn and also very forgiving to the panel members. Thank you very much, and over to you, please.
Yeah, thank you so much. And now I would request you to kindly felicitate our speakers. Yeah. Mr. Bhaskar Babu from Swing Stater. Mr. Puneet Bajpayee from SANI, India. Ms. Shweta Kalaganath from Terex. Deepshikha Vande from JCB. It is a fireside chat session with HR leaders from the automobile and auto component industry. So the session has been curated to understand the trends, the transformation initiatives, workforce transformation initiatives undertaken in the auto industry, and which will definitely give us all a great learnings, as we also, the CE industry also, is moving ahead with advanced technology adoption and high growth in the coming years. For this session, may I request our moderator, Mr. Anandroop Ghosh, partner, Deloitte India, to kindly join us at the stage. The guest speakers for today for this fireside chat session are Ms. Madhuri Mehta, Chief Human Resource Officer, Hero MotoCorp Limited, and Ms. Ebha Lal, President and Chief Human Resource Officer from ASK Automotive Limited. Ma'am, kindly join us at the dais. Thank you. And apologies for this delay in starting the session. Thank you. So can you please come forward for a group photo? Thank you. Over to Mr. Ghosh for taking the session forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, everyone. And I don't know, half the room seems to have not come back from lunch. If anybody's on that side of the room, okay. Most people, I think, are outside. Is there a way to get someone from, is there a way to get people who are outside to come in? Yeah, maybe we'll start then. I think, I think it's important for us to also ensure that all of you who are here should make good of your use of your time. So basically, what we wanted to do in this conversation today is talk about what is it that your industry, the construction equipment industry, can learn from both the auto and auto component industries, and which is why we have Madhuri and Ibha on this panel, because Madhuri leads the SIAM's Human Capital Group, and Ibha leads ACMA, which is Auto Component Association's Human Capital Group. In their day jobs, they lead HR for Hero Motors and ASK respectively. And I think the idea is for us to be able to hear from them what are the questions and challenges that they have seen from their employee groups, and what have they done to be able to make their organizations and their industries more attractive for talent. And therefore, any learnings that can come out from your industry's perspective. What we'll do is, I have a few questions to ask. Obviously, these are templatized questions in some ways. It'll be great if you can also put in your questions as we go through the conversation. We'll take a pause in between. Please ask questions as we go along. So, I'll start off with both of you, and whoever wants to go first. I mean, if you can talk a little bit about what's a workforce trend that you have seen in the last few years in your respective industries that you think has been important for you to manage or respond to? What trend? Sorry, what workforce trend have you seen that?
Yeah, workforce trend, like in terms of what, like numbers?
Like what, like issues with regard to higher attrition, greater difficulty in hiring, push in compensation, whatever, anything that you have seen as a big issue to manage?
Not much. Like, if you ask me, human beings are human beings. So like their requirements are also always the same. Like when you go to watch cricket match, the audience are always the same irrespective of the country you see. Similar way, the requirements of human beings are very same. But there is always an impact of like, the new things which come in the environment with the young generations. Like earlier, people used to think that, leaving the job is a very big concern, it's like a marriage, like Japanese and all, they join the company. Japan में तो job ही नहीं मिलता है, if you छोड़ के आप चले जाओ तो हमें भी change करना होता है. It's not that कि आज के young generations अगर चोटी बना लेते हैं और उस तरह के कपड़े पहनते हैं and also they're not talented. We people at our age, we think that they're not serious about it. They're not serious. They're not disciplined. They're not serious. It's not that. Their requirements are different. Their orientations are different. Their grooming up is differently done than what we are. So the way we try to understand our children at home, if we have a child of 17, 18, 19, 20 years, then how we try to understand and manage. Similar way, when this bunch of people come to the organization, it is very, very important for the management to understand that what is their requirement. We always think that they are not adjusting, and that is the problem. But do we adjust with them? So it's a question of acceptability with time and time. Otherwise, ये gap तो हमेशा बना रहेगा.
Your point?
So I think she made a very valid point. I think this generation, obviously, they're not tied to security that we were when we started our jobs. So that's why there is that certain fearlessness in them. So that's really good for me. They're very vocal about what they need, which is also very good because at least you know what are they looking for. And one thing that I'm seeing in this, and across, I'm not only talking about the new generation or what we were, but is a constant need for learning and career and development. I think that's become a very focal point. Through the last 4 or 5, employee voice surveys that we also ran, I think that's #1 priority from everyone. And that I think that's also to do with the environment where the technology is moving, the environment is moving. I think skilling, reskilling, unlearning, learning, that's become very important. So that's one trend that I see. How much are you focusing on your learning and development? how much, the money that you're putting in it, how careers are getting developed. I think that's something across generation people are wanting. People are already in their 50s, are wanting to learn something new, so they want to become viable. They don't want to,
So actually on that one, if I may start with you then, what's your average age in the organization?
Average age in our organization is, I think, 34 and a half, so about 34, 35.
And so if I were to take the point that Reba was mentioning about disconnect between what the employee might be feeling vis-a-vis what you're doing, have you seen pushbacks on HR policies with a younger population?
I think hopefully we've learned enough that we don't get pushback and we are able to communicate and draft policies to what employees need. So I think that communication and fairness in changing policies is very important, is what I've seen is a success. So for example, a lot of companies would have changed their leave encashment. Now, obviously that's something that's going to hurt the pay. But when you do it, and if you do it fairly and you say, okay, we are changing this entitlement, but we are going to be paying you all your past, then it doesn't cause an issue. But the minute you say, okay, I'm going to put this in a pool and you can use it over the next 5 years, it's going to cause. So how fair you are in your policies when you're changing it, that's important. Early in my career, I did have a very funny story, so this was not in this organization, but in my previous organization, one of them, I had joined and it was a 6-day work week. And I thought, okay, the corporate office was 6 days. Obviously, plants are generally 6 days. So we kind of planned and worked with the CEO and everybody to make it a 5-day week. Because there were demand for it from the younger generation, for sure. And I thought, everybody's going to be really happy because you made a 6-day. The only thing we did was we cut their leave from earlier 55 days to about 34 days and to try and keep the working hours. So obviously, the younger generation was really happy. Oh, 5-day week, they were asking. But next day morning when we had done it, I had lot of people around surrounding me in my workstation and asking me, "Aapne 5 days kaise kar diya? Ab aapko aana bhi padega aur hame leave bhi kam milegi." Now there was obviously senior directors, and so that was the first time I faced kind of a failure. I said, "Oh, what's happening?" I thought they'll be very happy about it. But then I said, okay, let's try it out for 3 months. If you feel that, okay, as a director, you feel that, okay, this is not going to work out, we'll change it back to this. And 3 months later, I went back to everybody and asked, do you want to change? He said, no, now we have adjusted. This is all very good. So I think fairness and communication, I think, is the way to go.
Your experience on this?
It's very important to have the fairness. Age. Average age maybe 38 to 40, the same.
Slightly higher.
It's slightly high because the company is also 37 years old, so that's how it is. But it is very important, what's the touch part? The touch part and the confidence part, the believe in HR. So the believe in HR, are you partial or you are, uniformed with everybody as far as the policies? So if I give my example, right? So anybody comes to me. So the first thing I say that, exceptions are exceptions. That should not be compared with anything. But the policy talks about it. Many times, maybe the youngsters who are sitting here, I learned in my career, I never give any vital decision while, walking or anything, I must sit on my table, I read the paper, then only I sign the paper. Otherwise, I don't sign it. Because if I think, I'm signing, so I'm owning that thing, that why I am signing. First, I have to be convinced with it. And then only, galat hai, sahi hai. I am the owner of that. So this is how I have worked for 34 years. And I take pride in saying, when I was with Asahi, so I was there for 14 years. I joined them assistant manager, became their group head HR. And we got Deming in 2007. And in the entire Deming of 100%, 25% marks is for HR only. So you can imagine how much work was required to be done. There was not even a single night when I had not cried, because every time I had to hear that if we lose Deming, it's because of you or HR, like that only. And this is how the whole thing was. But ठीक है, that also made me learn many things. So आप जितना करीब जाइए, don't try to become a laptop manager. Try to become a people manager. If you are a people manager, be with the people. And I just take an example, like I was in a conference at Bangalore, and I had an opportunity to hear Mother Teresa. So I can't say how humble her personality, and when she came to the stage and she said that, I don't know why am I called on this forum of HR conference, I don't know what HR is. And she came on the stage and standing, and she just said only one sentence, and then she stepped down from the stage. She said, this is a human resource seminar related to, so that means people. Do you know your people? Then there was a pause. Please know your people. Thank you. And she went.
That's a very interesting.
So my only thing is that please, please, please do Gemba, 3G, do Gemba. Don't just take decision what you hear. See yourself, validate it, do it. You know, build the trust if you are in HR department, that what you will do is like, you know, it will be fair enough. Fair, firm and fast. 3 F's को हमेशा follow कीजिए. This is what I can say.
No, thank you very much. I've never had the opportunity to obviously hear Mother Teresa. That's a very interesting point. Question to all of you: what's the average age in your organizations? Just broadly, if you can give some numbers. So broad, anybody's in the 20s? Probably not, right? Average age will be all in the 30 to 40 range? Yes? Okay, fair. Sorry, yes, you were saying. No, not you. Mid-20s, okay. So actually, because the reason I'm asking this, and I will ask this to the panel, is we've constantly been told that we need to restructure policies to be able to adjust to the different age groups in the organization. We need to adjust to the baby boomers, Gen X, Gen Z, whatever. How realistic is it to create policies by age cohorts? Is it at all realistic, or at one level everybody will say that it needs to be done, but is it possible to do it? Have any experiences? Yeah, please.
देखिए ये थोड़ा सा tough है. It's not that easy because many times many things are expected from HR as HR is God, can do anything. छड़ी घुमाया सब हो जाएगा. होता नहीं है. Actually क्या है? We need to understand कि age wise लोगों की requirements क्या हैं. चाहते क्या हैं वो. जैसे फॉर एग्जाम्पल आई कैन से समथिंग, अगर हमारे एज ग्रुप की बात कर लीजिए, आई थिंक एट दिस मोमेंट, यू नो, इफ़ यू आस्क मी फ्रैंकली, आई एम नॉट वर्किंग फॉर इंक्रीमेंट, आई एम नॉट वर्किंग फॉर एनीथिंग. इससे और क्या एलिवेशन और क्या होगा पता नहीं, बट एक होता है कि हाँ रेस्पेक्ट, काम करती हूँ, जाती हूँ, वॉट एवर द नॉलेज, वॉट एवर द थिंग आई एम ट्राइंग टू गिव टू पीपल, वो मेरा मोटिवेशनल आस्पेक्ट हो सकता है. पर जब ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में यंग जनरेशन्स ज्वाइन करते हैं, उनका मोटिवेशनल एस्पेक्ट क्या है? मोस्ट ऑफ द ऑर्गेनाइजर्स दे डोंट इवन नो, दे हायर द जीटीज, दे डोंट हैव द केयर्स ऑफ जीटीज. द पुअर पीपल, द न्यू एंट्रेंट्स, दे आर जस्ट हियर एंड देयर. उनको तो कभी पता भी नहीं है, कभी वो सीईओ एमडी से कभी इंटरेक्ट भी कर रहे कि नहीं कर रहे. ओईएम्स में फिर भी एक तरीका है. The batch hiring takes place and then the grooming takes place and all those things. But I'm talking about so many other companies where they are hired. वो इतनी मतलब इमेजिनेशन के साथ ज्वाइन करते हैं, वो बिल्कुल शैटर्ड हो जाता है. एक बहुत पुराना वर्कर है आपके कंपनी में, और अगर आप उसके साथ इंजीनियर बन के आज सीईओ बन गए कंपनी के, उसको कुछ नहीं चाहिए, आप उसके कंधे पर एक हाथ रखें, हाँ जी भगीरथ जी क्या हाल है आपका. दैट्स द मोटिवेशनल एस्पेक्ट फॉर हिम. किसी इंजीनियर था, मैंने इसे सिखाया था, आज यहाँ पहुँच गया. इसी तरह अगर यंग जनरेशन में आप टैलेंट आइडेंटिफाई कीजिए और कोई आपकी हाई लेवल की कोई परफॉर्मेंस चल रही है, कॉल दैट यंग जीटी टू यू नो अटैच विथ सम सीनियर पर्सन, गिव द प्रेजेंटेशन, डू द कंपेयरिंग, डू द दिस. आपको लीडरशिप का फ्लेवर वहीं से मिलना शुरू हो जाएगा. And in turn, the person will start getting the recognition कि I got this opportunity. So मुझे लगता है ये सारी चीज़ें जो होती हैं, जो benefits in kind है, 5-day working, socializing, ये सारी चीज़ें भी अपनी है, HR अपने कैलेंडर के हिसाब से करता है. But what about the talent grooming, the career path, fast tracking, system and processes, discipline and nurturing? When I was working with Professor Sudha, when I said about the Deming, I had an opportunity to work 10 years non-stop. We worked for Deming for 10 years. लगता था कभी मिलेगा ही नहीं टाइप में. 10 साल पता नहीं 24 घंटे 22 घंटे काम करती थी. So he only used to say one thing across the cadre when he used to talk to him about the training effectiveness. We wanted to get a format approved by him कि सुडा मोहर लगा दे कि ट्रेनिंग इफेक्टिवनेस. लोग कहते हैं ना लीडरशिप की ट्रेनिंग की इफेक्टिवनेस बता दो. TS 16949 IITF की ऑडिट में चाहिए होती है कि इफेक्टिवनेस क्या है. बोले आपको बिजनेस के लिए जो करना आप कर लीजिए, बट ये मेरे इम्पोर्टेंस का चीज नहीं है. ट्रेनिंग इज समथिंग for across the cadre, from the lowest your operator to the topmost person of the organization. He said training, training and training. Don't stop. It should be something like when you send your children to the school. आप जो अपने बच्चे को क्लास 1, 2, 3, 4, 10th तक भेजते हैं, ये सोच के थोड़ी भेजते हैं कि 10th पढ़ेगा तो इंजीनियर हो जाएगा, कि डॉक्टर हो जाएगा, कि IAS बन जाएगा. उसको 10 साल पढ़ाई हम कराते हैं, फिर वो 12th करता है, फिर आगे जाता है. इसी तरह कंपनी में हमारा ट्रेनिंग जो है, हमारा DNA होना चाहिए, चाहे जिस भी चीज का हो, जिस भी चीज का हो, लेकिन जो ट्रेनिंग अवेयरनेस है वो एक हमेशा चलता रहना चाहिए. जैसे हम सांस लेते हैं, जैसे हमारा ब्लड सर्कुलेट होता है.
I'll come back on the training question because I had a follow up on that, but anything from your perspective on multi-generation policy?
Yeah, sure. There are certain things that are universal, you can't change that. For example, the culture that you're trying to drive, the code of conduct, the personal conduct, the way that people behave in your organization, the way they talk, the way they react, those things cannot change. That is something that you have to create that culture, and that becomes universal, and that becomes your ground, foundation. Now, in that universal principles, there are policies where you will have to carve certain things out for different age groups, for sure. Now, for example, if I'm looking at, you have a universal principle, you have leave policy. Now, there was a D is that you say sick leave, casual leave, all earned leave, privilege leave, all of those things. Now what have you done? I said, we don't want to ask employees, ye bharo, why, give me a medical, give me this, give me that. We have care leaves. Now you decide whether you want to take it for your sickness, you want to take care of because of your child care, you want to take it because you want to take care of your elder parents. In the similar way, obviously, you will have policies for different cohorts, maternity, enhanced maternity, how do you do transition back? Now that's for a certain cohort of group of your employees. You will have paternity, you will have flexi hours. You do have to recognize कि हमारी organization में what is the need? What are the different age groups? What are they wanting? So you will have to create that. And like, she was mentioning that learning and development for sure. Again, at different age groups, you might have to do different learning methodologies and different strategies. Somebody will like in a classroom, somebody is very good in e-learning. You may want to do AI technology for people at the workforce, at the one, how do you do, now you have machines, how do you operate the robots on the ground? So at different levels, you'll have to analyze and start doing things. That has to be constant. Cadre building has to be constant. She's very, very right. Learning and development, learning, relearning is something which is going to be fundamental for all of us. Engagement, HR engagement. You have to design different things for different people. Somebody would want a book club, somebody will want a political club. Somebody wants to learn horticulture, somebody just wants to do yoga in the evening. Now, like for what we do is we look at the interest level across. We take interest and hobbies. Joining forms में हम सब भरवाते हैं कि क्या आपके interest है या interview में हम लिखते हैं, but how many of us actually use that? कि क्या hobby लिखी थी उसने, क्या आपने interview में लिखा था, and then use that to try and do creative clubs in your organization, the hobby club in your organization. It works magic. It actually creates magic because you have something which is happening for everybody.
Interest groups, basically. Common interest groups.
Common interest groups.
Actually, See, the big question nowadays, and I think every conference, every paper article is talking about skilling and reskilling, etc. So here's some data. Can you take a guess? What is the, actually not take a guess, tell me what is your organization per person skilling cost per year? How much do you spend on skilling on a per capita basis in a year in your organization? The response is representative of the country. We don't have an answer to that. Second is, whatever data we have got, it's been 8,000 to 9,000 rupees per person per year and has not changed in the last 5 years. The number hasn't changed. How do you reconcile the two? How do we have a situation where we are all trying to hire more trained employees, but training costs is remaining same, and half the cost goes into hospitality and travel and all of that?
But there is also one addition to it, that the organization also doesn't have any platform. Most of the organizations, I don't say that those who are doing must be doing very good, that how the seniors are, or the people who are able to, has the platform where they can disseminate the knowledge. That is also not happening. So I can just give an example, like I was at Asahi also, I did it a lot, and then here also, like instead of cost पे सोचने के बदले, I said कि voluntarily, like the PMS, we have the 6 pillars in PMS, like safety, productivity, quality, cost, delivery, and manpower development. So the PMS का fundamental rule ये हुआ है कि बहुत तरह की हैं PMS, but this is one which again it was taught by Professor Sudha. I always take his name because I've learned a lot from him. So he says the more senior a person, he becomes like a doctor of the organization. So the more senior a person, he has to control the whole KRAs are divided into accountabilities and objectives. Here accountabilities means the routine work, the ongoing, through which the base of the company is maintained. Objectives are value-added projects. The more senior a person, then they work for the breakthrough for the organization. And these objectives are actually has to be measurable in nature. So this is for the year and you are recognized for the year. If it goes part of the process of monitoring or something, it goes to again accountability, else it is for the year, it lapses for the year. Again you think the new thing which is out of the box and then you do it. So this was a platform through which lot many new innovation, not many new things used to come. So when this manpower thing and the cost constraint, cost saving, बहुत सारा चीज चलता रहता है, तो उसमें ये चीजें निकाल दिया गया कि जो ऑब्जेक्टिव है, ऑब्जेक्टिव के अंडर में जितने लोग हैं, voluntarily they have to opt कि I will groom this many people or this department or in this line. You will not believe more than 500 internal trainers. They started going to Gurukul. And there was a complete calendar. The HR1 junior person used to coordinate for it. And it worked very well. Finance head, HR head, legal head, everybody, manufacturing, the section head. Some people, maybe a finance head can be a very good leadership coach. So agar ye environment, in fact, I still remember Rathi sir had come and tell me ki, like, I always see this Pathshala and Gurukul, something is going on. Earlier it was the lights were off. Now today whenever I come for the boardroom, I see some or the other thing is going on. So पढ़ाई लिखाई का कल्चर होना चाहिए. जरूरी नहीं है कि हम बजट कितना कॉस्ट करते हैं, हम क्या प्लेटफॉर्म क्रिएट करते हैं और उसके बाद हम कैसे नॉलेज डिसेमिनेट करते हैं. This is very important. See, like I am also responsible for the safety culture building in the company. I am not a safety officer, but I have done, I don't know what not, many things that. तो हर लेवल पे why you should be wearing PPEs? For whom you have to wear? Japanese training है, KY training है, risk management है, ये है. कैसे करते हैं हम? How to inculcate a culture that machine malfunctions and the people commit mistake. So even if the people commit mistake, injury should not happen. How to ensure? Everybody wants that there should be zero accident, zero safety, but that how? How part is very important. तो मुझे ऐसा लगता है अरविंदो कि पैसे बजट पे मैंने इतना फोकस नहीं किया कभी, रिवॉर्ड्स रिकॉग्निशन पे नहीं फोकस किया, माइंड चेंज पे जरूर फोकस किया.
Your experiences?
See, I have always got the budget I've asked for. I think what I see fundamentally wrong is HR needs to go and ask for it. We are very, very complacent with the budgets that we get. Have you ever seen a sales guy or the sales and marketing head going and ask for a marketing and an advertising budget? He asks it with such aggression and such assertiveness and data. कि ये होगा तो मैं ये करूँगा. I think HR needs to prepare for that as well. That what is your plan? What are you going to do in cadre building? What are you going to do in functional competency, definition, gap analysis? What are you going to do in your signature programs? What kind of culture work that you're going to be doing in this company? How is enhanced education going to happen in this organization? How is leadership development? Now, if you need to have a plan, you need to show the data, you need to show the science, you need to show the impact. And call for a meeting. Call for a leadership meeting where you're putting this strategy together. Get your leaders, don't be scared. Get your CEO in, get your chairman in, get your MD in. Show your entire Learning and Development Academy program. It's my guarantee. Whenever I have done this, I have got not only 8,000 rupees, I've even got up to 40,000, 50,000, what I ask for, but I need to show my strategy. They need to understand. And before the budgets get finalized, make sure your CFO is there in that room to be able to get that out. I think that's one of the reasons where we've not seen this change, but it's high time this needs to change.
Yeah, everybody's talking about it, but that has to happen in some ways. Actually, I'll change tracks on our conversation, but I'll take a pause here. Any questions from the audience in terms of whatever you've heard so far? Any of the panelists? It's a test of whether you've been listening. Yeah.
So we are continuously speaking about learning and development part in HR, and I understand it's a very crucial topic to speak on because, of course, one is generational gap, which you said that every generation has their own expectations, own requirements. But other than that, I think there are a lot of times it comes to us that it should have certain business impact. However, majority of the times when we sit with the employees, they ask, what is my take on this? So at times, I think a lot of times we fail to bridge that gap between employees and the business, that how your impact will eventually give a business impact. So what's your understanding around this to make people aware that how are we actually creating, and we are trying our level best to create an impact in their lives through learning and development, because it's a very, very crucial topic. And I've heard a lot of times in the business meetings that we should start training our people. We should start, AI is like around the corner. Every discussion is around that automation part. But how ready we are? How can we make our people ready for that change? That's what my question is.
If I may, I think Madhuri somewhat answered it, because it's also about how, I mean, if I can paraphrase, how much confidence you have to go about and say that if I do this spend, this is the outcome I will assure you.
That's with the leaders, no? That we can correlate, because we know the leadership expectation is with the business. But with the people I'm asking for.
You can ask me any one question for which you have not been able to answer. Just feel free to ask me.
मेरे लिए क्या?
नहीं, मतलब आप ऐसा क्या बोले जो उन्होंने बोला कि व्हाट्स योर टेक ऑन दिस, तो क्या था वो
यही था कि मेरे लिए क्या,
किस चीज
किस कॉन्टेक्स्ट में,
किस कॉन्टेक्स्ट में,
उन्होंने
ट्रेनिंग के कॉन्टेक्स्ट में. सो फॉर एग्जांपल आई एम डूइंग अ ट्रेनिंग, इट्स अ टेक्निकल ट्रेनिंग, ऑफ कोर्स बिजनेस विल गेट इम्प्लीमेंटेड, मेरे को भी शायद फायदा होगा, ऐसा एज अ लीडर भी हमें लगता है, और हम भी कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि उनको स्किल मैप कर पाएँ उनके रोल पे. दैट पार्ट वी आर प्लेइंग. बट जब हम एक्चुअली कराते हैं ना वो वर्कशॉप ऑन द ग्राउंड, जब वो हम रन कर रहे होते हैं, द एम्प्लॉइज मेजॉरिटी ऑफ देम कम्स आउट एंड सेज कि मेरे लिए क्या है इसमें.
नहीं, आपको कैसे समझाना होगा, इसलिए मैं I just wanted to, that's what I wanted to understand, कि आपको किस कॉन्टेक्स्ट में पूछा गया मेरे लिए क्या. देखिए, आप पीपल और मशीन दोनों बहुत जुड़े हुए हैं। आपसे जब ये पूछा जाता है कि अगर स्किल की ट्रेनिंग हो रही है तो अगर वो पूछता है मेरा क्या फ़ायदा है, आप बिफोर आफ्टर लीजिए कि जब आपको नॉलेज नहीं थी तो आपको क्या समस्या आ रही थी, इस काम को करने में आपको कितना वक्त लग रहा था, कितने रिजेक्शन आ रहे थे, कितना कंपनी का नुकसान हो रहा था। आज जब आप ट्रेनिंग करते हो तो जब आपको नॉलेज हो जाती है, इट्स लाइक समथिंग, जब आपको रास्ता पता होता है आप किस स्पीड में ड्राइव करते हो, जब रास्ता पता नहीं होता तो आप हर जगह रुक के पूछते हो किधर जाना, गूगल को किनारे छोड़ दो अभी, ठीक है ना। तो आप कैसे ड्राइव करते हो, कभी कभी तो गूगल भी कंफ्यूज करता है, बंद दरवाजे के पास जाके बोलेंगे यू हैव रीच्ड वेयर टू गो, राइट। सो सिमिलर वे यू नीड टू अलाइन योर थॉट, you need to align your thought. If you are doing it, why you are doing it, and then only you will be at your level, would be able to explain to that worker or whoever is the person कि what benefit it can bring. मैं आपको example देती हूँ. I'll just take 2 minutes to explain this. हमारे यहाँ सेफ्टी बहुत बुरा हालत हो गया था when I was in Asahi. हम ग्लास, रॉ ग्लास हैंडल करते थे, रॉ ग्लास। पहला प्रोसेस शुरू होता था रॉ ग्लास से, टेम्पर्ड ग्लास जहां पर बनता है, और सबसे ज्यादा कट यहां पर लगती थी। मतलब इन द एंटायर असाही ग्रुप इन एशिया, आवर प्लांट, बावल प्लांट वाज डिक्लेयर्ड एज द वर्स्ट इन सेफ्टी कंप्लायंस। और मुझे नहीं पता था कि मुझे क्यों ये जिम्मेवारी दी गई, जस्ट बिकॉज आई वॉज कोऑर्डिनेटिंग फॉर द मंथली सेफ्टी कमेटी मीटिंग। And that one Japanese after my life, every time he used to come and ask me why, and then मेरा HR पूरा किनारे हो जाता था, मैं उसकी why का आंसर करते रहती थी, और घर आके भाई फिर रो भैं यही सब चालू होता था, कुछ समझ नहीं आता था। I was assistant manager that time, but I really understand, you know, of late कि what actually the teaching was behind it. Every single thing you do, it has directly link with, you know, that 5M, man, machine, method, material and management. एक भी चीज उससे अलग नहीं है। I was at Hong Kong and I had said very boldly to all the CEOs sitting over there, it was a Maruti conference, if you have money you can buy the machine, even if you have money you cannot buy people. ये कितनी भी AI आ जाए, कितनी भी चीज आ जाए, जो बेसिक डिसिप्लिन एंड इन डेप्थ नॉलेज जो है लोगों का, वही लॉन्ग रन में स्ट्रॉन्ग पिलर बनता है कंपनी का। सो वॉट एवर मे बी इनटेक क्या है, आपका इनटेक क्या है? आज 10 साल स्कूल जाओगे, +2 करोगे, पढ़ाई करोगे, तब इनटेक निकलेगा कि क्या होगी। मैं आपको ऑफ द रूम बहुत सारा एग्जाम्पल दे सकती हूँ। ओलंपिक का मेडल ओवरनाइट नहीं मिलता है बेटा। यू आस्क द प्लेयर्स व्हाट दे डू। 2-2 बजे रात को जाके खाली वो देखते रहते हैं, ये लाइन कहाँ है, ये शटल कहाँ जाएगी, ये कहाँ जाएगी। सो इट्स नॉट दैट इजी, एनीथिंग यू डू। एक टेररिस्ट को भी बहुत प्लानिंग करना पड़ता है। हमारी प्लान तो फेल भी कर जाती है, उनकी प्लान कभी नहीं फेल करती है।
Because of the backup.
Yes.
I think spend more time at the ground level also. You'll get a lot of clarity.
So my takeaway was, I did this last 1.5 years. I have gone through it. My take was that I have requested my people leaders and have taken their alignment on a lot of things, and like I mentioned in my first session, that reverse mentoring part, mapping young generation with the experience part, and they will bring out wonders. So thank you so much.
Thank you. It goes both ways. The young generation needs to respect the experience. The experience and the mature generation needs to respect the new skills and the new blood that comes in the organization, and that's the culture you need to create.
No, thank you.
This is like I again reply to you, like हमारे यहाँ पहले जो ट्रेनिंग के टारगेट होते थे वो होते थे ना कि टोटल ट्रेनिंग आवर्स डिवाइड बाय नंबर ऑफ पर्सन्स एंड पर पर्सन का निकाल दिया, तो एक आदमी को सबसे ज्यादा ट्रेनिंग करा दो, दूसरे को मत कराओ, तो एवरेज निकल गया। मेरे समय जब PMS आया था, सो दिस गॉट चेंज्ड। उसमें ये लिमिट लिखा कि जिसके लिए ये ट्रेनिंग नीड PMS के थ्रू आइडेंटिफाइड हुई है, द प्रोसेस विच आई शेयर, दैट अकाउंटेबिलिटी ऑब्जेक्टिव वाला, वो ट्रेनिंग होना जरूरी है। अगर वो ट्रेनिंग नहीं हुआ तो your marks is gone, like whatever the target is, right? तो मैं सीनियर्स के पास जा के बोलती थी, सर ये ट्रेनिंग में चले जाइए, सर ट्रेनिंग में चले जाइए. ट्रेनिंग से क्या होगा मैडम, आप पीछे ही पड़े रहते हो, ट्रेनिंग से क्या हो जाएगा. एंड आई मेड इट श्योर कि 2 साल बाद आदमी ये जरूर बोले ट्रेनिंग से ही होगा. एंड आई डिड इट.
Thank you. I will continue with my questions now, because we'll come to you at the end, maybe, if you have time, that is. So one thing that I wanted to, I was saying I was going to change tracks a bit, but we started the entire conversation by saying that what is it that we can learn from your industries that the construction equipment industry can take away from. And my question was, even if it is not necessarily from your existing company, but anything that you saw in the last maybe 5 or 7 years, in whichever organization you may have been, which actually you think made the biggest change in the employee value proposition for your organization, which really helped you to be able to attract the kind of talent that you may not have been able to attract. And I know both of you have worked in organizations that are not considered the cool sectors per se. So that's why I'm more curious to hear your views on this. You want to start?
Yeah, so I think I remember the days where you were saying the not so cool sector. I was in Airtel for about 5.5 years before. I was telling this to Andy before. And when I took the plunge to join the manufacturing, and I joined manufacturing, which was like hardcore cement, grinding, limestone, quarries, sugar, power refractories, and a lot of people said you're doing a career suicide. My friends, family, everybody. But I took that because I wanted to see the other side. I'd seen telecom for about 5.5 years, and I took that plunge. And I think one of the best decisions of my life to join manufacturing, because it gave me a lot. I continued with that company for 16 years, grew up the ladder to become. So I think that's one of the fundamental, most important things is how do you challenge yourself? That works. I think one of the things that has worked very well for me in whichever sector I have been, because, as she said, people are people. You need to be able to, the industry generally doesn't matter. People, human, emotion, their needs are what you need to focus on. I think one of the, 2-3 things that have worked really well for me is on the culture side. I think what we really do, the kind of culture that we create, the value workshops that we do, and in that, one of the best things that really worked for me was, we designed a very beautiful program around self-exploration. And that was something that I made sure all the leaders, at least middle management and above, were going through that. Because unless you understand your own self, you can't do anything much. You can change yourself, but I can't change somebody right in front of me. That, in fact, I carried this out for 2 to 3 years in that organization. It fundamentally changed the way we did things. People started understanding themselves, how they are reacting and responding to a lot of things that were happening. When that response changed, that respect came in the way that they were talking to each other, that cultural sensitivity programs, or we used to call it self-exploration programs, actually brought a lot of change and success into the organization. That worked very, very well. Another thing that as a program, again, as a learning and development worked very well, they always have groups that don't work very well together. There's ego, there are clashes, etc. We used to send them for leadership trek in the Himalayas for 5 days. So we had finance and commercial not getting, ki nahi, this is not good, ye nahi, they were never agreeing on the same agenda. After that 5 days trek, with bare necessities, they used to come down as best of friends, and they're still friends today. And that trek, the Himalayan trek, or we used to call it Karma Walk the Talk, really worked wonders. I think those are the out-of-the-box things that we'll have to start looking at and saying, okay, what is my issue? What is my problem? How do I solve this? But in a way that the people will also love and enjoy.
That's an interesting idea. Anything from your end? Something that you forced a change through which helped?
See, everywhere, nothing comes so easy as usual. In fact, खुद की acceptability भी नहीं आती है, दूसरों को accept कराना तो बहुत बड़ी बात होती है. इसी कंपनी की एग्जाम्पल दे देती हूँ. यहाँ पर भी सिंगल डिजिट में लड़कियाँ थीं. नीलेश को पूरा स्टोरी बताऊंगा. So we have 3 vertical of business. One is the high pressure die casting, one is the friction and the bake shoe. and the cable division. तो simplest was the cable division जहाँ पे सारा वो conveyor पे आता है और assembly का काम हो जाता है. So I started with कि लड़कियाँ होनी चाहिए shop floor पे. मैं department भी नहीं, shop floor आ गया दिमाग में. तो straight no. आपका दिमाग खराब हो गया. मैं सबसे पहले बोले कि मुझे क्यों लेके आए? No, don't ask this question. हमने नहीं, first I need an answer that why you people brought me as CHRO. Don't, you know, तो लड़की नहीं, लेडी नहीं लाता ना, मैं भी तो लेडी हूँ, क्यों लाया मुझे? You wanted that lady CHRO ही चाहिए थी. तो how this whole started? तो केबल डिवीजन में पहले 17 लड़कियां आई. As usual शुरू में कुछ ना कुछ हो ही जाता है. नहीं ये तो मैं बोल ही रहा था, बंद कर दीजिए फलना ढिकाना, सारा हुआ. मैंने कहा क्या लड़के नहीं गलती करते, लड़कियां ही गलती करती हैं? ऐसे कहाँ पे लिखा हुआ है? एंड ऑल दोज थिंग्स एज नॉर्मल कंटिन्यूड. टुडे वी आर 300+ गर्ल्स वर्किंग ऑन शॉप फ्लोर. नॉट ओनली इन केबल, इट्स ऑन मशीन शॉप, इट्स और करौली जैसे प्लांट में. Yesterday I was at Karoli, I think नीलेश कल परसों बात हो रही थी आपसे. हाँ, yesterday I was at Karoli, so there were 4-5 guests who had to go. 4:30 बजे लड़कियों की खत्म हो जाती है शिफ्ट, तो सारे जा रहे थे वहाँ पे. तो जब उनको पता चलता है मैं आई हूँ तो दे ऑल उल्टा आती हैं, गेट के बदले मेरे पास आ जाती है मिलने के लिए और ऐसे करते. तो उन्होंने एक दिन किया, दूसरी जगह ट्राई करने चली गई. बाद में बोला नहीं मैडम हम वापस आ गए, हमें यही काम करना है. हमने क्यों? तो बोलते आपके रहते कुछ हो नहीं सकता, कुछ गलत नहीं हो सकता. तो उस वक्त जो मैं आपसे बोल रही थी ना, डोंट वर्क फॉर इंक्रीमेंट और एनीथिंग, दैट रियली मोटिवेटिंग फैक्टर फॉर मी. जब मैं उनको देखती हूँ कैसी हो, ऐसे पकड़ा, सट जाती है, छोटी सी है. हम बोला अच्छा तुम इतनी छोटी हो, कर लोगी काम इतना देरी? कर लूँगी. मतलब it melts, you know, you feel what is the need. I tell them, you know, आजकल न्यू लेबर कोड में हो गया ना कि अगर वो साइन कर देते हैं, कंसेंट देते हैं तो 12 घंटे कर सकते हैं. They were ready to sign 12 hours. ऐसे मत करो, मत करो. बोलते दीदी पैसे की जरूरत है. हम बोले नहीं मत करो, 12 घंटे मत करो, अब मौसम चेंज हो जाएगा, कैसे जाओगे घर, कैसे करोगे ऐसे? दीदी हम ग्रुप में चले जाएंगे, हम करेंगे. एंड दे आर डूइंग वंडर्स. एंड टू एट द टॉप ऑफ इट आई वुड लाइक टू से, फिर राठी सर इतना हैप्पी हो गए कि ही केम हिमसेल्फ चेयरमैन कि मैं फ्लोर पे जाके देखूंगा. तो फीमेल सुपरवाइजर, एवरीथिंग इज द लीगली कंप्लायंट थिंग, एवरीथिंग इज देयर. So then he said, पूरे ladies को अलग कर दीजिए और boys को अलग कर दीजिए. And I take pride in saying the efficiency of female line is 106% and the boys is 96%. When in April there was entire India was burning with absenteeism, our female workforce supported us in VMC CNC line and our none of the customer lines got stopped. I'm also looking for the operations these days along with the HR and safety. The whole Karoli plant, the plant head reports to me. He asked me, ladies ले आते हैं मैडम, हम ले बस एक ही शर्त है, वो रोना नहीं चाहिए, बस खत्म बात, नहीं तो तुम बाहर. And I called all the HODs and I said only one thing, standing meeting. जिसके डिपार्टमेंट में लड़कियों को तकलीफ हुई, तू तो गया. मैं सुनूंगी नहीं. हमला आर्टिकल 375 सिनेमा जाके देख लो, इट इज विमेन प्रो, तेरे सपोर्ट भी नहीं करेगी. तो जाके देख लो, नहीं तो मैं एक दिन यहाँ पे पूरे हॉल में बैठा के सबको 375 दिखा देती हूँ. ठीक है? So they must be treated as daughters and sisters. And then you see the performance. So it happens. It's not that it doesn't happen. You need to have conviction to achieve it. You need to have confidence. You need to have trust in yourself. If you trust yourself, then तो पूरी दुनिया आपके साथ है. पर विश्वास आपको खुद पर करना पड़ेगा कि you are right.
And you will have to push that agenda. I think what she said now, I was reminded of my time in sugar industry, 2008. We hired women GETs for the first time in my sugar company. And after all the work, right, I spoke to the plant head, got the infrastructure, washrooms, all of that was done. And after the induction, when you sent them to the plant, 15 days later, the plant head calls me and says, ये यहाँ नहीं चलेगा, हम वापस भेज रहे हैं. I said, आप वापस मत भेजिए, मैं आ रही हूँ उधर. So, and I stayed 2 months in Jawaharpur, Sharjah district, to make sure that they get in terms of, into the plant culture. And so after 2 months, after they got settled, I came back. To about 2 years later, when the plant head, all sugar plant heads called me, we had 5 sugar plants, कि इस बार ना women GT ज़्यादा ले लीजिएगा. And what she says so right, because Hero MotoCorp for us, we have a 30% diversity target. We are the only, I think, one of the few auto companies or maybe across industries which have 44% women in our leadership. Already we are at 17% women across, in all our plants. We have lines which are run only by women, and what she says is right. Our women lines, the FTR ratio is about 110 as compared to the others which are pure men lines which are at about 90-92. Their absenteeism is very, very, very less. Their dedication is really high, because once they're committed to you, they're emotionally committed to you. And we have now in most of our plants lines which are run only by women. So I think it's a big, big success for sure.
I know this is a very emotive topic, but I'm also aware of the fact that we are running really late already. But what we'll do is we'll take one question, and unfortunately we have time only for one, and then we will have to close. So anybody, obviously fastest finger first. If nobody, then that actually, okay, sorry, yeah, you. We'll be able to hear you, maybe you can.
My question to both of you is, many a times we have seen that we do conduct behavioral trainings in the organization. But how will we make sure, or how we can let the seniors understand or the organization understand what is the impact of that particular training in the organization? And also to employees, how they are getting benefits from these behavioral trainings. Technical trainings, we understand that we can measure the performance. But what about the behavioral trainings?
Behavioral training topic का नाम change कर दो. Don't call it a behavioral training. There are certain words which pinches minds of people. मेरा behavior क्या खराब है, मुझे behavioral training के लिए भेज रहा. तो उसका कुछ और ही रख दो नाम. Leadership रख दो, motivation, communication skill, उस पर आप training रख दीजिए. Behavior word हटा दीजिए आप.
But ma'am, उस केस में भी if we talk about communication training, हमने training करा भी दी, but उसके बाद भी जो काम कर रहा है, suppose I'll take my example. मेरा काम करने का तरीका तो वही है.
नहीं, इसमें होता है तरीका. जैसे आपको जैसे आपकी बिल्कुल समस्या मैं समझ रही हूँ, ये सब हो चुका है. आप जब भी ऐसा कुछ नहीं होता कि लीडरशिप ट्रेनिंग आज कर लेगा तो कल लीडर बन जाएगा, आज कम्युनिकेशन स्किल कर लिया तो कल कम्युनिकेशन में पारंगत हासिल हो जाएगी, ऐसा प्रेजेंटेशन स्किल कर लिया तो कल बहुत बड़ा प्रेजेंटर बन जाएगा. ऐसा कुछ भी नहीं होता. हाँ, होता क्या है, हम किसी भी चीज में, जैसे इसी सेमिनार में है, वी रियली डोंट नो हु विल लाइक व्हाट. So that was the thing when we were, doing that effectiveness का thing. तो उसमें हम सिर्फ उनसे खुद ही से पूछते थे, how was the training? What you liked the most? तो suppose ने 5 चीज बोला, तो हमने फिर 2 चीज करो, 2 को पकड़ के चलो और करके देखो क्या मिलता है, फिर मैं तेरे से 1 महीने बाद मिलती हूँ. वो 2 चीज को आपने पकड़ के चला तो वो आपको रिमाइंड करना पड़ेगा, हैंड होल्डिंग करनी पड़ेगी, क्या उसको फॉलो किया. जैसे मैं आपको एक एग्जांपल दूंगी. वी हैड डन अ ट्रेनिंग लीडरशिप इंस्टीट्यूशनलाइजेशन. सो ही सेड बहुत सारी चीजें, रिटन गोल्स आर मोर पावरफुल देन वर्बल गोल्स, से नो व्हेन यू डोंट वांट टू से यस. सो ही एक्चुअली सेड व्हेन यू शुड से नो व्हेन यू डोंट वांट टू से यस. सो ही एक्चुअली ट्राइड टू एक्सप्लेन अस विद सेवरल एग्जांपल्स. इसका मतलब ये नहीं कि हम रफ हो गए, कोई आ गया तो नो, आई एम नॉट डूइंग इट. हाउ यू हैव टू से नो व्हेन यू डोंट वांट टू से यस. सो इट वाज अ प्रैक्टिस व्हिच वी हैव टू डू. सो दीज ऑल थिंग्स आर एक्चुअली एन आउटकम ऑफ द प्रैक्टिस. जैसे उसने कभी कागज दिया, वो कागज में 4 क्वाड्रेंट थे, पर्सनल, प्रोफेशनल, सोशल एंड स्पिरिचुअल. तो वो उसने बोला कि इसको आप रोज हैबिट कीजिए कि व्हाट इज योर पर्सनल गोल, व्हाट इज योर प्रोफेशनल गोल, what is your social goal and what is your spiritual goal, and then towards the end of the day you see अब spiritual में like your parents are there, he wants to, today is Tuesday and wants to go to मंदिर temple, आप ले नहीं जा पाते हैं तो आप लिखिए उसको, और क्या आप अपने आज पेरेंट्स को मंदिर ले जा पाए, then how you feel. आप 4 तरह का कलम रखिए, लाल, हरा, काला और क्या एक पेंसिल होता है उसमें, और उसमें आप लिखिए ब्लैक या ब्लू से और ग्रीन से उसको काटिए, नहीं हुआ तो उसको आगे लेके चलिए. उन्होंने हमें सिखाया था कि जो मामा आपको कभी गोदी से नहीं उतार सका, बाथरूम नहीं जा पाता था, क्या वो आज आप उससे लास्ट कब बात किए हैं. एंड देन अगले सेशन में ही यूज्ड टू आस्क हाउ डिड यू फील. Your mother cooking every day, your wife is cooking every day. When did you praise? कि Valentine Day के दिन फ्लावर दिया कि और किसी दिन फ्लावर भी दिया. आपने कभी बोला खाना कैसा है, खाना अच्छा है, क्योंकि उसकी मोटिवेशन क्या है, वो तो रोज कुक कर रही है और आप मोबाइल पर हो, आप खा रहे हो, आपने कभी रिकॉग्नाइज किया. She is doing it as her habit every day. Whether it is good or not good, who has praised it? So see, these are very, very important things, every individual's life. अगर मुझे गिफ्ट अच्छा लगता है तो किसी और को लगता है. मैं एल्बम में अपना फोटो अच्छा से देखती हूँ, बाकी पन्ने ऐसे पलट देती हूँ. मेरी मदर को भी तो कभी तारीफ की जरूरत होगी, मेरी वाइफ को भी तो कभी तारीफ की जरूरत, ये उसकी ड्यूटी थोड़ी है. तो ये प्रैक्टिस की बात है, एक्नॉलेज करने की बात है. तो जैसे आप कह रहे बिहेवियर से नहीं सीखेगा, पर एक चीज क्या सीखा वो तो बता दे, चिल्लाना छोड़ दे. कुछ ऐसी चीजें जिससे मजा भी आए, उसे लगे आज मैं 3 बार चिल्ला सकता था पर नहीं चिल्लाया, एंड देन इट इज डन.
I think we should probably take a break after this, have Eva and Madhuri stand outside and answer lots of more questions that will probably come through. But being aware of time, I'll have to close this conversation here. Thank you very much for being a great audience, and most importantly, thank you very much for being on the panel.
Thank you so much. Just wait for a minute. May I call upon the stage Mr. Hota for felicitating our guest speakers. Photo. And yeah, please. Thank you once again to our guest speakers for kindly, joining us and sharing your valuable insights. I am sure that our industry, HR professionals would have really benefited out of your insights. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for joining. So we will move ahead with our next session, but before that, is with a very special speaker who is an inspirational speaker whom we have invited to share his journey. He was a former goalkeeper of the Indian national hockey team, and also later on he also helped in coaching the women's hockey team and actually helped the team to win the first gold medal in the Commonwealth Games in 2002. So please be with us and enjoy that session. And he had been the inspiration for the Chak De movie, which was which was made. I am sure that many of us have already seen that. So it is based on his, slightly based on his story. So yeah, so moving ahead, we have the next session. It is a panel discussion on the theme transforming the CE workforce. Basis the discussions that we had, we saw so many companies are taking so many initiatives in the HR, human resource development front, and what is the take of the initiatives that have already been taken and how to take it forward. So to discuss all this, we have this panel session, and for this we have as a moderator Mr. Shalaf Chaturvedi, Vice President ICIMA and Managing Director India and SAARC, Case New Holland CE India Private Limited. As panelists, we have Mr. Sitaram Ganeshan, Treasurer ICIMA, President Wipro Hydraulics, Wipro Infrastructure Engineering. Shujishmita, please help in setting now. Our next panelist is Mr. Ashok Nambiar. He is the Chief Human Resource Officer, Vodgen India Private Limited. Mr. Kasi Vishwanath, Head Human Resource, Larsen & Toubro Limited. Mr. Robin Mathai, Director Operations and Supply Chain, Cummins Technologies India Limited. And Mr. Pavan Bich, Director Operations, Putzmeister Concrete Machines Private Limited. Welcome all of you, and may I request all of you to kindly come ahead for a group photograph, please. Thank you. Thank you. And I would now request Mr. Shalaf Chaturvedi to take the session forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Monica. Hello, everyone. Very happy to be back here in the Human Capital panel. It's difficult to follow a power-packed session with Ibhaji and Madhuriji. It was really solid. And I was there in the morning as well, listening to our Gen Z, and I saw evolution happening in that session itself. When they were answering the first question, there was a nervous energy, and by the time they were answering the last question, they had already evolved, and they were much more confident. In fact, Monica had to come and give a nudge that let's end the session because it's continuing to happen. But all good, and very happy to be here again among friends and to moderate this session on transforming the CE workforce on skills, innovation and competitiveness. I'll start with a reminder of sorts. A few years back, Nokia was the largest mobile phone company in the world. They had talent, they had resources, they also had a global multinational presence. So everything was working well. And then suddenly something happened and they became irrelevant, just like that. A senior executive of Nokia was asked that, what do you think, why did it happen? And his answer was very profound. The answer was that we don't know. We really don't know what struck us. And that is where I think the difference comes between just having talent versus having a talent which is continuously evolving, remaining agile, and staying ahead of the competition. And we'll delve more on that topic in the session today. Okay. So first, as opening and as a warm-up to all the panelists, is that we heard, for example, several case studies on how organizations are investing in workforce development, capability building, innovation, all good words. But if you really look at it, despite or in spite all of that, many companies are still struggling, especially our sector is still struggling for getting the right kind of talent. So in your opinion, what still remains challenging? What has started to work and is showing some green shoots? And how do we prepare a construction equipment workforce for the future? 3 parts again. What is working, what is not, and what do we do about it? Starting with you, Kashi.
I think the branding of the industry has slightly improved. I think the reason is because people today understand that, thanks to the various initiatives, and especially the initiatives which are field-based, like XCon and things like that, where students come, I think has really helped them to understand what the scale of this industry is about. And when at the very senior governmental level, people talk about infrastructure and all of that, that's really helped to position the industry as a sunrise industry. So that's definitely something which is good. The industry is heavily dependent on mechanical engineers or so-called branches of engineering which are not friendly to gender, women, so which is there. So therefore, when you want to attract women from this industry, definitely that's not a big positive. We don't get so many women readily into the industry. Also the fact that the mechanical engineers are today, I must say, the most in demand, because there are a lot of industries which are seeking for their services, and therefore attracting good mechanical engineers is a challenge. But definitely the whatever are the developments which are happening in the industry, especially around alternate energies, way of working, and many branches which are interlinked with this industry which are coming, I think we are able to make attraction a little better than before.
Okay. Robin, I extend to you.
So I think what's working well for the industry is that the industry is changing. This is changing, which is good. What's probably not working well is that it's not changing fast enough. The biggest problem we have, I think, in this industry, and I come not purely from a CE industry background, but I also have a larger manufacturing. So we are into manufacturing engines, not only for the CE, but we also manufacture for the overall commercial vehicle market. What we see is we're not attracting enough talent. It's because I think when we've got freshers coming out, they have a very good, very many options available outside other than this industry that we have. So a lot of the talent goes there. It is changing. Thankfully, it is changing for us. I think it should be done. It should be done sooner. It should be done more effectively. It should be done in a way that can attract the best of the talent. I think those are the challenges we have.
Okay. And
was there a third part of the question?
What do we do for the future?
Yeah, future is, I just told about it's not changing fast enough. I hope it works faster. And I think it's for a lot of our leaders sitting over here and the likes of you sitting over here to make that change happen.
I think one of the things which our Gen Z also mentioned in the morning, to be more present on social media, things like that, where we increase the visibility of the industry, which can also help in getting to the catchment area and attracting the right talent. Okay, I extend the same question to Pawan.
I think what is working for us, that we are growing industry, and we are seeing that road and construction development is growing very fast. And this is same industry like for doctors and lawyer, which is never ending because growth is constant. You will have your own prestigious customers. What is not working, I would say, generating the clear roadmap for those newcomers. Long-sighted, because I know from my father time, the long time was in a one job till retirement. Until with us, it is more of, let's say, 8 to 10 years. For the newcomers, 2 years is a long time working with the association. So how we develop those clear roadmap that they are attracted to stay more, and that is the gap which I would say with the current industry.
Fair enough. I think sometimes what also happens is we confuse satisfaction to engagement. A satisfied employee may not be an engaged employee. They are different things. And a satisfied employee may find more satisfaction elsewhere and can get disengaged after some time. But engagement is really what keeps all of us hooked to an organization, to a culture. Excellent thought, Pawan. Ashok, what's your perspective?
Well, I'll come to a business problem and where HR is bringing in some intervention in our organization. So, and I'll not just talk about my organization. I think across we've been very traditional in our thought process. As a result of which, what has happened is that we have invested very heavily in training our workforce. We have one of the best workforce. I'm talking of my customer support team, which is spread across India. And we have realized that with time, the cost is going up. And they're getting costlier by the year. Our profits are shrinking, which means that we need to be innovative in getting more. And there is where HR is bringing about some interventions. Maybe I can talk about it more, from a future perspective, how we can bring in fresh blood in, train them, map them across, and what to do with the expensive ones, how we can retrain them and graduate them to more technically higher models of machines that we have. So, yeah.
Okay, interesting thought. Not on cost per head count, but rather value per head count is sort of alluding to that, and we'll grill him more on that in some time. Now we go to Sitaram.
You know, we probably always head into what's not working, but I think there's a lot of good things we're doing in the industry, right? Today we are the third largest equipment manufacturer player in the world, and there's a lot of things we're doing right as an industry that has got us here. Nevertheless, what got us here will not get us to the next stage, right? So we have to look at what do we need to change. But even if I look at people who have stayed in this industry have stayed for long, right? I mean, if I look around as people have even moved around between different organizations, they've stayed within the industry for long. So there is something that is attractive in the industry once you get in. You find it very good, you want to stay on, you look at the contribution you're making to the larger purpose of building the nation. But we have to do more branding for sure, right? Because we have to figure out how do we extend our reach to more people. There's a lot of innovation going on in the industry, but if you go to the colleges and talk to them, very few of them are even aware of what we do in the industry, right? They're more aware of what happens in the automotive world, in the car industry, but not in our industry. So my view, like putting a lot more on branding, putting a lot more about reaching out to people and making them aware of what's going on in the industry is going to come a long way to attract more talent. But we need to attract more talent and expand it.
Very well. I stay with you, Sitaram. Wipro of late has been on a shopping spree, and you are going all over the world, buying companies, getting Americans, Europeans working in the Wipro way of working. In this context, when you are sort of working cross cultures and people sort of trying to adapt to your way of working or the Wipro way of working, how do you bring the same level of competitiveness, the same level of innovative skill set across multicultural employee force?
So I'll start with, hey, we've been doing quite a few acquisitions lately because we find the industry attractive to be in, and we know we can play a critical role and grow. So I just want to start with that, right? So that's been the way we've been looking at things. Two, I think as a Wipro principle, right, we don't have a playbook for integration.
right? Because I think when you have a playbook for integration, you may sometimes forget the context under which you've made an acquisition in a geography, or it could be for a reason why you did. It could be technology, it could be innovation, or it could be a market reach. And so we really look at the context, and then we alter our playbook to ensure we create more value and not destroy value. So we don't do integration for the sake of integration. We do integration for creating value. So that's one basic principle we put in place as we look at these cross-cultural integration. Two, I think it becomes a lot more, in my view, when we see a lot of things that don't go well, we are very quick to put our finger on, the people who are not adapting or people who are not doing this. I think sometimes it's a reflection of the leadership, right? How much with conviction have we been able to sell as to what we're trying to get out of this acquisition? What do we want to do from a synergy perspective? How do we want to grow the innovation? And I think once we are able to do that in a very convincing way, you win you win the minds and the hearts of the people, magic happens, right? And I think that's something that we have done, and I think we've got it right in our recent acquisitions, where I think innovation then breeds innovation, cooperation, collaboration just enhances, and we're seeing a lot more going in the right way.
Excellent. And I think that's key for many of those M&A activities where you have to prevent the invasion from happening, and you need to have a sort of a gatekeeper who sort of channelizes the way you have been doing it so ably well. I come to you, Ashok, and coming back to your previous comment. You as an organization are structured a little differently from the traditional organizations in terms of not having really a large distributor network, but having your own workforce, feet on the street for sales, for service. And over a period of time, as you mentioned, the service team has swelled. They are no doubt quite well skilled. But in the era of squeezing margins, how do you, if you can further elaborate on your thought of more value getting generated per head count?
Let me specifically talk about the compactor piece, where the margins are much more less, and we really struggle for margins over there. And we have got one of the best people as far in the customer support team. Just for your information, we don't have a dealer network. It's our people spread across the country who do the customer support part. And what we've realized is that with growing times, it's getting about 8 to 10% more and more expensive. And these people continue to stay with us, and they have been doing the same job for a longer period of time, and thereby they have not been able to graduate to, say, a Fogle or a Wittgen or a Kleemann machine. What we are doing now is that we are heavily recruiting a lot of people from diploma colleges and ITIs. ITIs are coming on third party. The diploma guys are coming on our roles. We are training them on the HARM machine. They will slowly replace these guys. This is going to take time. It's going to take 2 to 3 years. We have mapped people at a B1, that's basic 1, 2, 3, advanced, and then and so on and so forth. So these people will take over from them. We are going to bring our costs down. The second part of the journey, or the parallel part of the journey, is training these guys now who have been with us for a long time so that they can graduate to more technologically advanced machines. That's a plan in place now. Yeah.
Fantastic. How employees move up the value chain across different value chain of the portfolio of equipment or product that they have is a very, very fantastic business case, guys, I'm telling you. Is one of the unique models that they operate, and they operate it very, very successfully. Pawan, I come to you. And Putzmeister is a very enduring brand. Despite acquisitions, it has still continued to, hold on to its brand value, brand equity, and the spirit of a Putzmeister equipment. So what common characteristics do you feel that distinguish this lasting employee skill engagement that Putz has versus some others who don't? So,
possibly the thing is coming from the top, like we are the German company, we are part of now SENI. It comes from the quality, that is the top of our mind. And certainly the safety is another aspect. These are the two aspects which is non-negotiable in our organization. So when we bring the people inside, how we inculcate those practices take time, that is more important. As soon as, because we are, and everyone, we know that we are on the customer-driven organization, and the quality on the optimum cost is a basic to grow. So important that how we generate those Kaizens, continuous improvement ideas, how we take out the time for improvements. Those are the basic things which we put in the part of our training curriculum. Yes, one thing, when I started in 1996, we were having, I was having 1 year graduate trainee program. That's whole 1 year in 1996 with Bajaj. But today, 1 year training, no one can afford the cost. So how we can make the smaller module, how we can train the people while he or she is working, and how we inculcate those quality perspective and safety perspective in the mind, that is a key. And these are the variety of different programs, what we do. Certainly, two different programs are always there. One is for shop floor and one for staff. Staff is also important, that how you need to behave when you are on the shop floor. That is important, which we heard in this morning, because this is also bringing your culture in the organization. And apart from that, how we treat our workers in the same fashion. Lot of industries where we see still a lot of hearing a permanent versus lease worker kind of different setup. But those things has to go away. The team member is a team member. That is why we do not say them worker in the shop floor. They are part of our team, so we say them team member only. How we can generate the best ideas from them. That is the basics to retain the quality and safety perspective from each of us. Thank you.
Fantastic. I come to you, Robin. These are strange times. Strange times because there is a rise of electrification, and traditional engine companies are finding themselves at crossroads. What do? Do we propose, or let's say go more towards further diesel-based technologies, or we sort of start developing something hybrid, go towards electrification? How do we find ourselves? And in middle of this, there is a huge workforce which is also looking at you as management, that which direction do we go at? So in these times, as Cummins, how do you take forward your team towards innovation so that the company continues to endure the legacy that it has over a century nearly of continuing to drive innovation?
Yeah, well, that's a very interesting question. Now, at least inside within our company, we call this the messy middle. We're not sure about what is going to be the future. And we believe that somebody was mentioning before that the ICE engine is probably going away. Now, let me tell you, the ICE engine is not going away for the next 15 years at least. It's still there to stay. And I think we are actively investing in the next set of technology for the ICE engine. It could be in various other forms. It could be with hybrid. We are building a platform that is fuel agnostic. So the next range of products is going to come up. So it's going to be there for the next 15 years. Now, that having been said, we are also investing and we're also exploring alternate technologies. That work is also happening, but that's happening in parallel. That's happening without disrupting your existing platform that you have. That continues. So while we focus on improving everything that we do currently on the ICE engine and building the next platforms, we're also actively investing in the future, not knowing when it will come. But when the market is ready, when the market is ready to pull, we will be there. So it's both of them happening in parallel.
Fantastic. And I think that's the skill, where you keep the employees engaged with what is there in hand today, at the same time showing where the future could be, and manage that positive tension, I would say, in a good way.
Yeah, and you also did ask about how we manage the workforce. And I think that was the main part of the question. So while we continue to invest in all of the future technologies, we've got an active workforce who is getting trained on them. Some of them are getting trained over here, some of them are getting trained across the globe. There are some in Germany, there are some that is happening. And those technologies we're bringing in. So we've got the technology, we've got the know-how, we've got the training, we've got the people ready. It's a question of time on when this needs to get deployed.
Fair enough. Kashi, first, a quick comment. That does L&T still have the 1-year GET training program? Because I was one of those 20 years ago, and he mentioned that people don't afford it anymore. Yeah. Does L&T still have that or not?
L&T does have. In fact, they have branded it as Navis. The whole process is of a year where, the GET goes through projects and, of course, the typical classroom where they are sitting for 1 year, that's not there anymore. Mm-hmm. It's a little bit mix of on-the-job projects, presentations, and I think that's the way the 1 year is spread. The brand is called Navis.
Okay. And if you can just extend that,
yeah.
That when you look at L&T and when anybody in industry thinks about L&T, it is like a factory for developing great leaders and great managers in the industrial ecosystem of India. How you have been able to sustain that transformative journey for much of the talent through so many years, and you continue to do that?
Sure. I think it's a good question, and a single word is the phrase "saas bhi kabhi bahut hi" actually really places a huge part, because what happens is there's a history. One, the organization constantly communicates to all the employees that any one of you can become the chief executive tomorrow, the top position. So everybody knows that it's a professional organization and everybody holds a reasonable chance. The organization's intake is very, very selective. We always take through GET, JETs, and all these entry-level schemes, very, very strong, where the selection filtration is pretty high. And the organization's effort always has been, because engineering is the large intake, they want to make these engineers ready for leadership positions. So the organization's effort, right from the founder's time, has been to see how they can become ready for business. So these are the three realities on which the entire what factory he mentioned actually works on. So the organization lays a lot of stress on performance, which is very easily visible because people are put on projects very, very early. For example, a GET with about 5 years experience was responsible for the Ganga cleaning project, where the person used to work with Uma Bharati directly, sort of reporting to her. And that sort of a responsibility people get very early. So easy to measure performance, how you actually perform. The organization puts a lot of effort in identifying potential, and that's where the previous leaders, they all play a part, because our development centers, assessment centers are pretty strong. Many of them participative by the leaders themselves. The previous leaders, they are part of the development center assessing the new leaders which are there, and that process is very, very strong. So a combination of this performance and potential, really helps the organization to identify its key sort of talent. And this talent is put through, we call it a 7-step leadership program. It's a sort of a branded activity where at each stage different inputs are given. Again, remember, our idea is to make them business leaders, where at the 6th stage, they interact with global leaders, because these programs are done at the international schools where they participate with the rule that only one L&Tite per program. So they interact with other peers of global companies. That's there. And at the last stage, individual mentoring by leaders actually happen, where the chairman himself mentors the people. Similarly, the other leaders also mentor. And that's why I say that, look, every leader actually looks at himself in the other younger person when he sees that person, because he was there at one stage over there. And that culture is what has taken the organization where it is today. Today, I'm proud to say that barring one board member, all other members are all internally grown sort of talent. They all have grown internally, except one person who came from outside, because that's a very specific requirement. So that's an answer to you, Shalabh, and if people have more questions around this, happy to answer.
Sure. So, क्योंकि manager भी कभी GET था, this is what he meant when he said SaaS भी कभी बहु थी, but very well summarized, Kashi.
I got inspired by the previous session. She was giving some.
Okay, I come to you, Sitaram, again. And my question is now taking a little inspiration from the first Gen Z session in the morning. We are, many of the organizations, and I know of Wipro in particular, investing a lot in training, skill development. But by the time you train somebody for something, the technology has already changed. Because the technology cycle is becoming shorter and shorter, and training cycles are not enough. So how do you manage that situation?
No, so it's a challenge, but the key, I think, the way I look at things is like, hey, you need to really ensure that, hey, you're cultivating the right mindset in employees, right? And so the mindset I call is like, hey, the ability and the agility to adapt, right? Because nobody can predict what's going to happen from a technology perspective, and AI and ML is a good example where it's really, I think the word we used was being disruptive in the morning, and it changes fundamentally a lot of things that you want to do in the business. But if you have people who are ability to adapt with agility, not adaptive with agility, and I think people are therefore curious enough to learn and try new things and adapt, I think it goes a long way. And two, I think as a leadership sometimes, we also have a job to create a safety environment, and sometimes we do not, and I'm just being very honest, right? When something fails, the first thing we ask 10 deep dive questions on why it failed, which creates the person there to saying, I don't know why I did that, right? Rather than saying, hey, what did you learn? How are we going to use it for the next experiment? And stop at that. We don't, right? We are problem solvers ourselves, and we go into the habit of digging deep into it and creating, an environment that somebody else doesn't feel safe, right? Of trying a mistake again the next time. So we kill innovation unknowingly over a period of time, right? And so I think in my view, I always look at things like, hey, one is how do you develop a mindset of an ability and agility to adapt? And two, from a leadership perspective, hold yourself accountable saying, hey, you are creating a safe environment for people to innovate and flourish, right? And I think if you do the two, I think you will find your way to be able to innovate even as the technology cycles change more frequently, because the agility to respond as an organization gets better and faster. Otherwise, it's the inertia that kills you.
And I'll add over here, with your permission. Sitting over here as a leadership, we know what is happening in the world. Now, world is all open now. It is no more confidential things in any of the plants. So we know what has happening as a leader, what you wanted to do investment in the training part. It is for tomorrow or it is for long-term vision. And if you are only for doing the bread and butter for tomorrow, certainly you are going to likely to fail. And then if you are going for planning for years, then certainly this is a kind of investment. And that is up to us how we do this investment or do the CapEx budget or OpEx budget. That is up to us.
Okay, fair enough. Ashok, to you again, considering you're managing a large workforce, learning and development is one of the activities which sort of keeps people getting upskilled. But then maintaining their engagement. Beyond a point, if you continue to do the same thing again and again, it sort of becomes a checkbox exercise. And people say, okay, ek aur learning L&D program ho gaya, we'll go to a hotel, spend a day, ek din break mil gaya from regular mara-mari of work. And then from tomorrow it starts again. And you just turn the page. In this environment, how do you, and considering the large workforce that you manage, how do you ensure that the engagement of the people sustains through the entire L&D journey?
So it doesn't really happen that way. It used to happen earlier. We've changed that now. It all revolves around our PMS. And PMS is not about only promotions and increments. A very important component of our PMS is the trainings that are required to be done because of, say, skills required on behavioral or technical. And there is a discussion that happens between the manager and the employee. And then final round where, say, the MD, me, my CEO or my CSO, whoever, when we sit, we look at all these, and there are discussions around each of these employees, based on which the training calendar is rolled out. So there was an earlier discussion where, how do we get the budget for that? I really don't need to ask for the budget. The budget comes from the outcome of the PMS. And then when someone attends a training program, 2 or 3 in a year, the person knows that there has been, there is a reason that I am over here. There is some development for me happening over there. And hence the engagement as far as the L&T journey is concerned is very much there. You don't need to go and push for someone. The only push we need to do is sometimes them not getting released for the training program, but then we have our ways and means of pulling them in.
वो मैनेजर छोड़ना नहीं चाहता कभी कि okay, maybe the next training program, but again I think that's how mature organizations behave and continue to invest in L&T. Ashok, I come to you, and Robin, I come to you, and I come to you again for continuing to delve a little more on technology side. And in a world where, let's say, AI is becoming more and more prevalent, increasingly, especially more on the manufacturing processes and then other areas as well, do you feel that going forward, the skills that will be needed for people will be more subject matter experts or more generalistic, because subject matter is anyway being taken, partially being, let's say, substituted by artificial intelligence? So in your opinion, how would the skill set evolve?
So I don't think there is actually doing away with subject matter expertise. That is still there too. That will still be there, because you need subject matter experts in each of the areas of manufacturing, operations, supply chain. You need those. That having been said, I think a lot of data now, information is available where you can get it online, you can get it. Now the problem is not that. The problem is that today we are generating tons and tons of data. Now I'll give you an example of the industry, at least the workplace that I am in. Now for our manufacturing setup, we have close to about, say, to manufacture one engine, an engine passes through about 150 different stations before it goes. At an average, even if you say that each station is generating 10 data points, in a day, you're creating more than 1 million data points. In a month, you're creating 25 million data points. What are we doing with that data? How can we analyze it? It is not humanly possible for people to go through so much of data and take meaningful insights out of it. I think that's where AI comes in. And that's where now we're beginning to train people. Now we are actually in the manufacturing industry now, we are actually in the we are exploring what it can do. We've got tools that are now deployed, and we've told everybody to start using them. Start sending your data into data lakes, start analyzing, get meaningful insights out of it. The last problem that we actually solved, we had a critical issue that came up. We went through analysis and we said that, okay, let's look at the last 3 years' data. Now, a 3-year data, if you got to monitor, it's probably a very big task if you have to do it, or somebody has to do it. Give it to AI and you have a 3-year trend of what has behaved. And you clearly see a declining trend. Now, those are the areas we're investing in. We are asking people to learn this, explore, and hopefully very soon, maybe in about a year's time, we should have more definitive ways of using AI. So clearly this is the trend that subject matter expertise are needed, but they're going to be limited. They're going to be in smaller areas. We would need generalists who've got better expertise of data analytics going forward. I think that's a huge dearth in the market. We don't have sufficient workforce who understands data analytics, especially in manufacturing. Probably in the IT industry there are many, not in manufacturing, operations, supply chain, and that's a place I think where the next set of big ask from people are going to come.
So more interpretational skill. Data is there in abundance. Sometimes we don't even know what to do with that data. I mean, if you are getting 25 million data points, it's already a headache to manage that data. And then somebody will ask, what have you done with that data? So interpretational skills, I think, is what Robin has been alluding to. And I think that will be a very important skill to have. Pawan, in your opinion, if there is one capability building initiative that you would take in your organization over the next 3 years, what would that be?
I think it is not only for my organization and even for most of the organization, the agility to change. As we talked about, the technologies are changing very fast. Then how we cope up? Until unless we don't have a mindset to change, until unless we do not have a willing to learn new things, take the learnings from there, try to be fail and understand what is the outcome of it. Those are the things it is important today's world. Even for us, we just talked about in the morning with the all Gen Z and us together. The more agility we have to learn, we can bring the better changes in the organization. That is about one thing I would like to do for next 3 or 5 years to come.
Okay, so just breaking those mental barriers and injecting agility in each employee. With that dose of maybe oxytocin, things will start getting better. Kashi, I come to you, and to manage a behemoth like L&T through the ranks, there is always a tension. One tension is, and being an ex-L&T at myself, one tension is that you need certain operational excellence so that the engine keeps running. At the same time, you need innovation to do something better in a non-linear way. And usually both the things don't go hand in hand. So for a company like L&T, how do you manage this tension effectively?
I think one of the latest realizations that L&T has had on innovation and how it can come out is a concept called psychological safety. I think a lot of you would already know about it. People today talk about holistic, well-being. I think one of the key elements there is psychological safety. When an organization is psychologically safe, the people in the organization feel safe. They feel safe in doing two things. One, they can make mistakes. They are okay. They know that if I make a mistake today, there is somebody who's not going to blame me. And in a big organization like L&T, where we are doing projects for the first time, the tallest, the biggest, the largest, mistakes will happen, and definitely mistakes. Like, for example, just to give you an example, we were designing the girder transporter and straddle carrier for the bullet train, and my business was designing it, where the huge girders have to be transported, and bullet train, the stretch between Ahmedabad and Mumbai, what people are talking about today. The design team made an error, and because of which, just before the minister was to inaugurate, the whole, structure actually collapsed. It could not take the load, Imagine the crores of rupees that has gone in creating that structure, and it's collapsed. One is our chairman could have just blasted the people and said, look, in a couple of weeks you are having the minister coming and you guys have all screwed it up or messed it up. That's not okay. He could have said that. But rather he said, look, I think we are doing this for the first time. Mistakes can happen. As long as you guys have learned from the mistake and tomorrow you try to develop and improve and get the thing ready, I think it's a mistake worth making. If that's the attitude of the organization, imagine the people who are working in that project, they wouldn't hesitate to innovate because they know that there is, someone to look over their back. And also when there is psychological safety, people open up and they tell whatever they feel like. They don't get worried that, look, if I tell what my manager, maybe I'm going to say something against him or something, he will feel bad. They don't hesitate. And that creates an environment which is psychologically safe. And I think that's what L&T as an organization, we are focusing around psychological safety and asking people to express themselves and also asking people to say that if they feel something, say it out. And I think that's the type of culture we are trying to build.
So while still following the SOPs, having the latitude to go in different directions, at least having the psychological safety to express yourself. And what if the data clicks, the idea clicks, it could be a different innovation altogether. I was just thinking, and while Kashi was speaking, it's a very unique set of panelists that I am blessed with today. I have two component suppliers. We have hydraulic supplier, we have engine supplier. We have OEMs, we have Wirtgen Group and Putzmeister, and we have the user industry also. So the entire supply chain is on the stage right now. And that way the construct is interesting. Also, I did not make it easy for them. Whatever questions we gave them in advance that we are going to ask, I did not ask even one of those. And I put them sort of on a hot seat, and they have answered so ably well.
The agility to adapt.
Agility to adapt. In interest of time, considering we have about 10 minutes remaining in this session, I would open it to the audience if there is anybody who would like to ask any question to this August panel.
Just to add to the leak question paper, last time also I was there on the panel and we had the questions, and Mr. Hota, he flipped it up completely. He randomly asked people different. I think he brought his own out of subject bhi bahut sare questions aa gaye the wahan pe. So this time I didn't ask for the questions. I have no idea what the questions are.
I mean, I'd just like to add, this is my first time over here. So I had prepared for the questions that were sent, and I realized that not one of them have come in this. So I was taken completely by surprise.
Okay, so let's have some more surprise coming from the audience then. Anyone? Gen Zs from the morning session? There was one, Miss Tiwari. Why not? Okay.
I think the last few sessions was all about diversity. I think you're looking at diversity right now.
Now is the diversity on the stage, right?
Okay. Shall I, one question here? Yeah. Since, as you mentioned, this August gathering of OEMs, critical component suppliers, and end user L&T, which is actually the backbone of our construction going on in this country. I just wanted to bounce off a thought whether, as an industry group, we are thinking of tapping the Agniveer youngsters who are going to actually, maybe the first batches are coming out, and they could be a disciplined lot, but I'm from the Skill Council. We are making a small pilot for skilling, take a pilot project. There is no government support, but is there some thought happening in the industry circles on that? Just an open question, if some of you are thinking in this line.
So from my organization, we did test the waters. So we are based out of Pune. There's a place called Khadki where the armed forces cantonment is there, and there was a session that was conducted. There were a lot of these guys who were there. We did go, we tested the waters. Suitability nahi tha at that point of time, but that is something that we really want to do for the nation and for those guys as well. So we will be there next year as well, and we will continue to explore that. But yes, we are looking at that also as a possible people to replace our workforce or add to our workforce.
In fact, government has also reached out to ICMA as a body, and they have told us that there would be some probably 10,000-12,000 Agniveer who will, the first batch will graduate towards the end of this year. And then that will be the first event in a series of multiple events, because then every year we will keep on getting this youth disciplined, as Suresh mentioned. And we are also reaching out to our channel partners, Suresh, on CNH channel partners, on how they can start engaging some of these guys, because it's an irony of sorts where on one hand most of our channel partners are crying for lack of talent or lack of even availability of people, and then on the other hand we have supply available but there are no takers. So it's kind of a dichotomy which we are trying to resolve. also from CNH point of view. Okay, I'll extend one more question and maybe to Robin, because I keep coming back to him with the difficult ones. So if there is a young engineer who's entering this sector today, let's say manufacturing sector in general, because not only construction equipment, what would be one skill that you feel, or let's say when you get GETs or young engineers, what do you feel lacking in them, which you think that if they would have had, their induction would have been much more smoother into the companies?
So the industry at the stage where it is now, what we need most is the ability to change very quickly. Now, you look at the last couple of months, starting from October onwards of last year until March, we had a record session that went on. I mean, the volumes were all through the roof. It was also the time when we had the most number of disruptions. We had supply chain disruptions, we've got LPG-related issues, we had people-related issues. Now, working in the industry, the norm that is becoming is now how quickly you can adapt and change your strategies, change the way that you work, change the way that you think, move out, but get the work done. It is becoming more and more important now. We're seeing this happening far too frequently now. Before this was a COVID, but then 4 years later this happened. And now we don't know for the next 3 years what's going to happen, what's going to change. So I think the ability to change, the ability to adapt, the ability to think differently is what I would look for in somebody who comes in newly. That's one. Second is no longer is it a norm now for people to stay in one role or one job for a long period of time. The norm, as per me, would be for a person to stay in a role for about 3 years, acquire the knowledge, give back to the department or the area that he works, move on, move to the next talent, acquire acquire new talent, new knowledge, new experience. Because the moment you move from one to the other, you get to know that the world is pretty different on the other side. And the leaders that we see, at least in our industry, are people who've moved from one to the other, and very diverse. We've had a chartered accountant who was a plant manager. We had somebody from finance who was going and working in HR. And this is something, it's getting more and more, it's common now. So the requirement would be for somebody coming in is to come in with that mindset.
Can I add?
Yeah, sure, Paul.
One thing which I lack when I do a lot of interviews and then when people join as a newcomer, putting hands into mud. We are manufacturing. We can talk about anything, AI 4.0 and everything. But first learning start from putting your hands into mud. Remember that Rajiv Bajaj was a training engineer in the Tata Motors, from where he has grown what he is today. So unless we do not understand, that the newcomer do not understand the topic, what is happening on the shop floor primarily fabrication, press, whatever we can talk about. Unless do not connect with the people, which is the base of any manufacturing industry. And then afterwards putting his brain towards AI and what we can do further improvement, continuous improvement. That is what I would urge to the newcomers, that as soon as they join, understand the base, what is this company about, then talk about the changes, what is needed. That is pure welcome.
Shalabh, can I also add? Then
Sure, Kashi, yeah.
I think one area which we are very consciously doing for all our engineers is to understand the financial aspect of business, basic. Like we are measuring PAT per man hour. Today, that's our mantra within the organization. So as an engineer, he knows what all goes into PAT. The moment he understands that, even as an engineer at the shop floor or at the service center or wherever he is, he will know what components go in it and how he can influence that particular parameter. And I think that basic understanding, I believe, because I'm also an engineer before I moved here. So if someone would have told me that when I was an engineer, I would have probably appreciated my work a little more, and also understood where I can influence the entire business. And I think that's something which I think is important.
Fantastic, all great thoughts. So we heard agility to change your stream of work, then rolling up the sleeves and getting the work done, That's extremely important. And then trying to understand the purpose. And this is what Kashi was mentioning, that at the end of the day, most of us are not charitable organizations, and profits matter. And how whatever each one of us does impacts the profits of the company is where the crux of the matter lies. And having that awareness itself is good. I mean, public listed companies can do it much easier, of course, but yes, that's also a great measure to have. Sitaram, in your opinion, what should organizations start doing today to ensure employees view AI as an enabler rather than a threat? When you see newspaper headlines, I think it was yesterday, more than 1 lakh jobs lost to AI, largely on, let's say, the IT side. But when we speak about manufacturing space, how do you see this tension playing out between AI and HI?
So, I mean, one, I think I would say there needs to be a lot more conviction with the leadership and be able to therefore communicate a lot more on how the AI is going to make the organization a lot more better, right? And it's not about job losses, it's about how do we get ourselves to be more productive, more efficient, scale up faster, respond to the marketplace. Now, one interesting thing that I always say is like, hey, we need in organizations more bridge leaders. Now, what I mean by bridge leaders is a lot of people who've been in the business for long, right, understand the domain pain, understand the functional issues very, very well, may not understand the AI technologies in the same way, but should have an understanding on the deployment of like what the tool can do. There are a lot of people, and we have got young engineers coming out of college, right, who I think we have put them on the domain pain areas. They don't know the domain pain areas. And so these bridge leaders can bring the functional pain to these young grads, and they, within 30 days, have come out with AI tools and algorithms that have solved the problem, and that has surprised the bridge leaders, the functional folks, right? The functional folks thought, like, there's no other better way to do it. I've been doing it for 20 years. And what I found is, like, rather than do a big transformational projects, doing small, meaningful, impactful projects, like I think we did for 12, 18 months, we got the organization to change and understand the power of these tools and how it made life easy for them. And now there's a pull. There's no need of a push, right? I'm finding people coming back and saying and asking the question, is there a better way for me to do this routine work that I'm spending so many hours doing it, right? And there are enough people to solve through AI on those things. And now we're moving from the small, meaningful, impactful projects to more transformational projects. But you have to, as a leadership, you have to plan for it, you have to do the change management for it. But having more and more bridge leaders in the organization can help bridge the functional pain with the new tools in a more effective way.
Great. So those small changes, and they snowball into a transformational change. I mean, like in CNH, we have what I like to call a Nike Kaizen. By Nike, I mean just do it Kaizen. And if you get an idea, don't try to build consensus. If it's small, meaningful, it's within your delegation of authority. You just go ahead and do it. And then once you start building that culture, it starts snowballing into something more transformational. Okay, my closing comment to the entire panel. Looking ahead to 2030, when we aspire to become, as Sitaram reminded me in the beginning, that we are the third largest construction equipment TIV in the world, and we should celebrate that. We expect that by 2030, we might become the second largest. 30 can be 31, 32, but let's say that ballpark. In this environment, what would be one workforce transformational outcome? And this is coming from the course. You might all be prepared for this question. One workforce transformational outcome that you would like to see, which is achieved across construction equipment industry between now and let's say next 5 years. One workforce transformational outcome, starting with you, Kashi.
Sure. So I think there's a small story. It'll take me a minute to speak. In the year 1983, there was when the Cold War was going on, there was a there was a Russian guy, his name was Alexander Petrov. So he was actually looking at his radar base, and he was actually given an order that anytime he sees any American, some signals coming on his radar, he had to actually inform his bosses, and then the bosses would take the action. So he, at one point, he was actually an engineer who had designed the system. So when he was sitting, he actually saw some, one single radar spot, on his radar. So he was very tempted that he must, as per instruction, inform his bosses. But he was also an engineer, so he felt that somewhere the context was not matching. This one signal could not actually mean the Americans coming, because they would have sent many, many such planes if they had to attack. That one signal became 2, became 3 and 4, but still he felt that the context has not changed. Now, suppose, later on, they found out that that was really a blip, and it was because of some clouds that actually reflected the sunlight that caused those blips. Now imagine if the person, if the engineer, Mr. Petrov, would have spoken to his bosses as per instruction, and bosses would have then destroyed the American planes, what it could have led to, The point I'm trying to drive here is that in the next 5 years, our industry will find engineers and all the people who are there, lots of data will be available to you. And you would be tempted, honestly, to take decision on that data. Say, for example, if you are an HR guy and you got some AI-related data that don't hire this person, but you felt as an HR person that you must hire him, would you go against the data? Would you go against whatever is shown? Because that's where the organization culture comes into picture. Does your organization allow you to override our data which is there? And if you override, will some action be taken against you that, look, you overread the data and therefore you're wrong, and therefore your one promotion is gone or something is gone? Would that be available? I would like to see my CE industry in the next 5 years, evolve into a mature organization where the human in the, they call it the human in the entire process, is actually given the freedom, is given sort of weightage for his intellect. And when he or she takes a decision, the person is not penalized. That's the culture that I would like our CE industry to mature in the next 5 years.
Fantastic. Thank you. Next.
Since he started with a story, let me also give you a small story. It's a very personal story to me. When I started my career, I was very good at software and coding, I got into an IT company and I started working on that. I lasted there for 3 months and I said, I cannot do this. I cannot sit at a table. I want to see things move. I want to see automation. I was fascinated by machines and I came into the industry because I loved seeing it. I loved getting my hands dirty. I was working in coolant, working inside machines, seeing automation, programming. Absolutely. What I want for the industry for the next 5 years is to have that same feeling for somebody who's coming in new. To say that we are coming into this place because we love this. We love doing this. We love manufacturing. And there is a different breed of people who like this. For people who are not meant for this, people who are software engineers, people who've got a very different mindset, probably this is not. But there is a set of people who love this and love the action that happens over here. So next 5 years, I hope that we turn our industry into something that will attract the best of talent.
Excellent.
More wider response. So far, India, we talk about any segment, we are more of assemblers, right? We are even not manufacturers. The gap is over putting the innovation and R&D. We know our R&D spend across India, and we have a lagging over there. So I would say that we have to, if we need to be independent, we have to put our efforts on that side to become really manufacturing industry, which talks about all the tool uses, become the more productive. Today we are still on the way of minimum wages and all those talks, how we can more productive. That is more I look at for next 5 years of time.
Okay. Sure.
Well, I think we need to heavily invest in making our workforce more adaptive, capable, and innovative. Technology will come and will be replaced by other technologies. That is something that is going to happen. But if you have your workforce which is ready for whatever things to come, then your organization will last next 5 years and much more beyond that. Otherwise, if you don't invest in that and you depend too much on AI without investing on your workforce, then I would definitely see a downslide over there.
I would say two things. One, you cannot be a world leader. I mean, we have grown to a big extent with cost differentiator being an advantage for us. But if you want to be a world leader and be respected in the industry, you have to be innovative, right? That's when you get the respect. Look at Europe, you look at Japan, right? And so if you want to be a worldwide industry, so we have to spend more on innovation. And the two that I think is very important for us as AI and machine learning comes in our way is we have to be like pilots, right? We should be able to run the plane in autopilot, but have the skills to also navigate during a foul or a bad weather condition, right? And sometimes AI and ML can make you so used to the system generating the answer for you that when things go bad, you forget the skill sets that you need to manage. So I think just being able to run the thing in an autopilot while having the skills to continue to have the skills to navigate in a bad and foul weather condition is very, very important.
So it shouldn't happen that one co-pilot is talking to another co-pilot and two humans are just looking at the email exchange, but actually contributing in that. Excellent thoughts. If you really look at what all of them said is hinged on innovation, which breeds talent, attracts talent. That happens if you continue to invest more in R&D, more to, again, fuel innovation and keep our industry attractive. And having the patience sometimes when you see too much of data thrown around. That, ladies and gentlemen, sums this up. I found it very exciting to again be present here in the Human Capital panel and with all of you, and especially after a very powerful session before us. Thank you, Monica, for having us, and despite a large panel, we still overshot only by 10 minutes. I mean, that's doable.
I absolutely knew that Shalabh Chaturvedi, whenever he actually moderates, he makes it very interesting and manageable. I hope that you all of you have also enjoyed the panel discussion. Thank you. And I would now request Mr. Chaturvedi to kindly felicitate our panelists.
For a good picture. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Sitaram. Please, Ashok.
Actually come to our last and very interesting session with Mr. Negi. So as I was mentioning earlier, Mr. Ranjan Negi is the former Indian hockey goalkeeper and the coach of the Indian women's hockey team. He is widely recognized for his inspiring leadership journey and resilience. I was mentioning he had been the inspiration behind the women's hockey team, which actually when nobody was expecting them to do any wonders, so they, through their perseverance and overcoming the challenges, they actually won the gold medal for India. So the man behind this story, Mr. Meer Ranjan Negi. So he will be presenting his journey. Please stay with us, and I hope that we all will actually get inspired with his story.
कुछ करिए बस बस बड़ा बोले अब कुछ करिए ओ कोई तो चल सिद्ध फड़िए तू बेतरिए या मरिए हर कोई तो चल सिद्ध फड़िए तू बेतरिए या मरिए चतुरे
जहां जहां तक उड़े तिरंगा वहां वहां तक घर मेरा है, जब तक ऊंचा ये झंडा है तब तक ऊंचा सर मेरा है। We got independence in 1947. 1 year after that, in 1948, the London Olympics were held. The same country which ruled us over 200 years. And on their home soil, our Indian hockey team defeated them. And for the first time, the Indian tricolor was hoisted there, and it was because of hockey. And I thank from the bottom of my heart each and everyone for inviting me here. It is not only my honor, it is the honor of hockey that you all have invited me. I welcome you all to this wonderful, wonderful congregation of some of the most dynamic and distinguished members and leaders of ICIMA at the 3rd CE Human Capital Summit 2026. I thank again Deepak Shetty sir, thank you so much sir, Mr. Vivekanandji, Ganeshan sir, Krishnan sir, Mr. Sandeep Singh, Shweta ji, Seema ji, Anandarup Bose, and my friend Nilesh Gupta ji, and all you wonderful people out there. So I was wondering that the policy and strategy, what we adopt as a coach of the Indian hockey team, the same principles, the same policy are adopted by ICIMA. They say with talent, you can win a match. But with teamwork, with discipline and character, you can win a championship. And I was going through your profile and they say, together, let's move towards the brighter future. Well, I'm not a motivational speaker or a management guru, but I managed the Indian hockey team, that too with poise and dignity. And today, as I stand before you all, trust me, my heart fills with pride because I am in front of the people who are responsible for the modern India infrastructure. Each and everything, the roads, the bridges, the airport, the railway stations, mines, anything you name, your contribution has been really, really humongous. And I salute you for that. And today we are here not only to celebrate the stellar legacy of ICIMA, 75 years, but also to celebrate the future of ICIMA. So all the very best to all of you. My name is Meer Ranjan Negi. I don't know how many of you know me. I'm a hockey player. Indian hockey player. And there have been a few incidences in my life which I am going to share with you all today. Today, we are going to discuss the three very important pillars that define a champion athlete and a world-class professional: courage, care, and commitment. I represented my Indian hockey team from 1978 to 1982. I was always #1 goalkeeper. But how can I forget the last match of my life, the finals of the 1982 Asian Games in New Delhi? Just have a look.
Friends, the finals of the 1982 Asian Games is going on at the National Stadium in New Delhi. Millions of Indians for the first time are witnessing and enjoying the live broadcast of this match on their colored television screens. They are desperately waiting for Pakistan to lose this match. As can be seen, Mrs. Indira Gandhi is clapping as Zafar Iqbal, our captain, scores the first goal. And my God, Pakistan equalized within no time. Till halftime, Pakistan scores 3 goals against 1. There is complete pin-drop silence in the stadium as though there was nobody in the stands. The whole nation is stunned. The millions of people watching this match on their television screens at home are shell-shocked. Finally, Pakistan trounced India by 7 goals to 1, and the entire blame of this match is put on Negi as though the match is played only between Negi versus Pakistan, and the rest of the 10 players are mute spectators. He was not only removed from the Indian team, but also branded as a traitor. Some people and scribes even went to the extent of saying and writing it in the media that Negi has taken 1 lakh rupees for each goal.
And that day, the Indian team lost by 7 goals to 1. It was the most shameful defeat of India, that too at the hands of Pakistan. Nobody can understand or explain the burden of that defeat. It was as though we lost a war against Pakistan. It was not that we played badly, but yes, Pakistan played better hockey than us. There have been 2 incidences in the history of Indian sports that shook the sporting fraternity across the globe. You know, there was a match where Pakistan needed 3 runs to win in Sharjah, and the last ball of Chetan Sharma was hit over for a 6. That match and this match. Even today when I think of that match, you won't believe my hands become numb, my voice becomes coarse, and the entire match of that evening at the 1982, that National Stadium, comes alive in front of my eyes as though I am watching a movie. How could I take 7 goals? But it was not a dream, it was a reality which I had to face. They say life is like sports, but I say sports in itself is life. And somebody has said कि तूफानों की कमी नहीं जीवन में, लड़ते हुए सफर तय करना होगा. जो मिलेंगे जख्म इन राहों में, उन्हें ही जिंदगी का तजुर्बा कहना होगा. और लाख जख्म खाने पर भी हर जख्म नया होगा. तजुर्बा कितना ही क्यों न हो, हर सफर नया होगा. मुझे याद है 1972 की वो सुबह जब पहली बार मेरी माँ मेरा हाथ पकड़कर मुझे प्रकाश क्लब इंदौर के मैदान में लगी. There she introduced me to my first coach, Ashok Yadav. She told me that hockey is our national game. And this is one game where India has won 7 gold medals in the Olympics till that time. She said, although India has not won a World Cup, but I want you to play for India. I want you to win gold for India. She never spoke the language of hockey. She spoke the language of belief. There was no force in her. There was no pressure in her. It was just a mother telling her son that, son, I can see something in you which you cannot see yet. And that one sentence stood by me. Every time I lost, every time I was insulted, every time I was on the verge of getting broken, that one sentence stood by me. Her belief in me became my courage. Her wish became my discipline. And years later, when I really held that gold medal trophy in my hand, did I realize that total belief can change anything. Everybody in this auditorium must have undergone those moments. Probably it was not your mother. It was your friend, a colleague or a leader or a boss who told you that you can do more. Hockey came in my hand and my life changed. Nobody can understand the power of the sports field unless he or she plays. 1975, India won the gold medal and the World Cup, 1975 World Cup. That was the only time when we won a World Cup, and the son of Dada Dhyan Chand, the magician, his son scored the final goal against Pakistan when we won. I made my debut in the Indian hockey team in 1978. In 1979, when we went to Paris for the Junior World Cup. So I was the first goalkeeper. There was a big hall there. It was a dining hall. And in the dining hall, there was no buffet system that time. That waitress used to come and she will say, well, what you really have? And before I could say anything, these 2-3 players from Punjab, Bihar, Haryana, Bihar, Jharkhand, something, and they used to come and sit next to me. I will say, well, I will have some omelette, some sandwiches, some juice, something. And they will say, how about you? And they go, the same, you, the same, you, the same. And it was going on for a long time, lunch, dinner, and one day I had a bad stomach. That waitress came and she said, sir, what will you have? I said, I will have so-and-so. He said, what are you? The same. They said, my stomach was bad. And she said, what will you have? I said, well, I'm not going to eat anything. My stomach is bad. And she said, what about you? The same, the same. And this place, they remained hungry because of me. But then I realized one thing. It is not bad to follow a leader. But if you follow him blindly, then such things happen. You can follow the leader's good qualities, his discipline, his culture, the way they think. But if you follow him blindly, you can never become a leader yourself. And life will be forced to tell you the same. 1980, India won the 8th gold medal in Moscow. I was part of the Indian hockey team that gave some very golden moments to Indian hockey. Whatever you have seen is in Chak De is after the debacle, which I will be coming now. Before that, I was #1 goalkeeper. There was a match in Kolkata. The people of Kolkata, they are very passionate about sportsmen, about sports. So when this match happened, we scored the first goal, Pakistan retaliated and they got a penalty stroke. When they got a penalty stroke, now this goalpost actually is very small in hockey, even in football. And that ball, when they push, it is very, very difficult to stop. Very difficult, penalty. So when he took the penalty, I dived. And then I saved that penalty. Pakistan got another penalty stroke in the same game. I saved that too. And we won the match. These people from Kolkata, they gave me money, they put money in my pocket, they raised me. Similarly, we went to Holland once. Holland is the Mecca of hockey. Now, there we were playing against Holland for the first time. There was a player, his name was Paul Lidgens. When he will hit, you can't see the ball. He used to hit with such power. And all you have to do is just take the ball from the goal post and throw. But that day, I saved all his penalty corners. Holland got a penalty stroke also in the same game. I saved that too. And when we came back, there was this big article in Sportsweek, Find of the Tour. Then came the World Cup, I played the World Cup, and then came the Asian Games. 1982, Asian Games were happening for the second time in India. Our Prime Minister was Mrs. Indira Gandhi. Mr. Bhuta Singh was the Sports Minister. Mr. Rajiv Gandhi, he had left the job of a pilot and he was entering into the politics. He used to come to our Asian Games village and he will say that Mrs. Indira Gandhi says that whatever medals India has won so far, they are not all that important as is important the hockey gold. You win hockey gold, you see what we do to you. We will parade you across Punjab on the trucks. You will all be promoted. You will all be millionaires. But these things, they put so much of pressure that 2 days we could not sleep. Our coaches that time, they never used to tell us very technically all. They will say that, "Aaj tumse tumhari maa apne doodh ka hisab maang rahi hai. तुम्हारी बहनों ने जो राखी बांधी है वो नजर उठा के तुम्हारी तरफ देख रही हैं। देश का बच्चा, बूढ़ा, जवान, सब लोग तुम्हारी तरफ देख रहे हैं। तुम्हें अपने देश के लिए मर जाना है." And you know what is this? This is not India's T-shirt. It is your mother. And that Pakistan team, she wants to rape your mom. We were thinking we were at the border of a nation and we had hockey sticks and the war is going to start. We never had guns, we had hockey sticks. Coaches made another few blunders. They made one player who had not played a single match till the finals to play the finals because his knee was injured. He could not walk and he called him, "Oi Rajendra, can you play tomorrow?" He said, "Coach, my knee is bad, but you know, tomorrow I can play and I can win, even if it gets chopped off." But lame horses, they don't win the races. When we went inside the National Stadium, the entire National Stadium was reverberating with the sound of, "Come on India, Hindustan, Zindabad." There was not an inch of place to sit for people. I looked around, Mrs. Indira Gandhi was sitting with her entire cabinet. Our captain scored the first goal, Zafar Iqbal. After that, Pakistan retaliated. They scored 3 goals. And with that, the balloon of tension just simply blew off. The entire team fell like a cards. At halftime, I went to the coach. I said, "Coach, I am not playing well today. Kindly change me." But he did not do that. I was told that Mrs. Indira Gandhi had sent her ADC to the coach to say that change goalkeeper Negi. But he did not listen to her also. Probably he had more faith in me or probably it was my destiny. After half time, Pakistan scored 4 more goals and that day we lost by 7 goals to 1.
नेशनल स्पोर्ट्स स्टेडियम दर्शकों से खचाखच भरा हुआ। वर्ल्ड मेंस हॉकी चैंपियनशिप के रोमांचक फाइनल के आखिरी 2 मिनट। इंडिया पाकिस्तान से 1 गोल पीछे चल रहा है।
को एक पेनल्टी स्ट्रोक। मैच के आखिरी पलों में इंडियन टीम के लिए हार से बचने का एक मौका। अब देखना यह है कि स्ट्रोक कौन लेता है। बॉल सैनी के पास, लेकिन कैप्टन कबीर खान खुद स्ट्रोक ले रहे हैं। इंडिया का सारा दारमुदार अब कबीर खान पर।
That day, Mrs. Indira Gandhi was supposed to give away the prizes. But she left even before the match could conclude. Our Vice President, Zanab Hidayatullah, he gave us the prizes. Although we had won a silver medal, but it had absolutely no meaning in our life. When we were being garlanded with the medals, people were shouting and yelling at the top of their voice, as though we had acquired the lowest position in the tournament. After getting down from the victory stand, we removed those medals and we kept them in our pockets, because those medals were like the dead snake somebody had put on our neck. When we reached the dressing room, nobody was saying anything. Forget about talking, nobody was looking at each other. It was as though we have come to attend a funeral. In funeral, people do talk. They don't talk bad about the deceased person, but they talk something. But here, we ourselves were like the corpses. And dead people, they don't talk. For a very long time, we were sitting in the hall, waiting for people to disperse. Then when we came out, still that time there were so many people. Everybody wanted to know how we lost badly. Next day, there was, the newspapers were cooking up stories, and one newspaper wrote that Negi has taken 1 lakh rupees for each goal, and in 7 lakh rupees he sold his country. This news appeared in Blitz for the first time. Just have a look.
बिक गई भारतीय हॉकी बिक गई। आज बंबई शहर में दिन भर यह अफवाह फैलती रही कि गोलकीपर मीर रंजन नेगी की गिरफ्तारी तय है। बिक गई।
When I saw the video recording of that match, did I realize that what had happened? Actually, for the first time, color televisions were imported into the country, and the live broadcast of that match was being shown across the world, and that too with the help of only 2 cameras. So mind it, those technicians, those cameramen, they were not that expert. So many a time they used to show by editing shift from one camera to another, and they used to show an empty goal post, giving an inkling that probably goalkeeper Negi has deliberately left the goal post. 2 days we did not have food. Then some of our former players, they took us to a place called Pandara Road, near here only near the India Gate. And as we were sitting there was a crowd of about 30-40 people. They घेर out the restaurant and they started banging. हारने की पार्टी मना रहे हैं, देखो वो रहा नेगी, इसने हरवाया. And there was a commotion. So much of commotion that the morsels refused to go down. We ran away from there, and after that, next day, the other newspapers, they started bombarding, defaming me. I was the first victim of yellow journalism. Cartoons were made, satires were written, and my life became a big mess. My life was like Nanda Kumar, King Nanda Kumar, who was once revered and loved by his country. And the same people, they mercilessly hanged him. There's a very big Hindi poet, Om Prakash Adit. He wrote this poem in Saptaik Hindustan. Just have a look.
एशियाड में भारतीय गोलची का रहस्यवाद। अरे धरती गोल, अंबर गोल, सूरज चांद सितारे गोल, गोल हुआ तो मैं भी गोल, मैं भारत का गोलची। मैंने गेंद को एक बार भी अपने हाथों से नहीं छुआ, जो गोल हुआ अपने आप हुआ। माया बिन्नी गेंद कई बार उछली मुझे छूने को, पर मैं अछूता गाता रहा। गगन मंडल के छोर पर खड़ा, पगली गेंद का लटपट धावे, नेगी तेरे हाथ न आवे। कोई ज्ञानी है कोई ध्यानी जो सामने आए, जो मुझे बताए कि गेंद गोल में न जाए तो कहां जाए। हार जीत की 2 महीना, खेले खेल अनंता, घड़ा गोलची के सर फोड़े मूर्ख बाद बदनता। नेगी ये अनबूझ पहेली।
Whenever God gives you troubles, we think that God is cruel to you. But that is not the case. Troubles given by God are His designs to make you more wise and beautiful. When you understand these difficulties in the right perspective, they purify your heart and lead you in a better way. Now, it became very difficult for me to stay in Mumbai, in Asian Games village. I came out, I was sitting in a taxi, people gheraoed me in the taxi, my friends rescued. I went to the station, railway station. I had booked a ticket in the first class coupe. When I went and logged from outside, inside my coupe, then, there were about 30, 40 people, they were banging the bogie. Nikalo isko bahar, take him out, kill him. And like a rat in the hole, I was just waiting for the train to start. When I reached Indore, I came to know that the window panes of my house were broken. There were stones thrown at my house. It became very difficult to move out. And the people, they were cursing and these things were simply going on. To live the life of a traitor in your own country, it is so very difficult. Probably you will never know. I had a respectable job as a government servant. Otherwise, nobody would have given me a job. But people in my department also said, the Negi CBI inquiry is going on. You please don't go. Don't meet us. And in these problems, 1 year passed by. My parents thought that probably I will commit some suicide or something. So they thought of getting me married. My wife, I knew her when she was 14 years old. When she was approached, people started telling her, you want to be the wife of a traitor? Don't do this. But she believed me. 82, this hockey match happened. 83, we got married. But the anger of the people was so much that in those days, in the common weddings, these generators were not used. So somebody took out the main cutout. Half of my wedding was conducted in darkness. My friends till today, they remember that Negi, we had started motorcycle, scooter, and in that light, our wedding was solemnized. There is a very big Hindi daily published from Indore called Nayi Duniya. The owner called me, he said, Negi, what happened? Tell me. I said, sir, they put so much of pressure and they played one player who was like this. I told him, he said, why don't you say? Tell the world what had happened. But I said, if I say something, then probably the doors of Indian Hockey Federation will be closed forever. And it doesn't happen only in hockey. Any other sport, any organization, when anybody raises his voice, you know how he is silenced. I said, I'll work hard, I will come back again. And somebody has said कि परिंदों को मंजिल मिलेगी यकीनन, ये फैले हुए उनके पर बोलते हैं, और वही लोग रहते हैं खामोश अक्सर ज़माने में जिनके हुनर बोलते हैं.
पाकिस्तान को मैच जितवाया? जानबूझकर तो पता नहीं, पर जितवाया उसी ने है. और आपको क्या लगता है? ऐसे लोगों को उल्टा लटकाना चाहिए. और आपको क्या लगता है इस बारे में? मुझे लगता है ऐसे लोगों को पार्टीशन के वक्त ही पाकिस्तान चले जाना चाहिए.
उस तरह मत देख बेटा, उस तरह मत देख.
पापा पापा मैंने भी गद्दार देखना है.
देख देख.
ये जरा रास्ते के लिए 4 पराठे
भी निकलवाना है मोहल्ले से.
Hockey was not to be blamed. उसका क्या दोष? My fellow players, my seniors, they never spoke one bad word about me. Not one bad word. But they did not have the courage to even speak in favor of me. For the people in the federation, it became easy that their own faults and mistakes, they were overlooked, and I was made the scapegoat. I started working very hard again. Trust me, I worked very, very hard. And then that particular year, when the nationals were held, you know, every state team, they have to participate together for the nationals. When the nationals were held, the Mumbai coach selected me as the first goalkeeper again. And whom he kept out? The player, the goalkeeper who was playing for India. I played very well in the competition. Very well. Headlines and this and that, but when they selected 30 people, my name was not there. Next year, there was a Wills Trophy. I was made the captain of the West Zone. West Zone, Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, Gujarat, Maharashtra. No team could score a single goal against me. Not one. But the doors of Indian Hockey Federation, they were closed forever. Then when left playing, we formed a small association and we started coaching. Coaching the junior hockey team, coaching the university team. And here, we organized some international hockey clinics in Mumbai. I called coaches from Holland, some very big names, Tom Van Teck and like that. And we had a 1 month camp there. And here, not only I got interested into coaching, I saw a ray of hope that probably someday I will become the coach of the Indian hockey team. I'll see that they win the gold. And there, with national anthem being played in the background, our tricolor will be slowly hoisted. 1, 2, 5, 10, 16 years passed by. How many? 16 years. And in those 16 years, not a single day went when I did not go on the team. Not a single day. And my fellow player who used to play in the combined universities hockey team, he became the Secretary General of Indian Hockey Federation, Jyoti Kumaran. He knew my love for hockey. He knew my dedication. So in 1998, when the Bangkok Asian Games were being held, he gave the reins of Indian hockey in my hand. When this news appeared in the press, my entire house, it was flooded with flowers. उस रात मुंबई शहर में बहुत जोर से बारिश हुई, कड़ाके की बिजली चमकी. And next day, Nand Kumar Mrar wrote this in midday. The thunder and lightning which lashed Mumbai last night must have struck a chord in Mir Ranjan Negi's heart. His mind was a whirlpool of emotions after being told of his appointment yesterday as India's national hockey coach. For Negi, the news signaled the end of a nightmare and beginning of a dream. The alleged culprit at the hands of Pakistan has been told that his past has been forgotten and that India needs him. But my wife was against my going for the camp, going for the coaching camp. She said, this is a sport and anything can happen in sport. We can again lose by 7 goals. And something which has taken 16 long years for you to forget, suppose something happens, our entire life will be repenting. You don't go. And as I was brooding over it, a television cameraman along with the anchor, he entered in my house and he started bombarding questions. Well, Mr. Negi, what is your opinion? What have you thought? How our Pune players are going to perform against the mighty Europeans and this and that? My mind was wavering. I started stammering. I could not speak. I said, well, we will try. हम लोग कोशिश करेंगे. But words failed to come out. His camera was rolling. He shook hands with me. He gave me a very big smile and he left away. That night, as we were sitting on the dining table and I put on the TV, there I was, completely perplexed, not able to say a single word. And this anchor, with a lot of pride in him, he's saying, see this man who is not able to say a single word, who is accused of taking 7 lakh against Pakistan to lose this match, he has been made the captain of the Indian hockey team, coach of the Indian hockey team. Thank God this can happen only in India. I was very angry that day. I was really, really very angry. And that anger was like what Mahatma Gandhi must have felt when Britishers threw him out of the compartment in South Africa. Mahatma Gandhi said, you threw me out of the compartment, I'll throw you out of my country. The same night, I took a flight and I went to Bangalore where our team was practicing. And the first person I met was Mr. MP Ganesh. MP Ganesh was the Executive Director of Sports Authority of India. He was also the former captain of the Indian hockey team. And he knew that my connection with Jyoti Kumar, and so he thought, I have come from the back door. He said, "Oye Negi, tu yahan kya karne ke liye aaya?" I said, I have come here as the coach of the Indian hockey team. I told my players about the reward they are going to get in case they win. We used to see the video recordings of all the previous matches from 4 o'clock in the morning till 12. Every day we used to work hard. I involved the senior players in the team management, team discipline. I had a very very frank relationship with my players. I made them understand that I truly care and love them. And I made a policy called no ridicule policy. Senior, junior, nobody will ridicule anyone. And we all worked hard, the team worked hard, and after 32 long years, India won the 1998 Bangkok Asian Games under the captainship of Dhanraj Pillai. After 32 years, India won. But when we came back, we got a very different reception. 7 players from the team and 2 coaches, they were removed. It was not that the federation was unhappy, but some players, they spoke bad about the federation. So the team which we had prepared with so much of love, so much of hard work, it collapsed next year when the Olympics were held. And the team we defeated twice in that competition, South Korea, it went on to become the silver medalist of Olympics. Somebody's ego became more than the prestige of the company, of India. 2-3 years I was not doing anything, then the women hockey was looking out for a coach. I went into women hockey, and trust me, whatever matches, whatever tournaments they played during my period, they won gold medal in all. कहते हैं कि मुश्किलों से भाग जाना आसान होता है, हर पहलू जिंदगी का इम्तिहान होता है, डरने वालों को मिलता नहीं जिंदगी में कुछ भी, और लड़ने वालों के कदमों में जहान होता है.
क्या मतलब क्या करते रहे इतने साल?
इस मीटिंग की तैयारी कर रहा था. इंडियन वुमेन्स हॉकी टीम के कोच बनना चाहते हैं.
आपको भी पता होगा कि हमारे जैसे देशों में वुमेन्स टीमें काम के लिए नहीं, सिर्फ नाम के लिए बनाई जाती है. वैसे भी की इज्जत तो पहले ही मतलब इस टीम के सहारे आप अपनी कोई भी इज्जत फिर से पाना चाहते हैं. ऐसी टीम जो यूरोपियन देशों के स्कूल के टीम के साथ भी नहीं खेल सकती.
मुझे ऐसी ही टीम चाहिए.
क्या मतलब? मैं समझी नहीं.
आप समझ भी नहीं सकते. तो मैं अपनी अपॉइंटमेंट पक्की समझूं.
Working with women hockey was a very different and very एक अलग ही एक्सपीरियंस रहा. यू नो, आई वॉज कोच ऑफ द मेंस हॉकी टीम. वो मेंस जो होते हैं बहुत बदमाश होते हैं. वुमेन दे वेरी सिंसियर, दे रिगार्ड देयर कोच एज देयर फादर. नाउ इन 2002-2003 there was this Afro-Asian Games in Hyderabad. The men's hockey team led by Dhanraj Pillai had already won the gold medal. And there was a lot of pressure. We had reached the finals. The women hockey also reached the finals. There was a lot of pressure that we should win this match. So when we played that match, it ended in a 2-2 draw. And again, when match ends in a draw, there are 5 penalty strokes. It's called tiebreaker. So in the tiebreaker, goalkeeper usually takes one side. You know, it is very difficult. Even in football, you must have seen they dive on one side, any side. So this goalkeeper of mine, Helen Mary, she had represented India in 300 internationals. And she came to me. I could see the pressure in her eyes. You know, she says, "Coach, nahi hoga mere se. I can't do it." Then I said, "Okay, you have faith in me?" And she said, "Yes, I have faith in you." I said, "Okay, don't look at the ball. Don't look at the hockey stick. Look at me. I'm standing in the center as a coach." I said, "If I put you this side, you dive on the right side. If I put you on this side, if I point out this side, you dive on the left." She says, "Yes, coach." Now the entire stadium was saying, and there's a war between us of the belief factor. And then it is a matter of record that out of 5, I predicted 4 correctly. Helen Mary saved 3. She saved the 4th one also, but she had moved early. And the umpire disallowed him. After the match, the entire media, entire spectators, when they came and they asked Helen Mary, "Helen, how could you do it?" She said, "Coach Negi, Coach Negi." But when they came to me, I did not answer. Many a times in life, your leaders, your seniors know more about you, more your capabilities than you yourself know. All you have to do is trust them as much as they trust you. I never told this story to anyone, but when we were making this movie, Chak De India, I told this story to Jaideep Sahni, who wrote the script for it. And then you see Kabir Khan, Shah Rukh Khan saying, Vidya, dekho meri taraf. Iska pair left ki taraf hai, ye left ko maregi. Iski hockey stick right ko hai. When the team came after winning, the entire team was celebrating at Leela Hotel. I went home. My wife was waiting for me. I sat on the dining table and tears started coming. I must have cried for at least half an hour. My wife never stopped me. I don't know, they were the tears of joy. I don't know, they were the tears of sorrow, but they were definitely the tears of redemption. These girls in Chak De India, they had never played hockey, barring one or two. I taught them. And there were 15 takes, 16 takes. But this was the only scene which became okay in one go. And I was standing very close to there when Shahrukh Bhai, he moves forward behind after this and he starts crying. That day again, I cried. Just have a look.
इंडिया पाकिस्तान से एक गोल पीछे चल रहा है। कैप्टन कबीर खुद स्ट्रोक ले रहे हैं।
उस हार का बोझ कितना भारी है, शायद तुम्हें अभी समझ नहीं आएगा। या खुदा, ये तो सीधा शॉट लेगी। विद्या, विद्या मेरी तरफ देखो। विद्या, लुक एट मी।
August 2007, this movie got released. And there was a sort of storm in the sporting circle. There is not a single newspaper, single magazine which did not cover my interview. Big, big interviews. Stardust, I am not a film star, they gave 7-page blow-up. Hello. I did Walk the Talk with Mr. Shekhar Gupta and many programs, they called me as a chief guest. Then I did a program called Dancing with the Stars, Jhalak Dikhla Ja. Actually, there is a clip, but Deepak sir ne dekha wo usko na. We are not showing you today, probably some other time. 21st October 2005, life gave me another very big jolt. I lost my 19-year-old son in a motorbike accident. He was a final year student of IHM Aurangabad. We had thought so many things about him. And our entire life changed. My wife was not able to walk. The day I was in the office when I got this news, I prayed God that, God, let him have some fracture, let him have anything, just save him. But he was riding a bike, this helmet, he was there, he was not using the helmet. Nothing happened to him. After about 7-8 days, I saw a dream. I saw that I am just flying into the universe. along with small angels. And all these angels, they have a burning candle in their hands. And with that burning candle, that entire universe is getting illuminated. I went closer and I saw my son there. But his candle was not burning. I said, Abhiranjan, what happened? Why your candle is not burning? And he said, Papa, these are all my very good friends. Whenever this candle gets dozed off, they rekindle that. But you and mom, they cry so much that it again gets dozed off. Please don't cry. And that day I realized that in case we are sad, we are not only sad, the other people around us also are sad. In case we are happy, we create an aura. The next day, you won't believe, I took my hockey stick, I went on the ground. Nobody could believe how a man who lost his son can go and play. 21st October 2006, this thing happened. 21st, 2005. 2006 was Diwali day, and we were with the entire unit of Chak De India celebrating Diwali in Australia. And the day everybody kindled the lamps, and then we formed a foundation in our son's name. It is called Abhi Foundation. Using the power of the sports field, we try to imbibe these life skills to the young children. Our first academy was Salam Bombay Hockey Academy. 200 girls from 4 municipal schools used to practice every day. Then we had Shelter Don Bosco in Bombay. We formed 2 teams, football, hockey, both. They are street children. Like that, we had so many programs. Many of our players, they went on to represent Maharashtra University. And one player, Suraj Karkera, is playing in the Indian team now. One player, Surinder Kumar, he played in the Olympics. All I can say is my son must be looking from top. And for him, I say 2 lines. साथ छूट जाने से रिश्ते नहीं टूटा करते, वक्त की धुंध में लम्हे नहीं टूटा करते, कौन कहता है मेरा सपना टूट गया, नींद टूटी है, सपने कभी टूटा नहीं करते. All I can say, everyone, I am very happy that so many young entrepreneurs, young leaders are here. Troubles and difficulties are there in everyone's life. Everyone. You cannot afford to give up. Don't give up. Hard work and perseverance are the 2 traits which are required desperately for anything. The third thing which I learned is a smart way of training, smart thinking. Be a team sport, team man. Give credit of your success to your seniors, your colleagues. Last but not the least, do some charity in any form or other. That is what Abhi Foundation has taught me. It can be in the form of some advice, not only monetarily, but anything you contribute for the society, it will give you something, some happiness which you will never get anywhere else. So thank you once again. Thank you, Deepak sir. Thank you, Nilesh ji, for such wonderful, wonderful crowd. Thank you so much. I have brought something which is very close to my heart. I have brought some souvenir to be given away as gift. Deepak sir, Shalabh Chaturvedi sir, and Dimit Roy Krishnan sir, if you can please come on the stage, please. एक मिनट, हाँ थैंक यू शलभ जी, थैंक यू।
सुबह की फ्लाइट है, बहुत से आ रहा है।
अच्छा 8 o'clock
9:40.
9:40 I was then 8 o'clock या कुछ नहीं, थैंक यू एक सर
Are you okay
Thank
if
you.
I call Seema also on the stage?
Yeah, please.
Seema, please come. Join.
सीमा जी के लिए भी एक हॉकी स्टिक, लेकिन वो डरता हूँ मैं, घर में झगड़ा होएगा तो
The real stick है.
वही सीमा जी this is for you. दो और है, two more are there in case anybody is there. Thank you. Yes.
And I think we should call the co-conveners, Umesh and Shweta.
Yeah, Shweta is
not there. Umesh, please come. So he is the convener of this whole
अच्छा
event.
I know, I met him, no?
Shweta is here. Come. Come, Umesh.
Thank you.
Very nicely.
Thank you. Mhm. Thank you. ये एक आपके लिए, be careful. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
आपको एक चीज बतानी थी मुझे. आशीष बल्लाल is my cousin.
A very inspiring story that we heard from Mr. Negi. May I request Mr. Hota to kindly give the closing remarks, please?
It's a great honor to be extending vote of thanks on the third HR summit of ICIMA. This is the third summit, and when we started the summit, we were not very sure as to how the HR fraternity will respond, how different organizations will respond, but the way we got the response, the participation that we saw enthused us, and we decided to make it an annual event that year, and this is the third year. I expect next year when we have the fourth HR summit, we will have more participation, more expectation, and more learning. As we conclude the third HR summit, I extend my heartfelt thanks to all the CEOs. You know, it's not easy to get their time. Their time is much more valuable than any of us. They are here because they value HR as a function. And we all should be proud of that. And a round of applause to all the CEOs present in this auditorium. Deloitte has been partnering with us right from the beginning, and their contribution has enriched every program, every successive program. And thanks to the Deloitte team, all of you who have been partnering with us, advising us, listening to us, and at times accepting our suggestion and bringing in a change. The ICIMA team, Seema and the entire team, you know, I don't know whether they actually get sleep for a week at least preceding this HR summit. and for spending the sleepless night, changing the program so very often, and then connecting the dots. Every speaker whose session changes, they have not missed anyone, they have not missed informing anyone. So we all appeared prepared, and I see no confusion at all in delivery of this program. We wish that we mature next year and we have less of change so that we make the program smoother than what it is today. I remember the first time when we had this summit, Salabh made a statement that somehow HR people get together and they seem to be present. The fellow feeling among the HR people is very good. It's not only fellow feeling, for sure it is there, but also the appetite to learn, appetite to contribute, appetite to experiment is very high among the HR team. So I thank all of you for taking time out, participating, asking questions, and next time we'll have a much enriched program to place before you. Especially the youngsters who spoke, who possibly stood on the chairs in a stage for the first time. The first round of conversation when we had, we could sense that they're not very prepared and a bit of confidence was lacking. But the way they gathered themselves, the second round of questions, the way they answered, I felt I'm talking to senior leaders of an organization, and I wish all of them very best that someday they sit and speak on this forum as CEO of their organization. A request, stay invested with construction equipment industry and enrich the industry, enrich your life, do well in life, spread this message among the youngsters. We have this struggle of not being a very attractive industry. We look up to each of you to be the brand ambassador and share your experience and motivate friends, motivate your next generation students in your institute to look at CE industry with a lot more respect. Mr. Negi, you really inspired us. So many stories you said, I think it touched each of us. As I was looking at the audience, I could see each having a kind of emotion which resonated with your story. And I'm sure that will reshape their thinking at least a bit. The last appeal that you made, that contribute to charity, I'm sure we do a lot of CSR, and CSR is a part of our function. That inspires us, but at an individual level, I'm sure some of us at least will get motivated and do something for the society. With this, we conclude this summit, the third ICMA HR Summit. Look forward to see all of you and more in the fourth CE Industry ICMA HR Summit next year. Thank you very much. Good night.